We're going to hop right into it. Let's hop right into it. There's never a moment to waste. There's too much news to get through, too much interviews to do. I appreciate you guys for joining me once again. Make sure you hit that like button on the way in. My name's Brian. This is the Blunt Politics Podcast. And like I say, thank you to the mods. Thank you to the chat. Thank you for everybody that makes this show possible. Fantastic show for you today. Happy to be joined by Massachusetts State Senate candidate Daniel Lander. We're going to get into an interview. We got him waiting in the wings in just a minute. But before I do that, I want to say hi to the chat. Make sure that you guys get your, your show of appreciation for making this happen. What's up, Twiggy? What's up, Alan? What's going on, guys? Let me throw you on the screen. You guys always deserve some screen time. It's not just me that makes it happen. Not just me. It's everybody. It's a whole, it's a whole community that makes this happen. What's going on, Wes? What's up, Roxanne? What's going on, everybody? What's up, Nola? What's up, Rox? Roxy? I feel like we had a whole lot of rocks in there. What's going on, Slightly Mad Mom? Appreciate you guys. What's up, Victor? What's going on, Jeff? Make sure you guys hit that like button. Thomas, what's going on, brother? Appreciate you for joining me once again. What's up, Damon? What's up, Jay? So like I said, we got a lot to get into, a lot to cover today. We'll probably have to get into the NATO craziness later on this evening on our second episode, our second show tonight at 8:30, because boy, oh boy, was some ridiculousness and craziness going on at that meeting. But first off, I do want to just thank everybody for getting us past our goal here for our NAFO 69 Sniffing Brigade campaign with the Help 99 crew, Boston Brian Summer drones. We have now reached officially 101%. So very much appreciated for you guys getting us to this goal. I ship out in just a few days to Estonia. I'll be driving from Estonia into Ukraine to deliver this first person. I hand it off in person to the 3rd Operational Battalion Artillery Platoon. So again, big shout out, big pat on the back to you guys for making this a possibility. In less than a month, getting this done is fantastic for a community of less than 25,000 subscribers here on YouTube. I think is a real, it's a real opportunity for us to show what we can do. So very much appreciate you guys for doing that. But before I waste any more time, let's bring in my buddy here. Let's bring in my buddy Dan. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day. I know running for state senate is not easy. I know there's a lot of people trying to pull you in a lot of different directions. So taking the time out today is really appreciated. So thank you for being here.
No, I really appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
No, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. It's always good to speak to another Boston kid. If I can uplift and use this platform in the community to do everything I can to get the most progressive candidates, the spotlight and their ability to come out and meet people and get their platform out there, then that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'll probably just have you start by, explaining to the chat and people that may not be aware of the Massachusetts State Senate race, who you are, a little bit about your background, how you get into politics, some of the candidates that you've been affiliated with, things like that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So I'm Daniel. I grew up in Cambridge, right across the river from Boston. I live these days in Fenway with my husband. I live most of my life around here. I got into politics. I was inspired when Elizabeth Warren actually first ran for Senate back in 2012, challenging Scott Brown. She was talking about how we needed to take on big corporations, make sure people paid their, wealthy people paid their fair share. And I got involved in that campaign, to push me into politics. In my career, I worked at the Innocence Project, helping people who've been victims of official misconduct, rebuild their lives, seek justice. I've been a community organizer, helping low-income housing tenants build political power in Cambridge. I've been an organizer across the country for LGBTQ equality and justice. So I worked 2018 down in Georgia for Stacey Abrams, trying to turn Georgia blue. We got really, really close that year. There was a ton of voter suppression that sort of held us back. But, it's the reason there's 2 Democratic senators down there right now. It's why we hopefully are going to elect the first Black woman governor in the South this year. And then I worked on Senator Warren's presidential campaign. I led youth and LGBTQ outreach across the country for her. We obviously didn't get all the way there, but I love that campaign. And it was one of those where we didn't talk to big, wealthy donors. We talked to regular people across the country, asked them what they wanted to see in their government, what they wanted us to fight for. And it's where I met then a city councilor, Michelle Wu, who she was also inspired into politics by Elizabeth Warren. She was a law student when Elizabeth first ran. And me and the mayor, we became friends on a trip to New Orleans together, where we were going down to talk to students, and Alamo rented us an enormous truck, and we just drove around New Orleans trying to meet students and talk to them. And when she started thinking about running for the mayor of Boston, she asked me to get involved there to help her as a senior advisor. When we won, she asked me to come into her office, where I did a ton of work trying to tackle the big challenges facing Massachusetts and Boston. It is enormously expensive to live here. Cost of housing, healthcare, childcare lead the nation. So did a bunch of work on how to use the tools of government to build more housing. How do we invest in small businesses and make this a better, more vibrant city? Help more than 90 small businesses open across Boston, new bars, new restaurants, new markets, new childcares. And now I am running for state senate. And I don't know if folks know, but Massachusetts, unfortunately, despite our very liberal and blue reputation, has the least effective legislature in the entire country. And it's a legislature that is just unwilling to work with any urgency to bring down costs, to make Massachusetts more affordable, or really to stand up to Trump, right? They are not willing to protect our communities here in any urgency. So that's a little bit about me.
Well, it sounds great to me. And, you got Fenway, you grew up in Cambridge, you know what I mean? I think you got the whole, you got the Boston down pat there. So, I mean, and like I said before, we were chatting before we went live about affordability. We could probably make the entire interview just solely about affordability. You mentioned, Massachusetts being incredibly expensive to live in. You mentioned a couple things: rent, health insurance premiums, energy bills, childcare, tuition, and the list goes on as far as things that, people right now are struggling to provide for, struggling to make enough money to actually make all of the ends meet. So, my question, I guess, would be like, what are some ways in which you would tackle an ever-growing problem that we've seen, not just in Massachusetts, but spread throughout this country right now, which has, maybe not to, the same degree, but people all over this country feeling the pinch as far as cost of living and trying to make ends meet. So what would a couple of the things that you would do, be to try to ease that burden on people?
Yeah. So there's some big things and little ones, right? Rent is the biggest challenge that people are facing. It's so expensive. I supported the rent control ballot, definitely rent stabilization. So folks are not seeing like hundreds of dollars increases. A couple years ago, my landlord raised our rent $500 a month. And, we were like, okay, we got to move, right? We're not going to pay that. We can't afford that. And he rented it the next day, right? Because people are just willing to pay so much. One thing that I'm really focused on that I think could help people save money and could happen tomorrow is there are so many people in this district in particular, but in Boston, who they work overnight shifts in our hospitals, at bars and restaurants, or frankly, now that you can stay out till 3 a.m., right? They just want to go out and enjoy our city, right? And their options right now are: you can pay a ton to drive and park. You can take an expensive Uber ride in the middle of the night, which can be like sometimes like $100 to go somewhere.
Yeah, ridiculous. Yeah.
Or you don't do it. And, I made some videos about this, and so many people have commented being like, I couldn't take a job because I couldn't get there overnight. And or like I had a bar owner who said, we closed early because none of my staff could get home because there wasn't public transportation. And so I want to push the MBTA here, the transit system, to run our bus network 24 hours a day. That happens in most global cities, doesn't happen here. And it actually wouldn't cost very much at all. We already have the buses, we have the bus drivers, and it would be a way for people to get around much more affordably, get to work, make some money. That's a little thing, but it could go a long way for people. I also, I talk to families all the time, young parents who are paying like $30,000, $40,000 a year to keep their kids in childcare. And because of that, they're like, we can't have another kid. Other states, I'm really inspired by New Mexico. New Mexico has done universal childcare. They're like, everybody gets a voucher. You don't have to pay for this, right? We want to make sure families can have kids. That's going to be one of my top priorities here in Massachusetts too.
Well, and you'd think would be on top of that innovation in public transportation. I mean, we do have the oldest subway system in the entire country here. So, it's not something that we haven't, even as long ago as it was, come together and thought out this huge, big thing that would make it easier for people in the city and around the city to travel and to get to where they need to go and to utilize public transportation to get to work and to know that it's going to be reliable. Like you said, millions of people in this city rely upon public transportation to get to and fro, whether it's from work or, important meetings, doctor's visits. And if their line isn't running, if the train's off the tracks, if, Joe Schmo calls and say whatever the problem is, the bus breaks down, then that has a huge impact on people. And, one too many of those false moves or, not making it into work on time, you lose your job. Next thing you know, you can't pay rent. And now, you're up shit's creek without a paddle. So, I mean, there's so many different ways. Like what's what's something that you're hearing from people on the ground, like as far as this? Are you hearing, because Boston also has some very affluent areas as well, so I'm sure there's some people not struggling as much as the middle and lower class, but the people that you are running to, the blue collar people on the ground, what are they saying to you? What are they really focused upon? What are they really, what areas are they hurting in? Is it similar to what we're speaking about here? Is it are you hearing different things on the ground?
So I'm hearing it. I mean, it's been interesting. Even in the more wealthy parts of this district, people are struggling because it may be right that the folks who are in their 60s or 70s are doing okay, but I can't tell you how many times I come across people who are like, their children, their adult children and grandchildren are living with them because they can't afford a place of their own. And they're like, well, maybe we're, mom and dad or your granddad and grandmom are doing okay, but like we have our entire family with us because we can't afford it. I've talked to, frankly, a number of seniors. I was talking to this couple. They're in their 90s. They live in Watertown. They've lived there basically their entire life, and they're on Social Security. Doesn't go up that much. They are on that fixed income as energy costs are skyrocketing, as healthcare costs are skyrocketing. They're like, we don't know if we can stay in our home. And there's nowhere for them to downsize and stay in Watertown. And they're like, where are we going to go? This is the place we've lived our entire life. So that's the thing I'm hearing a bunch. Energy costs is definitely huge here. I was talking to someone the other day who was saying he's been looking at his bill, and every month, right, the amount of energy he actually uses, goes down on his bill, but his bill keeps going up because we have this crazy program in Massachusetts where we're like paying and probably anyone who lives in Massachusetts has seen our roads are in terrible condition. They're in terrible condition because the utilities are digging up all of our roads to put new gas pipes, because every inch of gas pipe they put in, they can make a huge return on and then charge everybody in the state. Even though it's actually cheaper and more effective, they can put like a liner down the tube that fixes anything. But because they can make more money, they're just like, well, we'll rip the roads, we'll replace all the pipes, even if they're not, out of date. And
it seems like they're making the billing more complicated so that people can't understand it. Like, I can't tell you, I used to do, before I did, got into political commentary, I was a plumber in Massachusetts here. And I can't tell you how many times I'd be working in somebody's house and they'd be like, asking me, can you figure out this lighting bill? Can you figure out this electric bill? What the hell does all this mean? And why am I getting charged this rate for this? And it's all different here. Like, how did it go from a $113 bill this year or this month to a $782 bill this month? It's like, I got nothing for you. I don't know. Like, you'd have to call them and figure it out, because it looks like you're being charged different rates for different days at certain times. So it's like they try to make it more complicated so that you get frustrated. You end up just paying it, at the end of the day and saying, whatever, we'll deal with it. You need the power. So obviously at some point you're going to pay. But, it's tough to see that, these companies are utilizing these like ridiculously nefarious processes and little tactics to try to just suck every penny out of the public that they possibly can, similar to what you were just talking about as far as putting in gas pipes, and I'm sure fiber optic and everything else is probably a problem too.
Yeah, well, and they can, so what they can do with on their bills, any lobbying fees they do, any lobbying they do on Beacon Hill to make sure that like they're not getting rid of incentives where they can make more money, they can charge to every customer, right? So we are paying so they can lobby to charge us more. We are paying for their executive bonuses, all because, right, Beacon Hill won't do anything about it. It's just crazy. It's like, why would we pay for this? They want to make it as confusing, as hard to sort of understand. So you pay it because you want to keep the lights on. You want to keep your home, want to keep your, when during the heat wave last week, we want to keep it cool, but
right.
You got no option.
Right. And I don't know, you may know, but I didn't hear the call go out to about the 78. I'm sure the Republicans would have had a fit if we went with the United States Energy Department and other states around the country that have made that similar suggestion as well. But I'm sure you saw the freak out on social media. But you also speak about on your platform, restaurants, small businesses, bars and restaurants, and we kind of saw the resurgence, let's just say, of what nightlife could be and what it used to be, in my opinion, in this city when the Scots came around for the World Cup. They really injected some life into this city, and we saw the the curfew and the 3 a.m. come into effect. So you were speaking about some of the policies and the restrictive like licensing aspects and stuff like that. So can you just expound upon that and how we could improve the lives for small business owners and in particular restaurants, businesses, and stuff like that it feed the nightlife in this city and make it so people have a way to blow off some steam.
Yeah, I love this question, and I have been talking about this all campaign because Massachusetts, like Boston, should be an affordable place to live, but also should be fun, right? Should be a place where you can have a good time and where businesses can thrive. And right now we have all these. Well, we're seeing a little experiment with the World Cup where when we you can have an open container zone when you can be out to 3 a.m. You can see, and the Scots have just been amazing. The Tartan Army was just like a shot in the arm for the city. But you can see this is a fun place. We just need to make it easier. And so, I'll give you the craziest example is that right now there's a state law that requires bars in Boston to get a separate permit just to put a TV on the wall. And we don't care about it. The city of Boston doesn't care if you put a TV on the wall. But you need to get this non-live entertainment permit to do it. We can't waive it. And we sent up a home rule petition. We asked the state to get rid of it. They didn't act anything on it. It's who cares if you can put a TV on the wall? Also, unfortunately, as a legacy of prohibition, there's been a cap on the number of liquor licenses we have, the number of bars and restaurants we can have in the city. It's basically a bunch of people back in the 30s deciding they didn't want the Irish American people to have enough power. They were worried they had too much power, so they didn't want even control of this. And that's why, so many dive bars, classic restaurants, they'll close because some big international chain will come in, offer them $500,000 to buy their license, right? And someone's like, okay, well, that's a lot of money. That's my retirement right there. And everything goes to the seaport. It's all big chains, and small businesses can't thrive. And there's no reason a liquor license should cost $500,000. It's a piece of paper. So I definitely want to make sure we are getting rid of that cap. So if you have a good idea to open a bar, you can just do it for free. I want to lift the ban on happy hour, which we're one of the few states that still has that, particularly now with Uber and
Lyft. Trying to keep them Irish down. You know what I mean?
No, exactly. Well, and it's so many bars, do dollar oysters here because they want to get people in. They oysters are a really high margin item for restaurants, but they want to do dollar oysters because we want to get people in seats in some off hours. Why can't we give restaurants more tools to get people in? Happy hour is a great way to do that. So I'm going to fight for happy hour. I'm really hopeful we'll get the 3 a.m. pilot will end at the end of July, but I'm hoping that we can bring it back. It's just this should be a great city. We should give bars and restaurants more tools to thrive. So top priority for me, definitely.
Now, you were also, and I'm surprised I apologize, I should say, that it's taken me this long into the interview to tell this and to tell people this, but you were the senior aide to Michelle Wu, right? And I'm sure I forgot if you mentioned that specifically in the intro. What was it like working in and around, Michelle Wu? And obviously you guys got some great things accomplished, and you got some pretty, heavy hitters here as far as endorsements on the site. I mean, Elizabeth Warren, Michelle Wu, Mark McGovern, the list goes on as far as different city councilors, people on different committees, so it's a pretty extensive list of people that want to see you do well, want to see you succeed. What was it like, working or speaking with Elizabeth Warren? Do you, is there any insight, anything that you can say as far as, things that align, things that maybe don't align, things that you do differently, anything like that?
Yeah. So, I'm really, really proud to have her endorsement in this race. And it's actually the first time ever Elizabeth Warren has endorsed against state house leadership in Massachusetts. Because
really,
it's first time ever, right? Because, she sees across the country states that are trying cool progressive policies to bring down prescription drug prices, to expand affordable housing, to, stand up to bad corporate actors. And here in Massachusetts, all those policies are going to die without a vote in our legislature. And so I'm really excited she's in my corner. To me, even under Trump, right, she is going to get this bipartisan housing bill through to try and tackle housing affordability. Even in this crazy Republican Congress, she can figure out a way forward and still fight to make sure that we're standing up to big companies. And so, I don't know, she's just a mentor and a hero for me. I'm super grateful to have worked for Mayor Wu for the last 5 years. We have been trying to take on a bunch of big challenges in Boston, move the city forward, and she's just whip smart, really thoughtful, and just wants to get into the details, right? Like, how do you figure out what are the tools of government, and not just, there are so many people, and my opponent is like the perfect example of this, who'll tell you like, well, something's complicated, or it's too hard to do. We just can't do it. And what I love about Senator Warren, what I love about Mayor Wu is like, let's figure it out. Like, let's try and help people, right? And let's try and imagine the world we want to live in, not the one we're stuck in right now. And
especially at a time where progressive policies seem to be on the up and up. I mean, we've seen, victories in New York City. We've seen Colorado, obviously what the people of Maine wanted to see at least come into fruition as far as policies for the people. Yep. I mean, that's what I keep bringing up as far as that whole shit show is concerned is, the bright side is that the people of Maine really want those types of policies for the people, better access to healthcare, better quality of living, easier, make it easier to own a home at a younger age or whatever age, at this point in time, not letting the 1%ers, the billionaires step on the necks of the working class like they've been able to do for so long so that they can buy their 12th or 13th yacht, their 25th home somewhere. Like there's so many different things
bunker in New Zealand or whatever.
Yeah, go for it. Hit. Yeah. It's a time where I feel like it's a lot of people want to see that. I think we've seen consistently in this country, the wealthy and the 1%ers do overly well and make, money where even there's no money to be made, and everybody else seems to be suffering more and more as we've seen inflation rise, cost of living, the pay wage gap is not, it's ridiculous at this point in time, so it's like, I don't know. I don't know how we could possibly do more to try to uplift these progressive, policies that are definitely more beneficial than anything that's being espoused by, whatever establishment candidates or, Republicans in general. So it's cool to see that people like yourselves, and others in the community as well, trying to do more, trying to step up, espousing these same things. Like, have you seen that, these policies are becoming more popular with the people that you're speaking about? Sometimes maybe that, you wouldn't expect to kind of be on board with them.
Totally. And it's been interesting, as I'm on the doors, people who are seeing what's happening in New York City, they're seeing what's happening around the country, and they're like, we want it in Massachusetts. And not just, I think there are a lot of people my age and like younger who are like, man, we've been screwed. But I talked to seniors who are like, we believe our government can do more. Mm-hmm. We know our government can try and invest in the public good, invest in good public transportation, great public schools. We can take care of our neighbors. And they love seeing people who actually want to fight for that and don't want to make excuses for why, like, we just gotta make compromise after compromise after compromise so that big corporations and billionaires win out all the time. And so I'm so encouraged by what's happened around the country. I think people are just so tired of not only the corruption of the Trump administration, what's happening in Washington, but just of establishment people on both sides who just again and again have no imagination. I talk a lot about, in particular, my opponent has this real poverty of imagination, but all of this, what's he doing now? Oh, this is the Japan thing.
Continue. I'll let you finish, but you brought up the ridiculousness of the Trump administration.
No, it's crazy.
I know a lot of people speaking about this, a few different moments, obviously, in this meeting here. First, he's calling it the GCPOC as far as the JCPOA in Obama's.
Wait, can I watch this clip? This is crazy.
Yeah. He called Zelensky President Putin. Immediately recognized that he had called him Putin, tried to bail himself out of that by saying, "Oh no, I wanted you to ask a question to Zelensky for Putin." So none of it made sense. And then obviously, I'm sure people have heard that he called it the Islamic Republic of Japan. So I'm going to throw this on the screen real quick. Let people check this out.
I told this story yesterday. We had 111 missile shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan.
The Islamic Republic of Japan is diabolical.
Wow.
I don't even I know he meant to say Iran, but how you put a J in there and how you mix up, one of our long-standing allies with, the Islamic Republic of Iran in that situation is it's crazy and also not crazy. It's crazy because obviously that's not what we want in a leader. That's not kind of the mental capacity that we'd like to see in the leader of this country and the commander in chief of our armed forces. But it's also not surprising by any stretch of the imagination from what we've seen in what this guy's capable of, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you're not surprised that he said the Islamic Republic of Japan, are you?
No, not at all. You're just like, I mean, it's just like another one where you're like, oh man, they should just not let him go to these meetings. Like, oh boy.
And he doesn't even have the sundowning excuse in this. I mean, he might have the, a little bit of jet lag, whatever, from the travel, but it's not like these are in morning meetings. So it's not like he's got, this is an 11 p.m. meeting and he's just, really incoherent and tired from a day's work and shit. And then he goes on here again to call Volodymyr Zelensky, who he's sitting directly next to, having a conversation. Vladimir Putin catches it himself and then tries to bail himself out. And then we'll take a look at the JCPOC clip again.
A shot at the aircraft. JCPOC. What a terrible deal. I call it the Obama nuclear waste deal, because what he did with that deal is he caused tremendous hardship in the Middle East. It was a terrible. You have a question for President Putin, please?
So he points to his right. You have a question for President Putin, and he points directly to his right, who is not President Putin, but President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. And then he must see the reactions on the faces of the people in the media that are there, and he kind of recognizes, like, oh shit. But he catches it here and he tries to flip it around, like, oh no, I know who it is. I know who's sitting next to me. It's just I want you to ask a question of Vladimir Putin. It's like, why are you answering questions on behalf of Putin now? Like, what are we doing here?
President, you have a question for President Putin, not so much. Yeah, what would you like to ask him? Because
even though he can't bail himself out to any 100% degree, because he pointed directly at Zelensky when he said it. But I mean, people are looking at this not only in Massachusetts, not only in this country, but throughout the world, and looking at what a joke we are right now, looking at what a disaster this administration is. And it's difficult. I give Zelensky a lot of credit for having to, do this dance with Donald Trump, to on one hand try to and have to appease him, and recognize that he still needs relationship with the United States. And it's just at this moment that Trump is the representative of the United States. So it's like, if he were to, not take another breath and not be here, Volodymyr Zelensky would still need to have relationship with the United States. So you see them do this dance, but what's your take from, this debacle here?
I mean, just like, it's crazy. Like, I can't believe it'd almost be better if they didn't let him do press conferences. Like, I mean, luckily,
but we need the people to see it. It's good that we get to point this out,
I mean, the one thing it kind of makes me think about is, like, I'm very happy the World Cup has been happening in a way, because I think a lot of people have been seeing, they come to America and they're like, okay, well, not everybody is as crazy as Donald Trump, right? Like, there are some people here who actually want the world and want to have relationships and want to make sure that, when this is over, we're going to rebuild them, because, man.
And they see what this country could be and
what this country could be, right?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people coming over and talking about the food and talking about the people and how great
bringing back
the sites,
right?
I mean, it's just, that's what it could be. But, unfortunately, the news that they hear is also true. It's not propaganda when they hear how insane our administration is, or how he's treating our allies on the world stage, the wars that he's gotten us involved in, or the wars that he's been unable to end that he promised, or, the promise of, lowering the cost of living. Meanwhile, it's gone up exponentially. So that's not propaganda, but we also have great people in this country. We have great areas of this country, beautiful, beautiful places in this country, and so much to offer. It's a shame that, it's people getting rounded up at airports, people getting rounded up at churches and schools, and, people trying to come here for a better life, trying to access all of those great, all of that greatness that we just talked about, that are being demeaned and denigrated and shunned basically from this country.
Yeah, no, it's awful. It's just, one, I think about it some here, I'd say, like, we have people who have been kidnapped all over this district, unfortunately, who have done nothing wrong, committed no real crime. We are also, like, Massachusetts, right, is the birthplace of so much like healthcare innovation, disease cures for cancer, for COVID vaccine, all sorts of things. And Donald Trump has just been destroying our scientific research base. People are literally, like, leaving the country over it. And it's like, it is just going to make us poorer. It is not going to help make us, like, one, not going to deliver better disease cures, keep people healthy. And it's all for nothing, because they just don't believe. They just want to, like, tear this country apart and tear down the things that frankly make us wealthy. It's crazy.
Now, you've also on your platform, you've talked about ICE and DHS and what they have been perpetrating throughout this country. What can we do to mitigate against that? I know obviously midterms is a huge component of how much we can stand in the way. Like, what else? What are you thinking as far as if you get in there, what you're able to do, what you're going to call for, what you'll be demanding, that type of stuff. You know what I mean?
No, so this may shock people, but unfortunately, Massachusetts is the only Democratic, like blue state, where we control governor, House, Senate, that hasn't passed new laws to protect immigrants from ICE. And so that means right now, ICE can go into hospitals, into schools, into courthouses, right, to grab people. So a top priority for me is going to make sure we are putting in place new laws there. I think we should be making sure they can't use any public property to do staging. Massachusetts also still has one of these 287G agreements where we're cooperating with ICE. And I think we should ban that. We should get rid of it. Like, this agency cannot be trusted whatsoever. We're seeing people die in custody all the time who haven't committed a crime. So that's a huge priority for me. It's pretty shameful, honestly, that Massachusetts hasn't done this. Even like Virginia, right? Virginia, they got a Democratic governor in January. The first thing the governor did was get rid of their agreement with ICE. Yeah, here in Massachusetts, it's been 15 months and 16 months, and we still haven't done anything. There's just no urgency there. And also
it's generally crazy, the inconsistencies, because there are some ways in which, at least, on the face of it, at least in rhetoric and, news headlines kind of clips, where the city does do things for immigrant populations, immigrant communities in this state and in this city, where they recognize them, and we're known for playing different national anthems and recognizing different communities and raising flags of different communities and stuff. So it's like the inconsistencies of that, and not recognizing the plight that those communities are under right now because of ICE, because of DHS, and because of the rhetoric from this administration directly. It's crazy to see. It really is crazy to see that disconnect there.
Yeah,
in this state, at least.
Totally. Well, and I mean, like, the big idea that they have at the state government right now is like, well, we'll give you a new civil right so that after you get kidnapped or after you get shot by ICE, your family can sue them. And like, that's not what people want. What people want is to not get kidnapped or not get shot by our government. Like, it honestly boggles my mind, because all people are asking for is just to feel safe in their communities and for their government not to be targeting people crazily and illegally. And here in Massachusetts, you would expect us to be a leader in this space. We used to be a leader on civil rights, and unfortunately, we've fallen way back. So luckily, I think other states are like taking the torch and trying to find good ideas. We should be looking for all those here in Massachusetts, right? We should try and figure out how we are banning masks. We should figure out ways in which we can like sort of track their usage, where ICE agents are, all kind of things we should be doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that we have to, still talk about, the blue state and, what we actually control in the state, and still the things that we need to progress, because we used to be, in a few areas at least, the trendsetter. What Massachusetts did, a lot of, other states would try to adopt and say, hey, it worked there, so let's at least try it here, type of thing. So to see us kind of fall behind in some of these areas is pretty scary, which is why I think we need some new blood like yourself, some younger, some more vibrant, energetic people that are, in tune with what the majority, or at least the most people are feeling, because, it tends to be the older you get, the more money you accrue, and the longer that you're in government and politics, you tend to get detached from the realities, because, you're going to state funded dinners, you're going to, probably get a vehicle given to yourself. Obviously, if you're making the salary, you got a night. It's just like a lot of people aren't living that sort of lifestyle. So you kind of get a little bit removed. So to have, some, how old are you actually? I don't even think I asked.
So I'm 35. I just turned 35 last week. So
Jesus, I need your fucking skincare routine, dude. What's going on there? Huh?
I know, some good genetics. What's
going on at the water in Cambridge? This is not right.
I'm grateful for it. I'm great.
No, we appreciate it.
I've knocked on a couple doors and people. I talked on this 95-year-old store, and she was like, you old enough to do this? And I was like, I promise, I'll show you my license. Like,
It's a compliment. It really is. It's a
No,
great. It's a great
I'm happy
compliment.
to hear it. I'm happy to hear it from people.
But you understand more, I think, of what people are experiencing in their daily life right now, not just by, what you're dealing with in your daily life, but speaking to people, the people that you've, been associated with and involved in different campaigns and working in politics and volunteers and stuff like that. So, like, I think that's what we need right now is people more in tune to the streets, people more in tune to the blue collar workers and what could help them. What is your need? What can we give you that? What area are you hurting the most? So how can we help that? If it's housing, how can we make housing more affordable? And I get in there, let's look at the legislation, let's look at the policies, let's look at everything we could possibly go through to see how we could make this a more affordable option for people, where it's not, this like you're giving up basically everything to even if you can get to that position. A lot of people don't even have that option to give up everything.
Totally. Well, can I tell you something kind of crazy? Which
Absolutely.
is so in my district right now, and for folks like this is Fenway, Alston, Brighton, parts of Cambridge, Watertown, Belmont here in Boston. There have been a ton of strikes. Right, actually, this morning before I was on this call, I was at Brigham and Women's Hospital here, where the largest nurses strike in Massachusetts history is happening right now. Because despite the fact that Mass General Brigham is one of the most successful companies in Massachusetts, the CEO made $8.4 million last year. They're giving their nurses 0% raises. So my opponent, though, he has said he will never join a picket line. He will never stand with workers. He will never go meet with them and understand their concerns. And I just think this is totally crazy. It's like, if you are unwilling to go and talk to people who are trying to fight for fair wages, better working conditions, why are you even in this business? How are you going to, how can anyone trust that you're going to fight to stand up to big businesses, to make sure that working people can survive? It's totally, totally crazy to me.
And I think it's quite literally the opposite of what people are demanding of our politicians right now. At least I know that, we don't have the majority of power inside of government. So we're very limited as what we could do against Donald Trump. That's why midterms are so very important. But that doesn't mean that you can't be linked arm in arm with your constituents at these different no kangs, hands off protests, whatever it may be. Start your own, your voice box is not based upon how many seats in the Senate and how many seats in the House that we have or who's in the presidency. You can get out there with the camera, with the microphone, speak for the people, ask the people questions, and putting your ear to the ground and getting in these picket lines is that's how you understand what the people want. That's how you understand what problems that they're facing and how angry they are. How else do you judge the people's sentiment and where they are on these issues? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, totally. You got to get out there. You got to listen to people. You got to be willing to do it. I mean,
looking at polling's one thing, right? When your team hands you a sheet of paper in the morning and says, "Here's the numbers for today," you can gather a pretty good amount from that based upon how big the survey is and how many people were in the poll, obviously. But that's not how angry Suzanne was or how angry Kevin was when they voted, when they clicked that button. How pissed off are they, and how far are they willing to go to say, "All right, if you're not going to espouse these policies that are going to be helpful to me, then you're not getting my vote," type thing.
No, totally. You got to be out. You got to be out in your community. I was out talking to people in part of the district, and I because I was doing that, I talked to this woman who she lives in this place called the Hill Estates. It's a 300 apartments, just got bought by a big private equity firm, and they're jacking up the rent on different tenants depending on what the last name is, right? If someone looks like they're a person of color, they're getting a higher rent. And right,
that just doesn't sound legal by any stretch.
It's definitely not. But they asked my opponent, the current senator, for help, and he was like, "Nothing we can do." And
really,
yeah.
And that's similar to the story of it reminds me of Trump when he used to put the moniker, the initial next to people's names in his units, so he could tell who was a person of color or not. That's a similar thing than that. And then to charge them extra on top of that is just insane. And then to say that you can't help. I mean, even if you could, and you think you'd raise awareness so that you'd build an opportunity or a bridge to be able to help.
Maybe it's look, all I can do to help right now is try and connect them with some tenant lawyers, connect them with the Attorney General's office, try and make some connections, right? But that's not nothing. And, you at least got to show up and try. It's just totally crazy. And
I think that's all. Like I said, I think that's the bare minimum that people are expecting right now.
They just want you to people are tired of this is what I'm hearing every single day is people are tired of politicians making excuses for why we just can't do anything, right? Why we can't stand up to Trump, why there's nothing we can do. We just got to sit back and take it. And they want us to fight back and look for solutions and try and make their lives better. And it doesn't mean it's all going to be easy, but they want to see that we're trying. And I
think they expect it not to be easy. I think a lot of people understand that this isn't easy. I mean, a lot of people, may not be heavily involved in politics. Some people are obviously heavily involved in politics, but I think a lot of people understand that it's not just a snap of your fingers to get something done, to get funding for this, that, or the other thing, or to reverse a law or a policy that was put in place generations or years ago that have been detrimental to society. Like it takes, determination. It takes somebody that's willing to get into the fucking cracks and figure out how we got to this point, what positions we could utilize to get out of these positions and what we could do for the betterment of the working class people in this country. I think that's a huge thing that a lot of people want to see and have seen, is just how much this country has gone away from being beneficial to families and people that just want to have, that average normal life. You're not a billionaire, you're not a trillionaire, you're not a gazillionaire. It's just, you're just a person that goes to work from 9 to 5 every single day, takes your kids to school, or, takes them to soccer practice, comes in and cooks dinner and rinse and repeat. You just want to be able to put at least that type of a lifestyle together. And I'm sure, it differs depending on who you are and what lifestyle you want to lead. But I think everybody understands the sentiment of where people would like to be, just more affordable, easier cost of living. It's not that different. I don't know. It's not that crazy. And to get it where we don't have, and we're struggling to have people represent those policies is mind blowing to me.
No, it's totally crazy. Like my opponent, we did a debate and he's like, there's nothing we can do to bring down your rent. There's like, you should just be happy that you can get on mass health. You can be on Medicaid. And it's like, seriously, that's it, right? Like, you're not going to try and build more housing, try and build more affordable housing, try and put in place rent stabilization. And, I think what people want is just government to help them. And
see, Wes, I think that you've done way more good than you are being a drain on society by any stretch of the imagination. I think in your 40 years in public education, you have uplifted enough kids, whatever grades that you are responsible for teaching, that have gone on to do great things in this world and great things for society, that you're absolutely, and even if you didn't, you still wouldn't be a drain on society having put in 40 years in public education. So we appreciate your 40 years in public education. We respect that. And don't for a second think that you're a drain on society because you're collecting public pension.
Absolutely not. I really thank you, Wes, for the work you did as a teacher. I'm proud. In this race, I was endorsed by the Mass Teachers Association. And, this is actually a really, unfortunately, my opponent is probably one of those people who might say you're a drain. He got an award from, it's kind of a throwback, from Rick Perry, from the former governor of Texas, because he came up all up on his own on a plan to gut public worker pensions, because he thought it was unfair that public workers got a pension, not everybody gets a pension. And the answer is, right, Wes probably got paid a lot less working as a public school teacher or educator than he would have if he'd gone some private sector job. And the trade that we offer is that you're taken care of, right? That you retire with dignity. And to have all these nominally democratic people try and gut worker pensions that people have earned over decades is totally crazy, right? Like, we should be figuring out how we are expanding our social safety net, how we're expanding to make sure everybody can retire with dignity, not just looking to cut it.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking to see people that have spent years and given blood, sweat, and tears to, whatever career and industry that they were in for so many years, and, thought that they had done things the right way, put together what they thought was going to be a nest egg that would carry them through their later years and through their retirement, only to see the cost of living go up at such a rate that nest egg has not even slowly dwindled, but rapidly dwindled, where now a lot of older people are back out in the workforce doing whatever they possibly can just to make ends meet. And it's disheartening, it's disappointing, it's depressing to see that, that's where we are in a country that's the most wealthy country that this fucking planet has ever seen. that's where a lot of people are struggling. And, we could talk about, obviously, the access to healthcare and what Doge did. And, that's been a problem even before Doge. But, veterans and them trying to get, the care that they deserve and the ability to have access to housing that they deserve. So a lot of different aspects that, need to be covered and talked about. And it's good to see that, you speak about a lot of these on your platform. So, people can definitely head over to Daniel Lander. What is it? DanielLander.com. That's the correct
keeps
one,
it
right?
easy. It keeps it easy.
Yeah.
DanielLander.com.
It almost sounded too easy to me. I figured I was missing something. I figured there was supposed to be a fourth Senate in there, but all right. I just wanted to make sure. Do you have any campaigns coming up, campaign rallies, or events coming up? Obviously, there's a place on the website that I'll put on the screen right now for people to get involved as well. Let me throw this back up there. I think that's the volunteer section here.
Yeah.
As far as the tab
I don't know if I
put
something in the chat to you, will that help? There's we got a bunch of events coming up.
Yeah. Oh, yep. I can copy that. I can throw that in the chat for people as well, and I'll pull that up on the screen too.
Yeah. So if folks and we're having some virtual stuff too. If you're not in the Boston area and want to get involved, make phone calls or come to sort of a virtual house party or things like that, we'd love to have you join us.
Well, we really do appreciate you taking the time out. We still have a few more minutes, but I just want to make sure that I don't forget to let people know where they can support your campaign, where they can get involved, where they can uplift and support, again, candidates, not only like yourself, but others around this country. That it's extremely important right now that we get these, enlighten people on these policies and how beneficial they are for people, especially when you look at what the other side of the aisle is trying to do. Like, they're trying to literally strip you of rights. They want you to be broke. They want you to be tired. They don't want you to be able to protest. They want you to just be that robotic, person that just mundanely goes to work, gets, kicked in the balls every single day, and doesn't protest, doesn't say anything about it. And, like I said, the things that, the progressive movement has shown recently is what a lot of people are attaching themselves onto. So again, we definitely appreciate you for taking the time out and all of what it takes to run for state Senate here in Massachusetts, because it's not easy. Another thing that we were talking about before, it's like, a through line from a lot of the candidates that I've had the chance to interview on this is like how much is involved, and how many hands you got to shake and how many phone calls you got to make. It's definitely not for the faint of heart, we'll say.
But I'm so grateful. What I love every single day doing this is I get to talk to people, yes, about what they're worried about, but what they are hopeful for, what they wish was different about their communities, what would make their lives better and make our country better in Massachusetts. And just to get to be in that, right? When every day Trump is calling the Islamic Republic of Japan or saying some fresh crazy thing, right, and doing some other terrible thing, get to be in the space with people where it's no, but it doesn't have to stay this way. Our state, our community, our country can be better, right? This is not the best possible world, and let's imagine together what it could be. It's such a gift for me, so it keeps me going every day. And I'm an optimist. We can do better. We can rebuild and make a better version of this country, Massachusetts. We got to start organizing. We got to start electing people who want to do it. And then people got to stay involved alongside us to make sure it really happens.
Now, do you have any candidates around the country that you've noticed and kind of like yourself, or would care to tell other people to at least listen to what they have to say? I'm not saying you have to give it outright endorsements or anything, but any progressive candidates that have kind of caught your eye and what they're looking for as well? No, it's kind of an off-color question.
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
I'm always curious, not only that, but who you see in the Democratic Party as the leadership as well, or going forward, because that's something that a lot of people are tossing around. You don't have to get into that second one, but
Well, I don't know who's the leadership of it. I'm inspired every day by Zohran Mamdani. I just think he is so good at communicating how government can solve problems, right? Doing it hopefully. I mean, he's just a master class at it. We should all be learning for sort of how to do that. I got a friend down in Georgia, Bentley Hudgens, who just is going to be elected as a state rep down there. They're amazing. They have been a Asian American queer organizer in Georgia, trying to change that state and help flip the state house down there. I'm trying to think if there's a bunch of people across the country. I'm not. Ask me
Just
in a couple months when
maybe
my
like
race is
inspiration as well. You know what I mean? Like people
Yeah.
that have inspired you. I'm sure, like you said, Elizabeth Warren.
So
and
yeah,
Michelle
Elizabeth Warren
Wu's,
for
right?
sure is like remains a huge inspiration. I'm really Deb Haaland is going to be hopefully the next governor of New Mexico, and that woman is just so smart, so thoughtful, and just like a real person. She just like when I worked for Senator Warren on the presidential campaign, then Congresswoman Haaland came out to do some kickoffs and things, and a lot of politicians, right, like would be doing their own thing. But while she was there, she was like, "Just give me a phone bank list. I just want to call people. I just want to call regular voters." And we gave her a list, and she was like, "No, I need a longer one." And just like she's like, no, this work is about convincing people our world can be better. This work is about talking to people, and I want to be like shoulder to the wheel. So I'm really excited for her to win that race in New Mexico. And I don't know,
what are your predictions for midterms? Where do you see? I mean, it's tough to not see it. The American people stepping up and recognizing where we are. But yeah, I also thought that in the last election, to tell you the truth, I thought, we had kind of more ammunition than any political parties ever had against their opposition. And to not pull that one out was really sorry to bring up the phrase again, but a kick in the nuts. You know what I mean? So where do you see us realistically landing in the midterms? How do you see that going? And I know we're still somewhat early on, but if if it were to happen today type of thing.
I am confident we will retake the House. I'm feeling really good about it. The other person I'd shout out is, we don't always agree on politics, but a friend of mine, Kate Conley, is challenging Mike Lawler in New York. And she's just like, she spent a long time in military service. She is just like, she's worked trying to protect her country. She's a great woman. I think we will take back the House for sure. And I'm feeling optimistic on the Senate. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in Maine, who the nominee will be, but Susan Collins, like that time has come. I think people are tired of her shtick. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I just think people are ready for change. You're seeing it. You saw it in Colorado. You saw it in New York. You're seeing it around the country. I'm hopeful for Texas. I'm hopeful that, maybe this is the year. I don't know if you saw that Ken Paxton was like in London on July 4th.
Yeah.
Getting out of the country with his
I feel like they want to be anywhere else other than the United States. Like, you remember the bunch of them were in Moscow at the Kremlin for July 4th. And, those were the story during Trump's first administration. It's like, you guys plan to be anywhere else that you possibly can other than the United States here on July 4th and then try to call yourselves patriots. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But it hopefully, like yourself, I'm hopeful that not only the recent elections that we've seen, but the whole slew of special elections and different ballot votes that we've seen over the last few months, several months, I should say, whether it be in California, we saw, I think, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia had different votes that really showed that where the people's sentiment was and how pissed off they were at not only the lies that they were told about, from Trump about, hey, elect me and I'll end this war, elect me and no new wars, elect me and the cost of energy will be 50% of what it was just yesterday. And it's like, you've seen quite literally the opposite of all of those things happen. Energy up, new wars happening, the wars that were happening not ended. So it's like he's failed in every measure, by every measure. And if the people don't recognize that, and we've seen the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the Tucker Carlsons and kind of like these people that knew better, I believe anyway, kind of now all of a sudden see the light and want to come out and call them out. And I know we're a big tent, but the tent ain't that big, in my opinion. At least they can stay their fucking asses over there. But we also have seen some of the others, some of the lower people on the totem pole start to at least question or recognize that, this is a disaster. Clearly prices aren't lower. Clearly the wars aren't ending. And, it's just, they're also not putting the political opponents that they promised to put in jail, the Faucis and I'm sure you've probably heard all of them. They've announced investigations, but it's never really come to that being able to do the perp walk type of thing. So I'm hopeful, like you, that people recognize the moment that we're in. But I'm cautiously optimistic as well, because I just I don't know. It always scares me as to who shows up in kind of where we go from there as far as elections. But I hope that we can take back the Senate and the House and put some real roadblocks in front of this administration and make it so that they are that lame duck for the rest of his, if it's not his term, as long as his heart is still ticking.
Yep. Yeah. No, look, there's going to be a lot of like door knocking, phone ball. Like we got to make it happen. I'm just feeling.
There's another one. Yeah. I will release the Epstein files, he said.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there is a lot of work to be done when we take it back. I'm just feeling hopeful on it.
No, I appreciate you for joining us once again. Thank you for taking the time out.
No, thank you.
I'll continue to throw the link for your website into the chat. If anybody's in the area, if anybody in general just wants to volunteer and help or donate, then they can get the opportunity to do so. But if there's anything that you need to promote, if there's any upcoming events that you need to do, if there's any way in which you feel like this platform could be utilized and be a benefit to you, feel free to throw out an email. Be more than happy to have you back on at different stages and progressions of your Senate race here. So appreciate it, brother.
Yeah. No, I really, really appreciate this. Grateful to get to have this conversation. And if folks listening know people in Watertown, Mass, Belmont, Mass, Cambridge, or Austin, Brighton, or family, please let them know. If you live there, get involved. You want to make a donation, and I just really appreciate this.
That's
thank
crazy.
You for
I used to
about
Christmas in Belmont all the time. That's crazy.
Yeah, there we go. That's in the district. So
let's go.
We're working on it. We're working it.
We're trying to see. We are local. And one of these days, I'm going to get somebody else that has a thick Boston accent. I mean, I've never had anybody that lived in the Fenway area. I've never had anybody that lived in Cambridge specifically. So you're much more Boston than anybody else. But one of these days, we'll get a Boston accent on.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate everything that you stand for. Again, everything that you're doing and trying to transform and change for the betterment of the working class people. And hopefully, we wish you all the success in your race and in your endeavors going on in the future. So
thanks so much.
Well, hope you have a wonderful day.
You too. Take care, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Later, brother. Thank you. Well, I appreciate so many of these fine candidates that we have. The younger progressive voice is so important. It really is so important right now, especially with the old establishment grade in class that has, not benefited, to say the least. You know what I mean? There's so much that we need to improve upon. And I think that, it's people like Dan and others that we've had on the show, just like him, that are the future as far as politics is concerned. The progressive movement in the progressive way and the progressive policies has really, really shot up as far as popularity, and people willing to go to the ballot box and say, hey, that person is going to work for me. That person wants to see the better things for me. So that's who I'm going to vote for as well. So much appreciated again for Daniel Lander for taking the time out to join us on the show. Appreciate everybody here. Let's see. Do I have time? No, it's 1:58. So, yeah, we got a couple minutes before we toss it over to our main man, Jeff Waldorf, over there on this space. Should take this opportunity to give a salute and a big shout out to everybody on this space. Thank you to the mods over there. Thank you so much to Matt for including me into this coalition. It's very important that we continue channels just like this where people can have different creators, different points of view, but all pretty much pointing us in the same direction or a similar direction to listen to. So thank you to Matt for putting this together. Thank you to the mods. And then obviously over here, stick around on Blunt Politics. I think we have a couple people, if I'm not mistaken. I might be able to do it now, and I'll get you guys out here. So, Bri Guy, thank you so much. Very much appreciated for the $2 contribution.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions, a special edition on this space. Jeff Waldorf was not able to make it today. He asked if somebody could take his spot, and I just happen to not have work today, so I'm here. What's going on, folks? How are you? We got some stuff. I got a lot of clips. I always have 1,000 clips. I even have more than I already had loaded up yesterday, today. So today's show, I got double duty, right? I'm doing this show, and then I got 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time with Deter. Hopefully, Deter will be back this week. If not, it'll just be me, and we'll find out. But let me share with y'all the some of the stuff I had going on my channel. So the last couple things I posted was Brian Andrews, who shout out Boston Brian, who was just on, had Brian Andrews on for an interview last year while he's making all this protest music. He finally dropped a full album on July 3rd called Independence Day that has all of his protest music on it. I made a reaction to that. It's fantastic. I also, because of Independence Day, watched the movie Independence Day ID4 from 1996, and it got me in the mood for Star Fox. If you know, you know. There is one level that is very much just the final battle from that movie, and so I bought the new Star Fox that came out on Nintendo, and I'm really loving it. It is literally just Star Fox 64 with better graphics, but you know what? That's all I needed. And did I pay $50 for it? Yeah, because I love Star Fox. I also listened to Beyonce for the very first time, and she dropped a song on July 4th. I didn't notice until Sunday, or was it Monday? Might have been Monday. And I was like, you know what? Let me make a reaction to this and see how that does. And you know what? It was fine. It was fine. So you know what? Speaking of July 4th, I do have some clips from the festivities over in Washington, the big 250th anniversary of the country. Folks, we're full of American pride right now. Check this out. Just straight down. That is one of the, look, we also have clips of the stage falling apart, almost killing somebody. It was a party. It was a party. We also had Patriot Front showing up, the KKK, essentially, Proud Boys, essentially, whatever you want to call it, the base of the Republican Party showing out in force. And here's what they had to say. Reclaim America, life, liberty, victory, they're chanting. So Trump's base showed up in full force. We also had this fantastic picture that is going to be in the history books. Rep. Summer Lee, shout out Summer Lee, says 250 years in, white supremacy is alive and well. They celebrated by polluting our skies, marching in our streets, and riding the public transit. They spend their time defunding. The hypocrisy would be laughable if it weren't so dangerous. This is maybe the picture of the decade. There are so many, unfortunately, but this is definitely one for the history books. On the 250th anniversary, a black woman on public transit, because public transit is publicly funded and is a socialist policy, if you want to get about it, real about it, surrounded by white supremacists. And, I feel like a lot of people have been feeling this way, especially this week when it comes to the Graham Plattner news, which we will get into towards the end of the show. We might have a guest, Andrea herself, co-founder of this space, who was right from the beginning about Graham Plattner, to admonish me and to give me my lashes. Essentially, we're gonna have a good discussion about it, and I love Andrea because she embodies some of the pessimism and the rage that I have, that I've been trying to be above and I don't know, be more optimistic in my outlook. You know, when you decide that you're going to be alive and you're not going to go away and be out, you kind of have to hope that things will get better and whatnot. And, you know, sometimes the inner demons, the inner darkness, you don't want to listen to it because it's been ruling your whole life. But sometimes you got to tap into it. And that's what I love about Andrea. It's that darkness, that hatred, that anger inside me, the righteous anger that I feel like she doesn't fucking play around. And that's we need to fucking hear that. But yeah, more July 4th hilarity. So aside from just Patriot Front showing up, you know, lots of Trump supporters showed up to Washington to celebrate with their dear leader, Trump. And there was thunderstorms and they were told to leave, and the event is not canceled, but you need to evacuate. But everything around it was closed because of the foot traffic and the tourist traffic. So they couldn't even shelter anywhere except for, again, one for the history books. The African American History Museum in Washington was one of the only places open. So here they are, sheltering all these white supremacists, or at least supporters of a white supremacist, sheltering in the African American History Museum. Once again, I believe a metaphor for where we're at as a country, a metaphor maybe for Plattner. You know, once again, we're taking you into our bosom and saying, hey, you got to listen to us. I saw somebody on Twitter say, if I was at that museum, I would be playing Malcolm X speeches on a fucking loop, because that would be actually hilarious. Make them listen to it while they have to sit there. Let's just get some more footage of this. I think it's funny. Reports are there was like 5,000 people. So yeah, that's just kind of it. And then, you know, just a little message, just a positive message. Moving into a positive message on July 4th. You know, again, I'd say these are conservatives. Mr. Vanderbilt himself there. As well as, you know, we're going to talk about Platter in a minute. Literally Anderson Cooper with Scott Jennings. So again, why are you allowing him on your channel? This seems to be a mandate from David Zaslav, who owns CNN, who's a right-winger, to keep having Jennings on, to not really question him or push back, treat him like a real voice rather than a shill. But Mr. Vanderbilt here, Anderson Cooper here, had on Cardi B, because they had a slew of celebrities all wishing America a happy 250th birthday, trying to be apolitical while praising a country. So, you know, but Cardi B had more to say than just happy birthday. And I think we should hear what she had to say.
I mean, I feel like the reason why Caribbeans like me, like Caribbeans like my family, and Latinos and Hispanic people, the reason why they could thrive in this country is because Black African Americans fought for everybody to like be equal. If it wasn't for them, it wouldn't be no Caribbeans thriving here. Like, they was the ones that fought for this. So I'm always gonna be thankful and grateful for that. And it's very important that, like, you know, this is it's important for the history, and it's important to give flowers because, you know, somebody wants to erase the history of these schools, but you got to keep these histories alive. Let me not get too political. I might get in trouble.
We love Cardi B. Again, she's right. nobody would have rights in this country without black folks. There is no socialism without black socialism. There is no progress without black progress. There is no liberation without black liberation. We're not free until all of us are free. And to end this segment on July 4th, I don't know if I'll play the whole speech, but Mamdani gave a speech to mark the occasion. And just, this dude is masterful when it comes to giving a speech, meeting the moment, mixing, which I think, a lot of leftists are going to find distasteful, but mixing in the American exceptionalism, the praising of America with the realities of the country, and still making it a motivational speech and not disheartening this is how I felt a lot of the ways in school. I went to progressive private schools. We read the fucking Communist Manifesto in like 5th or 6th grade. I was constantly reminded about the history of slavery and genocide of indigenous people. And as a kid, I'm like, why am I getting this kind of education? How come I'm not like my friends who were just getting told Columbus was great, he showed up, he found the country, bing, bang, boom, simple. We were told Columbus was a genocider and a fucking monster. Now, turns out that's the truth. But it was disheartening as a kid, as a little kid, to be told, by the way, you're black. You're a second-class citizen in this country. There's nothing you can do about it. So I understand right-wingers, center-right people who are like, I don't want my kids learning CRT, even though that's not what CRT means. But like, I don't want kids having this curriculum where the teacher tells them, especially a black kid, you see these families show up on Fox News all the time. I don't want my kid being told that they're a second-class citizen in the country, that they can't strive for doing whatever they want to do. And Fox News uses that, of course, to destroy the history of the country in curriculums like Cardi B saying, like Florida is really doing at record speed, warp speed, if you will. But Mamdani does it in such a way that it acknowledges that, but it still can help you be proud to be an American, because he wants you to be proud of where this country can go, what this country can be. I talked about it on my stream on July 4th. I had a little short stream on my own. I said, even if it was a lie, the American dream was always a lie, a capitalist lie to convince the middle class and the lower class not to revolt. You can achieve wealth if you try hard enough, if you pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Even if it was a lie from jump, we can take that and make it a fucking reality. We can take that lie and say, I don't care that you were lying to us. The Democrats are saying that now openly. We didn't really want you. We didn't really want to defend democracy because we want to choose how our party decides policy. But the voters are choosing. And the voters are choosing that they want the American dream that you promised them. That you lied about wanting. You lied about wanting abortion rights for women. You lied about wanting equal rights for different races. You lied about wanting free college. You lied about wanting health care. You lied over and over, Democrats. But guess what? Your voter base believed you, and now they're voting in that way. They're actually voting for candidates who actually want to put those policies into place. So let's hear a little bit from Mamdani. We'll see how long we play this clip for. I'll speed it up.
Good morning, my fellow Americans. Season after season, year after year, the tides have come in and out of New York Harbor. Long before the name New York had ever been spoken, Lenape dugouts crossed these currents. It was on these waters that tall masts crested the horizon, captained by explorers like Verrazano and Hudson, after whom we've named our bridges and rivers. And ever since, ships full of travelers weary from long journeys have passed through the Narrows, the winds of the Atlantic at their backs. When those passengers lifted their heads to glimpse what lies just beyond the waves, what did they see? They saw land, lush and teeming with life. They saw men waiting at the docks to take them into bondage. They saw tenements rife with squalor. They saw industry.
Again, who did our ancestors see? It's not just the white ancestors. It's the black ancestors who saw men at the docks waiting to take them into bondage. They saw tenements rife with squalor.
Tree rumbling with activity, steam and smoke rising, a city on the move.
Mixing the bad with the good. Steam and smoke rising, a city on the move, but also people waiting to put you into slavery. Also reframing the importance of New York to American history. He's at George Washington's desk because New York was the first capital of this country. New York was the port of entry for immigrants and for everything else because it is a natural port formed by the land.
They saw a towering monument to freedom, her torch glowing worldwide welcome. They saw New York City. They saw America. Tomorrow, our nation marks 250 years since we declared our independence. 250 years of a grand experiment in self-governance, an experiment so audacious that some in 1776 doubted it would last more than a few years, let alone a quarter of a millennium. From Lexington to Los Angeles, Selma to Seneca Falls, Morrisania to Midwood, Americans will come together for a day, just as we do each year. Families will gather around the grill. Fireworks will fill the night sky. This will be no ordinary day of celebration. 250 years presents a rare opportunity for more than 340 million people to turn together, both towards one another and towards ourselves, to take measure of who we are as a nation. When we look at America, what do we see? Here at City Hall, as I sit behind George Washington's desk, alongside new Americans who came to this country, I cannot see all of America. But like
I love this too. Let's have people who just became American citizens represented here. These are Americans because that is what America is about. It is immigrants. It is a country of immigrants and refugees. The Statue of Liberty, give us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry. That is who America is. It is also the people who were here first, the indigenous, who were cruelly exterminated and hunted, and then forced to live on reservations as all right, we're not going to kill all of you. You can have this. It's all of them. It's the conquerors. It's the conquered. It's the people enslaved. It's the people running from oppression around the world who, in some cases, were granted the status of whiteness as the Irish, the Italians, the Germans, the Polish were. And then there's the people who weren't. The Chinese, Japanese, South Americans, Middle Eastern. It is everyone. And if we can get all on the same page, we can make this American dream a fucking reality.
so many who came before, I can see New York City. The city I see today looks very different than the one that greeted George Washington. In July of 1776, our city simmered under the yoke of oppression. The British had imposed a colonial rule so repressive that 250 years ago, 80 miles south, a small group of newspaper editors, farmers, and soldiers signed their names on a document declaring truths that feel self-evident now.
I love that too. Pointing out who the founders actually were.
Or revolutionary.
Small group of newspaper
editors,
farmers, and soldiers. Middle class people. Now, these were also slave owners, right? Slave owning white men. To quote Dazed and Confused, a bunch of aristocratic slave owning white men who didn't want to pay their taxes. That's what you're celebrating. Shout out Dazed and Confused. But yeah, again, the mixing of American exceptionalism with the reality of the situation, with framing it around New York and framing it from a middle class, working class perspective. Genius fucking speech writing. People are going to find it cringe. People are going to be like, oh, Mom Donnie, stop feeding into the American eye. He's doing what he needs to do. He's the example in the greatest city on the fucking planet, the biggest city in the goddamn country, showing that a socialist can run the country efficiently, can be proud of the country, can have patriotism without being nationalistic. He's literally, I'm just going to be the example for every other candidate in this country to point to and say, hey, you want a Mamdani here in Ohio? Hey, you want a Mamdani here in Missouri? Hey, you want a Mamdani here in Alabama? You can have one. And we're going to point to Mamdani and say, hey, he's doing it well in New York. He's running on these policies. He's implementing these policies. It's making people's lives better materially. he's being the example. And it's got to be kind of cheesy to be the example. I liken it to Superman. Superman, people find corny, cheesy. He's the Boy Scout. He's boring. And yeah, because he's good. And good is boring sometimes. I think of a quote from Futurama where they go to meet God. And at the end of the episode, God says, when you do something right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all. And it's a weird quote. It's from Futurama, but it rings true to me because sometimes, when you're doing good, people find it boring. There's no drama in it. There's no scandals. It's just, he's doing good governance. He promised these things on the campaign. He's implementing these things in office. That's it. Wholesome, maybe a bitter word for Superman. Yeah, he's wholesome. He's wholesome. And that's an important thing to have, especially when you're branding yourself as a socialist, which is a scary word for America. It's been propagandized to death for fucking decades. And it needs a revamp and a rebrand. And this is what's happening. This is what's happening now. So anyone who says socialism or communism even, you point to this and you go, this is okay. I'm okay with this. Even Donald Trump is like, I like Mamdani. He won't criticize him, which is hilarious, considering that's the entire fucking platform of the Republicans going forward. Is Mamdani scary? You should be scared. Every candidate around the country is Mamdani. Maybe they'll shift to Plattner now, but who knows?
Signed their names on a document declaring truths that feel self-evident now, but were revolutionary then, establishing the ideals our nation still strives to fulfill. The British did not take it well. War broke out, and that August, as the largest battle of the Revolutionary War unfolded in Brooklyn, batteries on Governor's Island took aim at British ships anchored just offshore. We were outgunned, we were outmanned, and we were soundly defeated. After only a few months, it appeared our fledgling attempt at democracy was on the precipice of collapse. But that night, with the moon overhead, thousands of our soldiers silently climbed into ferries and flat-bottom boats and escaped to Manhattan. The Continental Army survived to fight another day. Independence may have been declared in Philadelphia, but it was rescued in New York City. George Washington was the last to leave Brooklyn.
And that is also a piece that I like that he highlighted. Like, we actually fought the American Revolution here. This was one of like the biggest fronts of the war. So again, rest of the country who keeps saying, oh my God, 9/11 was an attack on us here in fucking Iowa or fucking Nebraska. Like, you didn't even fight for the fucking independence of the country. You weren't even a state yet. Reclaim that shit. Reclaim your time, New York.
As he waited at the river's edge, the sun beginning its rise, he would have looked out over New York City's waters and seen what so many have seen in the 250 years since. An opportunity to begin anew.
I know, Pink, that's a good point. The reason anything that benefits the people gets smeared as buying votes is because it works. Buying votes by what? Delivering on your promises? Actually implementing the policies that you promised instead of working for the corporate lobby who's going to disenfranchise their workers and pay them less and make it so that they have wages that they need to keep coming to this job that they hate. Buy the votes then. Buy the fucking votes by actually implementing policies instead of whatever Elon did when he said he was going to do something with satellites, or what Trump is threatening to do with the SAVE Act and try to like rig the election because their policies aren't popular. They can't buy votes with just flat out racism. They can for maybe 30% of the country, but not for the rest of it. Not for the amount they need to win.
Those opportunities, like everything in New York City, are not given. They are won. In 1838, 11 years after New York outlawed slavery, a recently emancipated black man by the name of James Weeks sought to begin anew as well, and to help hundreds of others do the same. He bought property in Brooklyn, won himself the right to vote, and sold lots to others newly freed. When they landed in New York Harbor, they knew they had something waiting for them that they had never had before, a home. Weeksville still stands today, a living, breathing testament to what we know America to be, a place each of us has the power to make. The harbor was busy those years as ships poured in from around the world. Hundreds of thousands of Irish immigrants arrived with stomachs aching from a famine manufactured by imperial cruelty.
A famine manufactured by imperial cruelty. Again, this is the legend that we've all been taught. The Irish came here because of the famine. But what caused that famine? Why did they have a famine? It was the fucking British who did it on purpose because they wouldn't fucking bow.
Chinese sailors settled in what is today Chinatown. Millions more traveled under the Statue of Liberty and through Ellis Island. Jewish people escaping pogroms, Italians fleeing poverty, Syrians seeking economic opportunity. Each of these
Jews fleeing pogroms, Italians seeking economic opportunity, Syrians, using every kind of immigrant, not just the ones we were taught in school, the Irish, the Italians, the Germans. That's it. The Chinese, and then they also worked on the railroad. They were indentured on the railroad. But again, this mixing of the myth that we've been told with some of the truths that are in there, blending it together to be like, you can still be proud of this country. You can still be proud to be an American because we are here in this moment and we are going to make the next 250 even better. The tired, the poor, and the hungry. The thing about imperial cruelty, once you recognize it, you see it everywhere, for sure, for sure.
These new arrivals peered through portholes onto a city that was changing as fast as the nation. They saw merchants peddling their wares on the docks, streets being laid out on a grid, buildings rising into the clouds. They could not yet see the nativism they would face, the jobs they would be refused, the landlords who would not rent to them, and the abject labor and living conditions they would withstand. But no matter how much smog hung over the harbor, they still saw an opportunity to begin anew. Over the years that followed, despite laws enacted by the federal government to bar their entry, despite sweatshop fires that killed hundreds of women, despite riots aimed at their very existence, immigrants made homes here in New York City, and they helped to make New York City.
I'm going to leave it there. It's 5 minutes of 13. It's a great speech. Y'all should check out the full thing. But again, this is why, look, I bought the flag that's in this picture here, right, that I'm wearing, that I wear on election nights, right? I bought that flag in 2020 on Amazon, which is the most American way to get an American flag, is buying it on Amazon. Give a billionaire even more money, Jeff Bezos. But I bought that flag in 2020 because I was sick of seeing the caravans of Trump folks in trucks, the boat parades, just in general. When they were remember in 2020, the first big protest wasn't Black Lives Matter. The first big protest that year were the anti-lockdown protests, where people were protesting for the right to get a haircut, the right to get a Subway sandwich. I'll never forget this picture. Subway guy rocket launcher. This is one of the. This is a picture for the history books. This is 2020, folks. These are people. This is a dude trying to get a Subway sandwich while protesting. He has a fucking bazooka on his back. He has a fucking bazooka on his back. So I'm sick of seeing them have that fucking flag. I'm sick of seeing them have that fucking flag. Matter of fact, on this album, on this Brian Andrews album, in the intro song, which is just kind of him talking. The intro and the outro are just kind of him talking about why he's making this album and why he's making these songs. At the end of that intro song, he says, I want my fucking flag back. And yeah, me too. It's my fucking flag too. It's every one of those people in that video with Mamdani. It's their flag too. They're Americans. It's your flag too. You're an American. Be proud of that flag. Be proud to fly that shit. Don't let the fascists take that. Don't let them have that. They took a symbol from Buddhism 40, 80 years ago. They took a cartoon frog that's still kind of in dispute because Twitch uses it as an emote, and sometimes the frog can be okay and sometimes it's not, but most people see that frog and they think fascists. Don't let them take this fucking flag. I don't care how much you hate the country. Burn the flag. It's American to burn the flag. So we had our 250th anniversary as a country, and you know, it's been a ride. It's been a ride for these 250 years. Now, I got some other stuff I want to talk about. before we talk to Andrea. And let's see here. Well, yeah. Let's do this one. So we with we got a big fight ahead of us, because it's not just the Republicans that we have to fight. It's not just the fascists. It's the fascist enablers. It's the centrists. And the centrists are making my blood fucking boil recently, because they are just lying, and really just shifting in the wind. You know, they are weather vanes and kind of just moving where the popular sentiment goes, and still they will move to where the popular sentiment is, trying to draw them back to the same centrist positions that they've always fucking had. So let's start with someone who has been on kind of a gloating spree recently, this week at least. But this is from last week. And this is Neera Tanden, who I don't really know who she is, other than political consultant, came up in the Clinton administration, I guess, has lasted this long, kind of the female George Carville, my guess. But I know she sucks, and here she is on ABC saying this is after the candidates swept the New York primaries, and she's trying to rationalize that. And also, again, I'll meet people where they are and try to bring them back where I want them to be. Watch this. Watch her. And she's skilled at it. This is what skilled enough to have a 40-year career doing it. But here's what she's doing.
What we saw on Tuesday was in New York City, very liberal candidates won in a very liberal place, but the party also put up moderate candidates to go in to compete in swing districts. But, you know, when Mayor Mamdani talks about a politics of working people and lowering childcare costs and lowering the rent and addressing public safety, you know, that's a message that I think actually resonates with a lot of Democrats. There's some candidates on Tuesday night who had some more extreme views. You mentioned those views. Those, I think a lot of Democrats, when they're asked, are going to say they disagree. But when candidates are asked about universal child care, that's been a position of the Democratic Party for at least a decade. Joe Biden campaigned and tried to do that. So I think when you're talking about those issues, there's a lot of unity in the Democratic Party.
So she's saying there's a lot of unity in the Democratic Party. She's saying some of those candidates had extreme views. I would like to know what those extreme views were. Don't send money to a country that's committing a genocide. And the other thing she points out is the universal child care. That's something Biden campaigned on and tried to do. Tricky words there, Neera. Tricky words. Tried to do. How hard did he try? Did he put an executive order in? Did he fight every single congressperson and senator who was against it? Did he threaten Sinema and Manchin and say, hey, assholes, stop trying to rip the shit out of my infrastructure package that would actually address the things I ran on? Or did Biden not really give a shit? Is Biden more like a Weekend at Bernie's type figure, much like Mitch McConnell is? And we'll talk about Mitch McConnell maybe a little later in the day. But as Rua Roman points out, from Georgia, I believe, South Dakota, no, Georgia, Southern, okay. Yeah, she's in Georgia. She was she's Palestinian, and she was trying to speak at the DNC in 2024, and they wouldn't let her. People like Neera Tanden would not let her speak because they did not want to address the genocide. And Rua says, not so fun fact, it was moderate Democrats, including Manchin, Sinema, and yes, Gottheimer, that killed these policies under Biden. Gottheimer is, I believe, in Florida, another one of these Democrats who were like, we're for the promise of America. We don't want democratic socialists and popular ideas in our party. We want to keep working for corporate interests. They killed these policies under Biden. In the House, they called themselves the Problem Solvers Caucus and carry the full blame for Trump winning again. Because of them, 500,000 Georgians became poorer almost overnight, taking away desperately needed access to health care and benefits of things like the EITC and that Republicans kept killing in our state. This is just a random commenter, but I agree. By refusing to decimate the GOP for January 6th, Dem leaders protected the lopsided bipartisanship with which moderates sunk the redistributed planks of the Build Back Better bill. Or I don't know. Is that the Biden one? Both of them had similar names. Seeking unity with perpetrators of a televised coup attempt also preserve the legitimacy of the base-defying filibuster. And these are quotes from Clyburn. Yes, I do have concerns, said on State of the Union, and so does Speaker Pelosi. Let's give President-elect Biden the 100 days he needs to get his agenda off and running, and maybe we will send the articles sometimes after that of impeachment, right? Like, again, this whole idea of we got to turn the page and we don't want to focus on the bad. It's okay that they tried to coup the United States. Don't worry about it. It'll be okay. The heat will die down. Wait, Biden's Build Back Better. What was Trump's? Big Beautiful Bill? Is that really the name of it? Just so they could both be BBB? God, these people are so fucking childish. Everyone's fucking 12. That's a theory too that needs to be talked about more. Everyone's a child. Let alone anonymous people on the fucking internet who you argue with or piss you off or whatever, comment on your videos and you get fucking flustered and angry with. Yeah, most likely they're fucking 12 years old and trying to get a rise out of you. So don't let them. But also, fully grown adults are children. You stop, I believe, you kind of stop developing at like 9, 10, 11, 12. And whatever your personality is after that, it's whatever that core is affected by outside external factors. That's what I believe. And I think another good example of this kind of weather vane politics, Neera's trying to catch them. Hey, you like all this Mamdani stuff? Well, actually, the Democrats have been championing these ideas for decades. But why haven't you implemented them? Because Mamdani's implementing them left and fucking right in year one of his mayorship. You've had 40 fucking years, Neera Tanden. Where the fuck was Bill Clinton on these things? Where was Obama on these things? Oh, we can't codify Roe v. Wade because it's too hot button of an issue and we need to get healthcare done. But the healthcare that you got done was fucking Mitt Romney's healthcare plan. There was a financial crisis. Oh, we got to fix this. We can't do Roe v. Wade. What are we going to do? We're going to give the money to Wall Street. And then 2 years later, when there's Occupy Wall Street going, hey, that was fucked up. We lost our fucking houses. You should have bailed out the homeowners instead of the fucking real estate companies and the Wall Street investment firms. They said, go fuck yourselves. We don't even know what you're talking about. I don't hear you. You're just occupying a park in Lower Manhattan and kind of being annoying for no reason. What are you criticizing the black president for? He's black. He's black. He's doing good because he's black. Identity politics at its worst. Republicans would make the argument, oh, they treat Obama like a savior, like dear leader. And of course, it's projection. Look at what they're doing with Trump for the last 10 years. But it's not entirely out of the realm of criticism. Centrist libs were definitely doing that. A lot of black folks were doing that too. You could not tell a black motherfucker, yo, Obama's actually a centrist. Obama's actually not different from Hillary Clinton. Obama's actually not different from like George Bush even. They would be like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. We got our dude. Whether it's black folks, whether it's people of color, whether it's white allies or whatever you want to call it, they were all fucking excited. And that was the first election I could have voted in, and I chose not to. One, because I didn't think voting fucking mattered at the time, which is, a problem, and it affects many young people. But also, I truly didn't think he was going to be different. I didn't think he was going to be different. I remember everyone at my schools were super excited about him. Oh my God, hope and change. He's on Facebook. He's one of us. No, he was a corporate stooge. And I recognize now the skepticism I've always had. Again, I mentioned I went to progressive private schools my whole life. So I remember being told these things and feeling like it wasn't totally genuine. I think that's my blackness. Because if you don't know, my mother's white, my father's black. Mother's Jewish, father's Christian. My inner blackness was the thing keeping me skeptical of these white folks in my schools telling me, oh, we're post-history. Like, racism's a problem that happened already. We're done with it now. And also never really mentioning class, because they're also private fucking schools. So who's going to these private schools and paying to keep these schools open? It's the children of celebrities, the children of news anchors, the people that Gavin Newsom here wants to appeal to, where he says we need a national billionaires tax, even though he is actively currently not signing a statewide bill in California. I mean, Natch, the education I got was good compared to other schools. First of all, I thought my curriculum was every curriculum. I didn't know schools had different curriculums. I also didn't pay attention in school. I just fucking hated school. Just not my thing. So I recognize that I did not get the full benefits of the education that I was a party to. But the schools I went to were good schools. And they did give good education, better education than probably most public schools and most schools in the country. But I also recognize now, looking back, a big aspect that was missing was class. Was talking about class. And if they did talk about it, it was very passive and quick to move on, because again, you don't want one of the kids going home to their rich ass parents going, are we bad guys because we have millions of dollars? And then they take their kid out of that school. They don't, the school doesn't get that money. Dude, I went to, my mom was friends with Vin Diesel's mom at one point, because I went to school with his little brother and became friends with his little brother. In high school, Patti Smith, famous musician, her daughter was in my school. Stephen Holt, Lester Holt's son, was in my school. This is what I mean. I'm in New York. Dude, the summer camp that I worked at, which was part of the high school, they told us, hey, don't freak out if a celebrity shows up to pick up their kid. Notably, Hugh Jackman sends his kid here, and we don't want you as a counselor being like, can I have an autograph? It's treat them like a normal parent. That was part of orientation. So yes, they're not going to tell the kids, by the way, your parents, they're fucking demons who are ruining this country. Except for one teacher that I can think of that was low key being like, don't fucking trust anybody with money.
It's time for a national billionaires tax and a new social contract. Think about this, just 10% of people in this country own 2/3 of the wealth. A 30-year-old, for the first time in American history, is not doing better than his or her parents. That's a 5-alarm fire. American wages have stood still, and the costs across the spectrum, cost of living, have skyrocketed. The system is fundamentally broken. The federal tax code, the corporate tax code, and the inheritance tax code seem to be written for a different set of Americans. It's time for an economic reset, a true minimum tax a true minimum tax on billionaires that, well, ensures the people at the very top pay at least the tax rate their own workers pay. We also should end this tax-free lifestyle loan. This is the gimmick that allows the ultra-wealthy to borrow against their stock portfolios while reporting no taxable income. We also have to rewrite those inheritance rules so that the largest intergenerational wealth transfer in human history, estimated by, well, be $124 trillion that will be changing hands, doesn't lock in a permanent American aristocracy of inherited wealth. Time as well to return to the pre-2017 corporate tax rates.
Okay, so he's just saying, like, we got to go back to before Trump. And even then, it was a giveaway to billionaires. So he's lying. He's lying, and he's playing his game, and he's fucking lying. Okay? Here's another instance of Gavin Newsom lying. Praising Mamdani. So reports are out that he and Kamala Harris are reaching out to Mamdani. A lot of centrist Democrats are reaching out to Mamdani, trying to get a nod, trying to probably like make peace and like, hey, we don't want to fight. Please don't like come out against us and blah, blah, blah. And also give us tips on how to fucking be successful. And I hope Mamdani is giving them the runaround. Here is Jack Cacciarella, Jack, Italian last name, talking to Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, which is why I think the appetite has expanded so much for that new generation of leaders, the people who are going against the establishment. We've seen that a lot recently with a lot of big wins, a lot of big victories over the establishment for some more progressive candidates across the country. Of course, Zohran Mamdani has kind of been really the leader of that all. A lot of people would say that he's maybe the leader of our party right now. I know I asked the Trump when was the last time you talked, but you told me last
Gavin swallowing his fucking disappointment.
time when we were talking about your book, actually, which is, bestseller. You did a great job on that one. But you said that you and Zohran have been texting a little bit. What have y'all been talking about as of recently?
Well, I got to be careful. He's, by the way, no one more tight-lipped than Mayor Mamdani when it comes to the question, when was the last time you talked to Donald Trump? And then he has a magnificent way of never answering that question.
Oh, fuck you with a diss right away. God damn, dude. Gavin just can't help himself. Dude, he heard Mamdani's the leader of the party, and he was like, well, he won't talk when he talks to Donald Trump, so I don't know why I'm being asked. Like, what a fucking little bitch, dude. What a little bitch. So, Democrats being fucking craven, not new, but again, we need to highlight it because it's going to happen, and it's going to happen a lot more as the months roll on, especially in the midterms here. And we got to just be on top of it. I anytime he opens his mouth, I just think of the photo of him lying there on the bear skin rug with gold plated everything around them with Kimberly fucking Guilfoyle. And I don't trust you. I don't trust you. And speaking of people that we don't trust, Graham Plattner. So Graham Plattner came out with his statement on Monday to new allegations of rape and assault, saying he didn't do it, and we're going to look at what the campaign is going to do going forward. I don't need to play this whole 2-minute thing. It's already out there. And let's get Andrea in here to have a discussion here. What's going on?
Are we live?
We are live.
Holy moly.
So, Andrea, I know you were a day one Plattner skeptic, hater, if you will. But, and I was a day one, like, hey, look at this guy saying all the right things and like burly, brash voice, and he could be a useful candidate. And I was wrong, and you were right, and I want to talk about it.
Well, I thank you for inviting me on the victory lap. Of this tour. I appreciate the invitation. But to me, the first, like, I'm okay conceptually with a mass murder serial killer redeeming himself. Conceptually. But the problem I had with it that made me go fuck this guy was when he lied about Blackwater, and he went on like fucking, what was it, Breaking Points or whatever, and just made like Crystal Ball look like a fucking moron, stupid ass, doesn't know how to do an interview.
What was that?
Because she asked him, people are saying you work for Blackwater, and then Grand Platinum just lied straight up and said never worked for him. Turns out he did work for him, and he like is repping the Blackwater merch all the time.
Oh, okay.
So shout out to Crystal Ball for not being able to do an interview on anyone but Alyssa Slotkin. So like them, to me, that was like when I was like, all right, this guy is just lying his way through the whole campaign. It's a little pathetic. So
Interesting. Because I don't remember that particular interview, but I remember the Blackwater allegations and him being like, well, I worked for an outfit that was owned by Blackwater. So it wasn't directly Blackwater. I could see the confusion. And also what I was actually doing was working security at embassies. Now, I've now learned
just
he was working security
What
at
does that
fucking
mean
Abu
exactly?
Ghraib.
It means you're sniping a fucking little brown kid who's walking too close. Allegedly. I don't know.
Sure.
Why would they hire these private military contractor goons? That's my thing.
To be security at an embassy in a hostile country, I would think that's. I also was like, oh, when you're in the military, there's not many other job opportunities after that other than police officer, military contractor,
McDonald's, janitor.
I guess McDonald's, yeah, but they're not going to pay as well.
Road worker, roofer, construction worker. I mean, he could have fucking got a real job, but instead he got a little mommy. His mommy, by the way, that owns a restaurant he could have worked at, you know. I don't know, man.
Now, speaking of military, because I've heard a lot of this, he was a killer. What do you even question that for?
Professional serial killer, a
professional
hitman.
serial killer, as are anyone who joins the military. Even if your job isn't to actually kill people, it is facilitating more actively people killing people. And on July 4th, there was this man who went on the Capitol steps to protest for impeaching Donald Trump, 20 years in the Air Force. I'm going to turn the volume down, but he, people herald him as a hero because he threw away his pension and probably is going to get arrested and court-martialed and maybe disappeared into a concentration camp.
A little diet Aaron Bushnell situation.
Yeah, a little diet Aaron Bushnell. Now, both of them, him and Aaron Bushnell, both were in the military. Both killers or facilitated killing. Is there any room for them to join, to repent and say, hey, I was wrong. I want to do something good with the time I have left?
Yeah, there's definitely room. Like, I would say, like, personally, this is my opinion. Mm-hmm. Instead of holding up a sign and then fucking, or whatever, just like looking like a stoic moron, I would say, I don't know, install some bugs on all the military computers, maybe get some intel, maybe record some conversations of the generals talking about war crimes. I don't know. That's how I would just throwing it out there. Just
some
saying
Chelsea
something.
Manning stuff.
Yeah.
Some Chelsea Manning stuff, who's also in the military. So also facilitating the killing of people. I want to play a little bit of this FD signifier video, because FD was also early out there. Not even really early out there criticizing Plattner. Just whenever he made a video about Plattner, it was more like, I don't even know who this guy is. I've just heard a lot about him. Let me make a video where I explore who this is.
I don't think he being Plattner even knows who he is. I think
it's
an identity crisis.
Yeah, and I think also the recruiting people in Maine need to take a look at themselves, or someone needs to take a look at them. But the very beginning of this and the end of this is what I want to play here. Because this he put out literally on Tuesday, like recorded it in the morning, put it out on YouTube.
What I'm trying to make clear here is that Rob, myself, Sean DeBlack, a lot of other black folks, we have explained this to y'all before. That's the real black fatigue. That, like, literally, that is what black fatigue actually is. Is black folks being tired of having to explain racism to white people.
So that's the beginning. And I think that's a fair assessment. That is the true black fatigue, because I remember actually hearing black fatigue bandied about years and years ago.
I'm not coming on Saturday.
As exactly that. It is, we're tired of fucking explaining it to you. I even saw a tweet that was like, I don't want to go back to the days of watching like a YouTube video or an Instagram post from someone I respect and then asking, hey, when you say do the reading and I ask what books and you say, it's not my fucking job to explain it to you, go fuck yourself. Well, then
I mean,
I'm trying to learn.
It's so easy to just publish a reading list. I mean, you don't have to sit there and explain the books to someone. You know, like I get it. There's a level of like, I'm not going to, dedicate 5 hours a day to teaching you, but at least give someone a fucking reading list, for sure.
Sure. And I think right here at the end, because it's a good video, I encourage everyone to watch it, but right here at the end, watch it after the broadcast hours of this space are over tonight.
Of course, obviously. Put it on your watch later.
On watch later. But right here at the end, I'll speed up the time a little bit. But
I always hover over sleep timer as soon as they fucking flip those. I do that shit all the time.
So this, I think, is kind of the crux of what his criticism has always been, and what a lot of people's criticism has always been. I just watched a Cat Black video earlier.
Spoilers for this Obsession film? I haven't seen it yet. I don't want to get spoiled.
There are no spoilers
okay.
In this section.
All right,
in other sections, maybe a little bit, but I haven't seen it either, so I'm also trying to avoid.
Don't spoil me, bro.
Oh, let me unmute.
That you're supposed to follow, but you aren't really invested in those rules. Graham Plattner represents an idealized male archetype to a lot of white online leftists. He is the guy that they imagine themselves as, both in the presentation, in the aesthetics, but also in the sketchy past. It doesn't surprise me when you consider that one of BreadTube's main thrust initiatives from its inception that has only probably recently calmed down is we're going to rehabilitate the alt-right. We're going to rehabilitate the Nazis. We're going to get the edgelords and the Redditors and the 4chaners.
I like the way that caption spells 4chan.
Facts and logic.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, it's not bad to say, hey, young chud, edgelord, shitty guy, stop that. That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to say, hey, let me model for you. Let me teach you. Let me explain to you why what you're doing is awful. For a lot of these folks, for too many, I don't know how many. I'm not going to say the majority, probably, but I'm not going to say that. But for too many, for how the space operates right now, they weren't corrected. They were just fixed. There was not a full unpacking of those politics and those belief systems and the experiences that brought you to that position. They just replaced right-wing chud beliefs with left-wing chud beliefs and behavior. And so when we get left-wing chud messiah,
that's a great name.
I was a Nazi at 15.
Yeah.
So who am I to judge him having a Nazi tattoo for most of his fucking life?
Right. So I think left-wing chud messiahs.
I think that's amazing. I'm going to start calling him that. Jesus.
And like his criticism, your criticism, I take and I go, that's fair. That's fair. When I see motherfucking Kevin McCarthy out here being like, when we see a bad candidate, we walk away. Which candidate you fucking talking about?
Roy Moore. Shout out to Roy Moore.
Roy Moore?
Shout out to fucking Donald
Matt
Trump.
Gates? The one he's talking about here is Matt fucking Gates, and he was not walked away from as a candidate. He got into office.
You want me to give you a hot take? The only reason they canned Matt Gates is because he was out there fucking 17-year-olds instead of 12-year-olds. If he was fucking them too old, that's why they shit canned him. Too old.
Too old for them. And also, let's bring up Neera Tanden again, doing a little victory lap. Oh, the Dem primary voters are mostly college educated in Maine, and they did absolutely fall hook, line, and sinker for Plattner's campaign's absolute bullshit that he would do well for the working class. Then the NYT polls showed that he was a lie. These are facts. Glad you rescinded your support, but you own this debacle as much as anyone. She's trying to tie Hassan to it.
Wasn't this guy or wasn't this fucking bitch fucking going after fucking or going hardcore and supporting Cuomo and fucking?
I said my comment right under that. Cuomo Clinton supporter gets on high horse. So those criticisms you can fucking throw out with the trash like everything else that they do.
This is garbage.
I think the real crux is that a lot of folks, I would put, Anna Kasparian, Destiny, Vaush, Chank, kind of in this. The reason I never vibed
Are they
with
all
them,
defending him still, or what?
I mean, Anna's going victim blaming, why didn't you report this years ago? The reason I never vibed with them, and I've talked to you about this. I talked to Hank Thompson about this. They seem like bullies. They seem like people who just kind of are this way, but they found a socially acceptable target in the right wing so that they could be extra cruel, get out their cruelty that they would have just gotten out on whoever's around them. But now that they're on camera, they're getting it out on, we can call this person fat because it's Randy Fine. We can call this person a poor loser because they're a Republican voter and we don't like the way they voted. And that's, it always
I
kind
go
of
back and forth on this one, but it is definitely, I definitely understand the point of instead of dealing with the repressed rage, they just find an acceptable target. That's kind of how most of society operates. It's just that, what's acceptable of a target just shifts with the cultural landscape. But at the same time, though, to give that side the benefit of the doubt, sometimes you need to fight fire with fire, and sometimes fire gets messy and it spreads into areas you don't necessarily intend on it to infect with the flame, So I can understand a little bit of this. I'm on the middle. I'm sitting on the fence on this one. Because I can be a little bit of a bully sometimes, I think.
Oh, me too. That's why I get it. And that's part of the reason why I liked Plattner in the beginning. I'm like, hey, I might have had problematic beliefs when I was younger too. I might have had said fucked up shit to my friends, and maybe that's why I don't have as many friends right now.
Yeah,
I saw him.
It's all your fault.
It's all my fault. I saw him and the way he was communicating as this could be a fucking good off ramp for people. And I think a lot of people, the way he describes BreadTube and the early days of left wing YouTube content as a way to try and take the audience that Ben Shapiro was building and Matt Walsh was building and Charlie Kirk was building and go, hey, they're using selective data, facts, and logic. I'm using full context data, facts, and logic. I can convince you otherwise. And I think the fault there is thinking that they gave a fuck in the first place about facts and logic and weren't just on vibes. I like the vibes.
They just the Ben Shapiro types are just they're just liars. They
don't
really give a fuck, but they have convinced many a teenager, and I think the teenagers, I think they can be saved. Some of them, a small amount, I think we'll pluck them out. The rest will flush down.
And as he points out, this archetype of a masculine man, a fucking Ron Swanson sounding, big buff guy, we could use one of those white guys for sure, but I don't think. Again, the criticism being, don't put them at the front.
Absolutely,
they don't have to be the voice of the party. Matter of fact, I heard people, I might have even said this, fuck the Senate election. He should run for president. I was jumping the fucking gun way too hard. And that was internalized white supremacy and patriarchy on anyone's part who said that, including myself. If I had, I don't remember half the shit.
You don't even know you're in a fucking fugue state. You're just like,
I'm in a fugue state.
I didn't say that. I was in a fugue state. I don't remember it. I was on drugs. I was sleep deprived.
I had too much of the nicotine vape.
That's right. You were hopped up.
But I appreciate you coming on a little early to chit chat with me about this.
Sure.
I think it's interesting. I got to reflect. I think a lot of people need to reflect and are doing that reflection. And I think people like Anna, who's out here making videos going, why didn't she report earlier? Or maybe he should just stay in and not drop out. Maybe we can ride this out anyway. Not everyone's perfect. His rape isn't as bad as the rapes of the Epstein class and go look, we already had this.
The rape Olympics. It's which top 5 rapes, bottom 5 rapes. I'll get into the rape listing on my show coming up next. We'll discuss what and how, if you want to do some raping, who are the acceptable rapes? Like, for example, probably he was raping in Iraq. I'm sure most American soldiers were out there raping and pillaging, so those were acceptable rapes. But when a white woman gets raped, all of a sudden, now we got a problem.
You can't be a senator now.
Yep.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, folks, for letting me.
Thank you for filling in for Jeff as well.
And I'll be back at 7 p.m. tonight Eastern.
All right.
To possibly with Deter, possibly just alone. We'll find out. Stay tuned, folks.
Where's the producer? What's up? Are we live? Are we live? Live? Are we on here? Are we on? I think we're on. I'm going to say that I think we're on. I'm not sure. I'm just clicking all my things to make sure. Okay, yeah, we're on. All right. Okay, good. Oh man, that was scary. I thought we weren't on for a second. I guess we should start off the show by saying hello. I am here. I am here to do a show. And hopefully the show is good. I hope. If it's not good, then I'm trying my best here. But I suppose we should just start off by continuing what we were talking about on the prior thing, but this time I will be saying my own piece. Where's the producer? Look at this image. This is the image I saw on the news here when I look up what Graham Plattner's scandal. You ever see that that shit where it's like, white man kills his whole family and then the picture on the header is like him on a jet ski, That's how I feel. This is like Graham Plattner is a fucking serial rapist and murderer, and then this is how the fucking mainstream media is like showing him off. It's like he's standing there all stoic on the shoreline of his oyster farm with his hands in his pockets, breeze in the air. And it's just a little working man. I'm just a little working boy. And let's not get into the fact that his whole oyster farm is astroturfed. It's not even a real oyster farm. He's got some corporate contract bullshit. Let's just ignore that for a second here. But yeah, dude, like this fucking shit, man. I'm losing my mind at the Graham Plattner stuff because, this is shit that I feel like most people saw this coming. And this is why, like, when I was bringing this up during the primary, I said, I think when this primary started getting attention, that I would prefer Janet Mills. And, Janet Mills might be a fucking Zionist or a fucking genocide supporter. She might be a shit-lib fucking piece of garbage. But hey, she's won a statewide race before. And I got to be real. I'm a blue no matter who. Okay. I'm just putting that out there. If there's a scenario where Mr. Graham is still on there, would I support him more than Susan Collins, even after the rape story? Probably. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I would. Because Susan Collins is also a little bit of a scoundrel. Let's just be honest here. The Susan Collins was the deciding vote on the fucking Kavanaugh situation. Kavanaugh was a fucking rape fanatic. He loved rape. He loved fucking talking about rape, blogging about rape. He would plan his rapes. Remember his little rape calendar? You know what I mean? And in Kavanaugh, like that whole thing led to the fucking abortion turnover. You can now rape people to the point where, there's a baby inside of them. And now you're genetically encoded as lefade. And then you can fucking sell them out to like a fucking bounty hunter in Texas, all these fucking laws. So, Susan Collins is probably more responsible for mass rape than Graham Plattner, I think. But it's the question of who's responsible, the one doing the rape or the one holding the camera, right? Susan Collins is in the back holding the camera, going like, "Yeah, man, this angle rocks. Oh yeah, man." And Graham Plattner's the guy in front of the camera, the one doing the raping. Either way, they're made for each other. These are two sides of the same coin. So I just want to say, however this one shakes out, and I'm recording this on a one hell of a week where we don't know how it's going to shake out. Apparently, he's got like a deadline. If he doesn't drop out by next week, then he's going to stay on there. I don't know what's going on with that. But I'm blue no matter who. All right. Blue no matter who. If it's the rapist, I hate to say it, but I'm blue no matter who. I would prefer it's not the rapist. I'll be honest with you. I really don't want it to be the rapist. But hey, I'll take blue rapist over red rapist. I don't have a problem saying that. I wish other people would have not voted for the rapist, so I think in the previous show, Alex was talking about, why people were riding so hard for Mr. Graham here. And there's a lot of problematic stuff there. I think we discussed that. I think most people are going to be discussing that. So I want to talk about the strategy here of where do we go from this point onward, right? A lot of people are saying, this other guy nobody's heard of, Troy Jackson. I haven't heard of him. I don't live in Maine, as someone who loves talking about Maine politics. I don't live there. But I've read a lot of Stephen King books, and I know Stephen King is still supporting Graham Plattner. So, hey, I don't know. What do I know? But either way, could it be? I read that the DNC is planning on trying to put in like someone like Janet Mills, that is to say shitlib, genocide supporter, someone like that. Now, again, I just want to get just blue no matter who. I'm at this point, we'll deal with the shitlib later. Blue no matter who. However, I would like to say that I think that it's possible that we get someone who splits the difference here. I don't really know. I'm not really sure. I think it's possible that we get someone in there like this Troy Jackson fella. Again, I just heard his name for the first time in my life, 36 hours ago. I hope he's not a rapist, right? But maybe he's not. Maybe he is. I'm not sure. And so we'll see how it shakes out. But I just want to also say here, I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist. All right. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't mind saying that. I consider myself to be one hell of a conspirator, conspiracier, whatever. Conspirator, that's the word. I conspire. So I'm going to give you my Graham Plattner conspiracy. Let me know if someone else has said this before, but I'm going to give you my conspiracy. I think Graham Plattner doesn't believe anything. He doesn't have a left-wing bone in his body. I think he doesn't really give a fuck about any of this. That's my opinion. When fucking Israel started the genocide in Gaza, he was both sidesing it. In October in 2023, he was both sidesing the Gaza situation. So, what happened? What happened in between 2023 and when did he start his campaign? 2025? What happened where he starts off both sidesing the Gaza genocide, and then now all of a sudden he's like the anti-Israel, the strongest soldier. I don't know. That's a little skeptical. I'm a little skeptical of that. So that's one thing. I don't think this guy believes anything. I think he's a chameleon. And so this guy got plucked out of obscurity, at least, celebrity obscurity. He wasn't a celebrity, by some corporate fucking agency. I personally, have you ever seen House of Cards season 1? Has anyone ever seen that show? Pretty good show. Speaking of rape, while we're talking about rape, has anyone ever seen House of Cards season 1? That's what I feel like. I feel like that's a Graham Plattner. That guy, the bald guy from Pennsylvania, spoiler alert. They set him up from the jump so that he would fucking crumble at the very end for their own machinations. That's what I think Graham Plattner was. I think they set this guy up. They told him the way to win is because lefty politics is popular now. So how you win is by saying Israel sucks, genocide is bad, blah, 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 blah. That's the popular stuff. Do you remember Tulsi Gabbard? That's what fucking she was reading the writing on the wall when Bernie Sanders was running in 2016. She caught that energy and was like, oh, wait a second, everyone's lefty now. So then she pretended to do that kind of stuff. That's the vibe I get here. He was set up from the beginning. He ran on the left because he wanted to win, and that's popular nowadays, right? Like, and the corporate agency involved that picked him out, and the people that staffed his campaigns at the corporate level, I think that they knew this stuff in advance. They knew he would crash and burn. They knew if he ran on a lefty platform that when he did crash and burn, it would make lefties look fucking stupid. And guess what? I don't know. That's kind of what happened. That's what I'm saying. That's my conspiracy. I don't think he was. I think he's a pawn. I think Graham Plattner's just a pawn, just like the guy in House of Cards. You know, he doesn't know what's going on. He has no idea what's happening. Everything, and you know, you think about how this thing unfolded, man. You know, scandal after scandal after scandal, didn't fucking do anything. Then the rape drops. You know, then at the last minute, the rape drops. And you know what? You know, obviously I believe in the rape stuff, but like, you know, the fact that it kind of waited this long, like, I don't know, I would have dropped that. You know, I think that if like, hey, maybe people thought that the Nazi tattoo thing would do it. I don't know, but like, you know, but either way, I think the timing of this one, it goes to show that I think lefties are gullible. I think people misunderstand. Like when we're in like a lefty populism era, they misunderstand what that means. And they think that like, oh, all of a sudden people are woke now. All of a sudden people care about Medicare for all, ending the wars. That's actually not true. People just hate the right wingers. They hate the fucking pedophile cult that controls the White House, right? So they're just going to default to the opposite side. Most people, they don't actually think. They don't actually believe anything, right? I'm 30 years old. I hate to say it, but it's true. I've been around the block for a couple of these cycles. I remember when everyone loved the transgenders. Now everyone hates the transgenders. I remember when everyone hated the transgenders. Then they loved the transgenders. You know, people don't really think for themselves. They don't really form their own opinions, right? So when we're in a position where lefty populist, whatever that means, politics is like on the rise. It's popular. It's cool. It's culturally in the zeitgeist. You got to watch out for these fucking grifters. And you know what? You got to watch out for these corporate motherfucking stooges as well, because I don't think they're stupid. I think the people that plucked this guy out of nowhere and they knew he was going to fucking crash and burn, they knew what they were doing. They wanted to make lefties look like fucking morons. And guess what? It worked. It worked. You know, a lot of people were saying, hey, maybe don't vote for the war criminal rapist, serial mass murderer. You know, this guy, I don't want, you know, this is the same guy who was like, you know what? I quit the military because they were trying to promote me away from the killer rules. This is what he said. This is why he quit the military. He didn't quit the military because of the killing. He didn't quit the military because the war was illegal. He quit it because they were trying to promote him out of the combat role. He was a machine gunner. This was him in the back of the fucking Warthog in Halo. Like target practice on fucking 7-year-olds. Oh no, my best friend got his head blown off. Wah, I'm so sad. Wah, and then the next day. So, like, you know, this guy doesn't have any fucking politics. He doesn't believe in anything. He doesn't care about anything. This guy just used the lefty platform, the lefty credentials to try to win an election. He thought that the corporate cocksuckers who put him there had his back. Why would you ever trust some corporate agencies? I don't know. And guess what? Now we all look like a bunch of morons. Even the motherfuckers like myself who was calling this guy out from day one. Now we look like a bunch of fucking morons. Why? Because most voters are fucking stupid. Most voters are just dumb as fuck, right? So a lot of Maine voters, again, look at Maine. They've been voting for Susan Collins for like 20 fucking 30 fucking years. The Maine electorate has brain damage. These are some of the stupidest fucking pieces of shit in the country. Like, let's be honest. Let's just be real. The voters in this country are fucking stupid, right? So Maine voters are probably going to say, wow, I got burned by the left, and now I don't know who to believe. The right wing burned me when I voted for Susan Collins and Donald Trump, and they turned out to be rapists and murderers and pedophiles. Then I went to the left. He turned out to be a rapist and murderer, Well, I guess both sides are bad. Both sides are bad. That's going to be one of the fucking reactions here. Why? Because the voters are brain damaged. They've got rocks in their brains. And I mean that literally. Did you know one of the side effects of the coronavirus that everyone's been huffing in for 7 years? It fuses your brain cells together. It creates like kidney stone type of shit in your brain. So, that's one fun fact about COVID. It actually does form rocks in your brain. So it's no longer just a funny saying. But a lot of these people, they have actual fucking rocks in their brain. They're fucking dumb as shit. The voters in this country are fucking stupid. Anyone that could have voted for Donald Trump is a fucking moron. And you know what? A lot of those people are reflexively just jumping to the other side. And we got to be honest. That doesn't mean all of a sudden we're fucking popular. I've been through this fucking shit, man. Just because right wingers are fucking up and everyone's like, who's the other team? Oh, they're Democrats. That doesn't mean all of a sudden everyone's a fucking anarchist. That doesn't mean all of a sudden everyone's down with the fucking whole thing. Look how many fucking lefties still eat fucking hamburgers. You ever see this fucking shit? How many fucking lefties out there are still snorting in COVID on a daily fucking basis? How many lefties are out there buying fucking McDonald's and supporting genocide fucking companies that fucking fund the genocide? How many lefties are out there still doing all this fucking garbage that claim they're lefties, So at a point, we got to really start talking about actions versus words. Because what has Graham Plattner done action-wise that has made him a lefty hero? As I forget, I'm not familiar with the guy Alex showed a clip from, but as that guy said, like Chud Messiah, lefty Chud Messiah. What is it? What actions? What has he done? He said Israel bad. 2 years ago, he said Israel is great. He's one of our top ally. We got the people of Israel are so so sad for the fucking war criminals and the fucking colonizers getting killed. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh, that was 2 years ago. Now all of a sudden he's the fucking face of an anti-Israel fucking movement. I don't know, man. Like, what has he done? What has he done? So again, we need to start vetting our guys, and I hate to use the word vet because I hate veterans, because we need to find people with track records. Look at Abdul El Sayed. What did he do? He fucking slashed people's medical debt in fucking Detroit, Michigan. He saved like fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars, or millions of dollars. I don't exactly know the whole deal with that. But I think like millions of dollars of medical debt. He was single-handedly a part of the mechanism to just cut it all out, saving people's financial freedom, saving people from bankruptcy, right? That's an action. That's something we can point to and say, that guy's fucking legit. Like, what has Tulsi Gabbard fucking done? Nothing, right? What has fucking Graham Plattner fucking done? Nothing, right? These are people that are all talk, no action. When push comes to shove, they fucking do the wrong thing every time. So, again, I think if there's any lesson to learn from this one, it's to take people that have actually done good stuff. Not just saying good stuff, right? Just actually doing good stuff. And like I said before, Crystal Ball did this fucking guy a fucking softball interview where this fucking cocksucker piece of shit lied to her face and said, I never worked for Blackwater. And then she's like, well, I guess that's the truth. And then it goes, then everyone finds out he's wearing Blackwater baseball caps. He's got Blackwater fridge magnets. He brags about working for Blackwater. But when he's talking to the lefty media on the internet, oh, that's actually not true. I never worked for Blackwater. He's a fucking liar. That shit was like fucking like what? That was like earlier this year, man. He's a liar and he's a bad one. This guy fucking sucks. So anyway, as I was saying before, when a white man does a fucking crime, this is the picture they put up there. They don't put a picture of him holding a gun pointing it at a fucking like Muslim child in Afghanistan. They're not going to use that fucking picture. I'm sure there's plenty of those. They're going to use a picture of him looking fucking stoic, Look at me. I'm a rapist, but it's cool because I'm standing by the breeze. I got my oyster farm. Whoa. You know, like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Give me a fucking goddamn break with these fucking cocksuckers. Holy motherfucking motherfuck. Anyway, that's Graham Plattner for you. Got some water. All right. Drink some more water. I'm like really thirsty. I'm like really fucking thirsty. Hold on. I need to go get some more water. Hey! I didn't see you there. Just taking a break from my show, deciding to, you know, I don't know what, probably drinking water, maybe urinating, possibly eating a snack. I don't know, so I thought I would take a little break here on the camera. But this is not me currently. This is me from another time, from another place. This is actually a little bit of a time travel situation. This is actually happening presently. This is real time. My current present for you present, and your anchoring your potential viewpoint presence is somewhere else. But me, I'm the future person. So anyway, hopefully you're enjoying the show today. Be sure to subscribe to this space. Has anyone ever heard of this space? You know, it's a space. It's a little bit of a free speech zone. Some of our fellow spacers, you know, they sometimes are wrong about issues. It happens. Everyone's wrong about something. So I'm probably wrong about most of my things. But this is a free speech zone for lefties. So try not to get offended if anyone says something like all veterans don't deserve health care. If I supported Medicare for all, asterisk, I would not allow veterans to access it. I would also ban them from private health care. They're just not allowed to get health care, just really at all. They would have to go to like healthcare speakeasies under my authoritarian regime. But I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm an evil motherfucker. But either way, it's a free speech zone here on this space. And the show's about to get ready to go back on. All right, I'm back. I got some water. I am well hydrated. Are we live? Are we live right now? Are we live? Are we on? Are we live? So, you know, I do a show once a week. It's been a hell of a week, all right? So let's talk about this one. Let's talk about this one, all right? This is just going to be the photo. We're going to be talking about the so-called America 250. Okay. First of all, America did not become a country really until like the 1780s. So the country is actually like 230, like something years old. It's not actually 250 years old. As a country, it's not 250 years old. I'm just saying. So, you know, a little Romanesque in that we don't even really know when the country started. We're celebrating milestones that don't make any fucking sense. All because Donald Trump wants to be the one to celebrate a made-up number. 250? Why is that a special number? I reject 250. I don't believe in 250. Okay? Fuck that shit. All right? So that we made up that the country started in 1776 when it didn't. We were like fighting a war or some shit for like a decade. Well, they were. I wasn't. You know, my ancestors were fucking like in Italy and Poland and fucking shit at that time. So I don't, in Germany. They were all fucking hanging out over there and getting up to some fucking bad business, I guess. But while those motherfuckers were fighting a war, there was no country. You know, like there are states that are older than America, and you don't see fucking, you know, Massachusetts 250. Maybe you do, and if they did, that shit would have been like 40 years ago. I don't know, man. So, but anyway, this is the image I want to use to describe how we're going. Donald Trump watching himself on TV, watch himself on TV, watching himself on TV, while he's watching himself on TV. This is how this country is. This is a child rapist, pedophile, gangster, mass murderer, mobster, wannabe mafioso. He's not cool enough to be in the mafia, so he made his own mafia featuring child rape. And we all are sitting here allowing this to happen while he watch. All he cares about is himself. And I feel like this is one of those images that just describes the whole thing. Like everyone else in the room, they're all talking to each other. Right now, look at the other image. Look at the TV in the corner, right? You can see that there's motion amongst the other parties. I assume that's Melania, although it could be one of the Melania body doubles. We've seen a few of those. But they're all talking to each other. They're all engaging in a conversation. They're all, whatever it is, maybe they're talking about, hey, how many kids have you raped today? Oh, I'm up to 4. Oh, I raped 5 over the weekend. Maybe that's what they're doing. Who knows what they're talking about? But as you can see, Donald Trump's pose remains the exact same. And if you can make out that third image, then you would see Donald Trump is standing in the same spot. It reminds me of that meme image where it's like the fucking people at the party, and then there's the other guy standing in the corner saying, they don't know I'm the president. You know, that's what this reminds me of. He's just standing in the corner watching himself on TV, watch himself on TV, watch himself on TV, while there's other people in the room, like, you know, talking about whatever the fuck. Who knows? I don't even know. Right? I don't know what the fuck's going on. But I feel like this sums up this country. Again, what are we even celebrating? I'm not celebrating shit. I'm like, what are you guys celebrating? Because I don't know. I really, what is there to celebrate? And first of all, I guess I'll run the gamut. Should I run the gamut? The greatest hits? All right. Fireworks. What the fuck? It's not that cool. I hate to say it, not that cool. It really isn't. Did anyone see the air quality in Washington, D.C. over the last week? Everyone's getting fucking cancer, breathing in smog. It's looking like Tehran over in Washington, D.C. Why? Because of some morons lighting a bunch of fireworks during a rainstorm. During a fucking rainstorm? You're lighting fireworks during a fucking rainstorm when it's humid and hot? What the fuck? So now everyone's got to breathe in smog? You know, now let's be honest. Most people are really stupid. If you leave the house without wearing a respirator during the 7th year of a pandemic that everyone loves to pretend is just somehow magically went away, when fucking there's literally visible smog everywhere. So there's part of me that's like, if you leave the house without a respirator on, you kind of deserve to get cancer a little bit. You're just kind of too dumb to live. But either way, the kids who are being lied to and saying, you know, being told that it's safe, you know, that kind of shit. I think about that. I remember one time, anecdote, this has nothing to do with America. Well, it does. I remember one time I was in an area, there were wildfires. And the smoke was it looked like fog. And I was on a walk. You know, it was like a morning walk. I sometimes do that. And I saw this family, getting in their car. And like a little kid asked the dad, like, oh, wow, it's really foggy. It looks like, or it's like, oh, there's a lot of smoke. It looks like it's foggy. And then the parents were like, it is fog. That is fog. Don't worry about it. It's not smoke. You know, that's how that to me, I still think about this. This happened years ago. This is like there's a wildfire, like the whole shit was burning. The whole city was on fire. And they're telling the kid, it's fog. It's actually moisture. It's not smoke. It's good for you. Breathe it in. Open wide. Right. So, you know, not just an anecdote, but that does sum up America, doesn't it? That problem that's obviously there? No. Nah, that's not our problem. What if we just pretend it's not real? Yeah, let's all breathe in the fucking smog for no fucking reason so that the pedophile can watch himself on TV. The whole thing is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And I'm not trying to say this whole I'm embarrassed to be an American, because I'm not. I'm not embarrassed to be an American. I'll be honest. I'm embarrassed to be a human. Because it's not just an America thing. I don't even believe in America. I don't believe in the country's borders. I don't, like, there's no real, what even is an American? We're all human beings, right? People in Canada, they're dealing with this shit. In Mexico, they're dealing with this shit. Remember this World Cup shit? Let's talk about that. I'll be honest with you. My IQ was a little bit too high to deal with the World Cup during a fucking fascist takeover of the entire world, while there's multiple genocides going on. There's fucking 7 years of a fucking pandemic. Fucking no one has healthcare. The food quality is deteriorating. There's a super El Nino. And you motherfuckers are watching the World Cup? The World fucking Cup? I just want to say this. You know, after Donald Trump did this whole orange card, did anyone see that? This is the first time I learned about the card system. They got the orange card. When, if you get a peace prize from FIFA, they allow you to like overturn a goal or something. I'll be honest, I don't know what the orange card was used on. I don't know what effect it had on the game. All I know is Donald Trump like broke the fucking rules of FIFA or whatever because he's a corrupt cocksucker. But I just want to say, everyone who like flew around the world to follow these games, the World Cup games, if you flew to the United States during this moment, you're disgusting. You're gross. You're evil. I gotta say, genuinely, if you fly into the United States and you buy things inside the United States and pay sales tax and all this stuff when you don't have to, you're just an evil, gross, slimy cocksucker. All these sports teams, all that are flying to the United States, imagine if like 1/10 or 1/5 even, or 1/4 of the sports teams just boycotted the whole event. Imagine if all of the European Union boycotted the World Cup. Imagine if all of South America boycotted the World Cup. Right? It's embarrassing. All these sports teams, all these sports players, they're all gross. They're all politicians. That's what they do. Oh, I'm in it for the sports. I love the sports. No, you don't. You love the attention. If you love the sport, you know what you do? You'd start a little coaching league on your boycott, your fucking World Cup in Exile league. And you would teach the next generation about how to play fucking football if you actually cared about fucking sports. Right? So this fucking orange child rapist pet, and it's great that the whole room looks orange too. It's like a fucking shiny eminence in this photograph. It's like the whole realm is emanating an orange glow. Everyone that tolerates this in such a way is just gross. I don't believe in America, but again, I understand if you live in Europe and you're flying into America for the World Cup, go fuck yourself. Stay there. All right, stay there. Do not give us money. The us does not need money. Us being the United States. Their acronym. Is it USA or us? I don't know. They switch it up all the time. But again, like this whole, it's just embarrassing. Just watching people go about their business. Well, this like I saw that the Iranian staff for the Iranian football team was getting their shit kicked in by ICE. You ever think about that? So there's an Iranian football team they have to fly into the country that is bombing their little girls because the rest of the world is just going. And we know the rest of the world can put their fucking foot down or whatever, because when Russia invaded Ukraine, they got kicked out of the Olympics, didn't they? Am I wrong? Weren't they kicked out of the fucking World Cup when they fucking invaded Ukraine? right? But fucking Israel can fucking kill 1 million people in Gaza. That's fine. Fucking Americans can fucking blow up fucking 180 little girls' body parts in the fucking sky. It's gonna take fucking like, it's like you're gonna have to get like fucking decades of Easter egg hunts to find all the fucking fingers. That's fine. Let them play. And then all these fucking football players are just going along to get along. Because frankly, I find most human beings to be despicable. Most human beings are still walking in and working their dead-end shitty fucking jobs, working and suffering over this, to hold on to this. What if everyone just stopped going to work? What if everyone just stopped flying into the country of America and giving them a bunch of money and prestige that comes with hosting the World Cup? What if everyone just boycotted this fucking Washington, D.C. celebration of America 250, even though it's not 250, it's actually like 230 something? What if we all actually decided, hey, I refuse to participate in the pedophile cult. I'm boycotting, I'm divesting from the pedophile cult. And maybe if we could build political power, maybe we could get some sanctions. But at the very fucking least, we should be boycotting and divesting from the pedophile cult. You know, buying fireworks and blowing off fireworks to celebrate what? That you're a lazy scumbag who let your country get run over by pedophiles? Why would you want to celebrate that? What is there to celebrate? Now, again, I've always been a little shit, as my parents and as my teachers would call me. A little shit. All right? I never liked this whole fucking Independence Day, celebrating our independence. I mean, we didn't gain independence by signing the Declaration. So it's not really Independence Day. It's more like Declaration Day. And that alliterates. Why don't we call it Declaration Day? You know what? I'm just going to start calling it Declaration Day. Like Independence Day would be like fucking what? Like, wasn't it like, like 5 years, like, you know, till the war was pretty, you know, like you could say maybe it was when the war was turning point. You know, I don't know when you would say Independence Day is, but it's certainly not fucking last week. I'm just, this whole thing, man, I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of the American experiment. It's failed. It's failed. The American experiment has not worked. Let's be honest. It was kind of a bad experiment to begin with. And it's clearly failed. And this country is lashing out on the world. There's a pedophile cult with nuclear weapons that is bombing little girls overseas, trafficking little girls domestically. You know, all the kids that had to look at the fireworks through the windows of concentration camps in Texas while they're being fed mold and maggots. All these babies, the 5-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, and these children that are trafficked around the country looking through the metal bars. Maybe they see the fireworks in the sky as the fucking smog that it creates funnels its way into the camp cell walls. How do you think they feel? How do you think? Do you think that they're celebrating Independence Day as their government has illegally captured them and placed them in a slave camp? I don't know. It doesn't seem very independent to me. Are we really celebrating independence when Benjamin Netanyahu keeps bombing Lebanon over and over and over again as Donald Trump's allegedly, in quotes, put like 17 pairs of quotes around there? This fucking memorandum of understanding. Are they still pretending like that thing's in effect? I don't know. Do we feel independent? I don't feel independent when this fucking genocidal shithole country known as Israel is dictating my entire fucking policy agenda in my country. I don't feel independent. We sold the king for whatever the fuck's going on in Israel. I don't know. To be honest, I'd rather have a king. I'd rather fucking submit to King Charlie than deal with fucking King Bibi. Jesus fucking goddamn Christ, dude. There is nothing at all worthwhile here. So again, as we sit here and fucking talk about fucking independence, America, how great we are. Did you see that the state fair, that state fucking fair last week, they had the Star of David fucking Israel flag hang higher than the American flag at the state fair. Now, I think someone came along and made them equal. I saw pictures of them at equal heights, but I also saw pictures of them where one was higher. What is there to fucking celebrate? I'm waiting. I'm fucking waiting. You know, I was reading news reports that there have been several major cities in the country that had power outages because of all these data centers and all the air conditioner usage during a super El Nino. And by the way, super El Nino is barely even kicked in yet. So a lot of people were celebrating independence in the dark without power during a heat wave because some fucking corporate cocksuckers made up a bunch of money, fake money that they're using to build these data centers that are eventually going to be repurposed into concentration camps. Do you feel independent? Does it feel like we have independence? When we have these fucking wealthy billionaire, trillionaire, cocksucker pricks dictating our domestic policy. We have Israel dictating our foreign policy. We have Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, and Elon Musk dictating our domestic policy. And these are fucking immigrants. I don't know if Sam Altman's an immigrant, but he's a rapist, so fuck him. We have immigrants dictating our fucking domestic policy. We have immigrants dictating our foreign policy. Now, I gotta say, I'm not an anti-immigrant, but it seems like the immigrants are the ones telling you to hate the immigrants. Isn't that weird? You know, isn't that fucking strange? I read a stat that was like, out of all the thousands of refugees that we have accepted into the country under Donald Trump's fucking regime, which, by the way, he stole the election in 2024. Are we allowed to talk about this yet? Or are we still... Are we allowed? Are lefties allowed to bring this up that they stole the fucking election? Whatever. Let's not bog it down too much right now. But since Donald Trump stole the election and assumed power in a coup d'etat, right, out of the thousands and thousands of refugees, like only a handful are not from white nations. We're fucking bringing in thousands and thousands of white South Africans into this country. That's fine. Those immigrants are great. But the Somalians, all of us, they're evil. What? Huh? What? Make it make sense. I don't get it. What if, just hear me out, what if being an immigrant actually is irrelevant? What if immigration is not even real? What if countries aren't actually a real thing? And therefore, you can't actually emigrate from a country to another country. What if that's just not a thing? And what happens if you're born in this country and then they revoke birthright citizenship and they deport you to fucking El Salvador and then you're stateless? You have no country. You were a citizen of the United States and then they revoked your citizenship. You're not a citizen of El Salvador. You're not a citizen of Guatemala. You're not a citizen of fucking Somalia. You're not a citizen of fucking wherever else they're trying to deport people. Venezuela. You have no citizenship anywhere. Then what do? You know there are millions of people that just have no citizenship in any country. How the fuck do we handle that? We don't. We just juggle them around from airport to airport and hope someone else deals with it. This fucking whole thing is not real. America is not 250, either literally or figuratively, because America is not real. There is no America. There is no independence. There's certainly no country. And yet, millions of people have to suffer until we all fucking get our shit together. How many more people need to be deported to a country they've never even heard of? To a country they've never been to? right, to a country that has a language that they don't even speak, right? And then let's just imagine they successfully escape the concentration camp in El Salvador, even though people don't escape there. How are you going to fly anywhere without a passport? How do you get a passport when you have no country? The United States is trafficking people all around the world and ruining their lives. And yet motherfuckers are coming here to give us money for the World Cup? Give me a fucking break. I gotta say, I hate the average person. I would argue with you, and if anyone wants to argue with it, I'll defend my case for hours. I think 90% of human beings are scumbags. They're disgusting. They're irredeemable pieces of fucking shit. 90%. That may seem high to you. That might seem a little bit egregious. But that's what I believe. Like I said before, the electorate in this country is brain damaged. Right? I think Donald Trump stole the 2024 election. But it shouldn't have been close enough for him to steal. It shouldn't have been close enough. 70 million people voted for a child rapist who was on tape bragging about rape. The whole 2016 election, he was bragging about rape. The fucking rape tape. When he came out and said, I just grab him by the pussy and I don't even know, wait. That's a pro-rape fucking statement. And he defended it. And he got people to vote for him. And then again, he got people to vote for him. The whole first election, the whole thing was about, would you vote for a rapist? And this country said, yes, I would vote for a rapist. Then 70 million people said, give me seconds. Then 70 million people said, give me thirds. So what the fuck is there to celebrate on America's so-called 250th so-called birthday? Nothing. Nothing. This country is over. Does anyone really think? Let's imagine President Mao Zedong gets into the fucking White House. The entire federal government has been ransacked and had its data sold on the fucking darknet by Elon Musk and his Department of Efficient Government. Everyone's social security data is currently on the darknet for purchase. I can purchase anyone's social security number in the country now because Elon Musk just uploaded it all to our foreign adversaries for free. You can just download it online. So let's imagine, right? Another president gets in there and the president is based. What the fuck even can the federal government do other than dissolve itself? I will tell you this. If a president wants to run and campaign on the dissolution of the federal government on day one, I support it. January 20th, 2029, the next president needs to sign an executive order that dissolves the government. Because the federal government has been controlled and captured. I should have done those words in the opposite order. Captured and controlled by a pedophile rape cult that has sold everything of value to the highest bidder. And there is nothing left. The Congress has abdicated its duty. Mitch McConnell is fucking weekend at Bernieing. No one knows what's going on there. The Congress has given up. They're not even trying to impeach this guy right now. They're not even trying to impeach the child rapist. The Congress has failed. It has given up. The Congress violates the Constitution of its own country that they've sworn oath to every day that they let this Iranian war go on. Every day that they let this orange pedophile maniac blow up little kids. The Congress has abdicated its duty. The Supreme Court is controlled by rapists and fucking cultists. We need to dissolve the entire thing. In my opinion, the entire federal government must be dissolved. The Capitol must be destroyed. I would say let Donald Trump bulldoze the rest of the White House. He's done great work so far. If there's one thing I like about Donald Trump's presidency, it's the fact that he has destroyed the White House. I say let him finish the job. Move the Capitol somewhere else. If we want to do this pretend game where we pretend in countries and do this make-believe, and we need to have a capital city, it can't be in Washington, D.C. Let Washington, D.C. become a state. And let's have another capital somewhere else. Let's build an island on Lake Michigan or something and have the capital be there. Hey, since this is our country and this is what we're known for, let's have our capital city be a P.O. box in the Cayman Islands. Wouldn't that be an apt description of this country? Yeah, why even bother having a capital city? Let's have a P.O. box in the fucking Cayman Islands. And maybe then that's where we can have all of our guys, all of our fucking whatever, send our fucking mail throughout that system. What the fuck? This country is pathetic. And the people living here are even worse. I go back and forth on this one, but the only thing I hate more than America are Americans. The people that live here. I hate the average American more than I hate Donald Trump. I'll be honest with you. I do. Because the average American has allowed for something like this to happen. The average American has kids and teaches those kids how to be average. Decades and decades of the most uninspired among us teaching the next generations to be even less inspired has allowed a pedophile to take over the whole goddamn fucking planet. So you know what? I don't even really hate Donald Trump. I don't even really know if Donald Trump is a real person. Let's be honest, man. What the fuck even is that? Donald Trump is more of a concept. He's more of a metaphor. He's more of a representation of what we all are, of what this culture is. A culture that watches TikTok videos and OnlyFans and gambles on Polymarket instead of fucking actually doing our job. A country that has no problem getting out of bed when it comes to working at a fucking 7-Eleven or a gas station. You have no problem getting out of bed when it comes to doing a dead-end job. But if you have to get out of bed to save your country, all of a sudden, oh, what can we do? What do you expect us to do? I'm too tired. I didn't get enough sleep last night. You're not too tired to work minimum wage, bitch. So part of me has no respect for the peasant class. Because honestly, the peasant class, they deserve it. They deserve it. The middle class, they didn't even fucking bother fighting to retain the middle class. The middle class is going the way of the dodo, and they have themselves to blame. So America $2.50, whatever. More like $2.50 at the fucking dollar store because of fucking inflation, and everything's fucking expensive. Anyway, that's my show. Welcome to Fuckville. We're going to be here for a while. That's the...
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. So, those online lefties here. Anything happening recently in the news? I don't know. A little quake of inner faith. A little feelings have been brought up over a certain subject. I know some of you are probably sick of hearing about it, but yeah, we're talking Plattner. But first, I just want to say hi to some of the wonderful people in subspace. You know, we have Jet and Johnny Too Late and John Davis and Reference Frame. Hello, Latino Yes, the theme song, I did overpay for it, I think. Latino Mufini. Definitely. Anyway, yes, we are going to be talking about Plattner. And I'm going to go, you think climate change is bad? I'm going to go fucking scorched earth on TYT. Because much like my coverage with this sort of thing, for those of you who don't know, because I'm going to be clipping this and putting it on my channel later on. But for those of you who are watching this space right now who might not be familiar with my content, or people who are clicking on the clickbait title, my focus is more Canadian politics and social issues and things of that sort. So when it comes to like specific runnings in the United States and whatnot, I tend not to pay too much attention to it. However, last October, I did make a video that involved Graham Plattner. And this was before a lot of the stuff came out about him. And so it was basically right after the tattoo and a couple of, bad Reddit postings he had made, and the fact that he had enlisted in the military multiple times. At that time, I did not know what he had done in the military, though I did kind of assume that in his position, he could be very well guilty of some things. And based on that, I was making a lot of my critique. And even then, I was not endorsing him. I was not saying he's some sort of a good guy. I was saying we don't know who the fuck he is. It was more a video about understanding certain things. When do we forgive on the right, on the left, when it comes to restorative justice. And I was pointing out how somebody could absolutely have a tattoo on their body and not know it was a Nazi symbol for years and years and years. And I gave my explanation on that. You can always go back to my live streams and watch it. But that was me talking from my autistic brain, and something that I could very well have been guilty of, because, I hyper focus on certain elements of something and not necessarily pay attention to other things. Also, if nobody approached him and actually told him, how was he to actually know? All that said, not too long after my video, Rebecca Watson dropped a video about the tattoo. And in it, she was talking about how, sure, he might not have known what it was at the time. However, as soon as you have it and you're familiar with it, you start seeing it all over the place. So like if you find a really nifty sweater that you swear you've never seen before and you buy it and you're all like, ooh, look at me in my sweater. And then suddenly you'll notice, wait a sec, actually everyone else has this sweater. Because now that it's something personal to you, you can identify it. You see it in other places. And that made a lot of sense to me. And so I kind of figured at that point, okay, so maybe he didn't know exactly what it was at the time, but he did know somewhere between, then and now type thing. But then I wasn't really plugged into a lot of the discourse around him. It was only really recently that I found that not only, yes, he did indeed slaughter people, he bragged about it. he was enthusiastic about it. Like, what? And I will admit, I was getting a little put off from the discourse, but again, this wasn't my lane, so to speak. So I wasn't really commenting on it a lot. But I did feel that the shows he went on were giving him kind of softball interviews with Graham Plattner. They weren't asking some of the more challenging things. I also did feel that there was a lot of apologia around him, much more than would be granted a person of color, a woman, who had a fraction of the accusations that he had. But I also did believe that based on what I knew, there should be room for growth and forgiveness. And some things that I'm like, yeah, that's not a big deal. But then other things I'm kind of like, that's a big deal. That's a little bit more. And when the other accuser came out in the Times, I was really disappointed with how people were dismissing her as being a right-wing op. I also found it exceedingly odd that this progressive man was in a relationship with a right-wing woman. That kind of sent up a little flag for me, because I know as somebody who is dyed-in-the-wool progressive. No, there's no way I would ever date a right-winger, or here in Canada, a conservative. That's just like a hard no. Our values would be fundamentally different. And so that also was of note to me, but then also the way that people were just constantly brushing it under the rug, that she was nothing more than a psyop, that it was a plant, that it was, well, we believe all women but. And so that was disappointing. And I do feel now a lot of people on the left need to do some inner reflection, really need to look inward and analyze, why were they supporting him so much? Because yes, I heard other people say, maybe he should be running for president. And I remember thinking, what the fuck? Like, we don't even know who he is. We don't even know what kind of platform he has. We don't know if he's a John Fetterman. Like, we don't know any of this yet. And you're already on the presidential bandwagon for him based on what? You like him? It could be because, you thought his first attack was unwarranted. And so you put your bandwagons around him at the beginning. And because they were already in place, they just kind of stayed in place. But like, even when people were questioning, like sending in IMs about it to the Majority Report, the very, very dismissive attitude that Sam, Emma, and Matt had towards people's real legitimate concerns. And this was before, again, I even knew the worst of the worst, because I wasn't paying attention to the details. What does he have to do with, the Liberal Party up here, But yeah, and then to see the absolute switch, where people who weren't fans of him before are now defending him with this latest story, and those who were fans of him saying, oh, my bad. Like, I will admit, I do feel bad for Emma that she's having to deal with a lot of this alone, because Sam was also very dismissive, and he should have to account for his perspective and everything that he was saying before. I do feel, I don't feel there was malice from a lot of these left-wingers. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. Because, sometimes your intention is not to be a dick, but you end up being a rock hard dick. Wow, there's a visual no one needed. So it's if I had known about the fact that, because again, a lot of the stories I was hearing from him was through the filter of people who were in that bandwagon that had already wrapped around him. And so, you know, I heard, yeah, sure, he went back as a private contractor, but he was just working security. He wasn't doing anything. Like, that's the only thing that I was hearing. But, you know, now that I've plugged a little bit more into it, because I was like, okay, let's see what's actually happening here. And finding out about some of his posts, there is no way he should have been a candidate. Like, it is just none. And, you know, I can imagine that there is a large sense of betrayal for the people who believed in him, because it wasn't just about him. It was the promises that he was making for a better, more progressive future. The people who had hope in him that he would do something good, you know, help with policy that would make their lives better. Because, you know, staying under, who's the senator there? Susan Collins? I was going to call her Janet Collins. It could be one or the other. I don't know. They're probably all the same. You know, people had hope that he would get into office and that maybe, just maybe, their life would get a little bit better. And all of that was stripped away from them. All of that belief, all that hope was taken away. And I can't imagine how devastating that was, especially people who volunteered, who gave their hard-earned money to him, that they can't just get it back. You know, there's a lot of people with feelings in this. And then I remember this one story that happened way back when some of the first, you know, again, some of the first comments were coming out from his old Reddit posts, and he was showing growth, and he was showing that no, he understands now why they're bad. And there was one in particular that I remember, and I when it comes to betrayals, when it comes to things, I hope that there are people in this woman's life that are looking out for her right now, because I can't imagine what she is going through. And I remember watching this, and sorry, plugging in the headphones, and people mentioning that, no, this is a show of his growth. This is a show of who he is. And now we know it's just a bunch of bullshit. Okay, so I need to add this share. Okay. I don't know if people remember this, but again, the way my brain works, I tend to remember these things. I had to do a bit of searching and stuff because it's not on YouTube. It's on anyway. So this is audio only. So it's just frozen on this page, but I don't know if I can play this off stage and for you to still hear it. So this is what we'll be listening to. The first bit is a bit garbled and hard to hear. It does clear up though.
Particularly for one reason.
So just to kind of fill in some information here, this is at one of his campaign stops. And again, you can see the date, November last year. And there's a woman in the audience who is asking him about his Reddit posts about, the article says that I can read. Well, actually, why don't I do that? I'll take this off screen because, let's see, there we go. I'll read some of the posts. And I didn't even know all of these posts when I first, when I made my video. I did not know how bad. I had only heard about, you know, some that you can kind of, okay, I get it. Young, dumb, didn't know better. I did not know how bad some of these were. And this was from 2013 on Reddit. Plattner said, rape victims should act like an adult for fuck's sakes and take some responsibility for themselves, not to get so effed up when they wind up having sex with someone they don't mean to. Rape is a real thing. If you're worried about it, go buy Kevlar underwear. You'd think you might not get blackout fucked up around people you aren't comfortable with, he wrote. I thought he had said something around like, oh, what you expect when you get drunk at the party. I did not know it was that bad. And even what I just said is bad. But I do understand that from people who are young, dumb, don't know any better, who grew up in a culture of misogyny and rape culture. Because it's not too far off from things that I thought when I was a teenager. But it's definitely not something that I would ever think or feel now. But so this is the woman who's confronting him about those comments.
Your comments on sexual assault victims cut deep. I am a survivor. My story is remarkably similar to the one that you outlined in that comment. I never shared my story. I never reported it. And I didn't because I knew I would be defending myself against that mentality. For more than 20 years, I have never spoken of it until today. I have consumed every interview you have done since. To the point where it's pretty creepy, honestly. I feel but I realize that what I am seeking is a sign of true growth and understanding of how harmful that mentality has been. Of an expression of true remorse for ever thinking that it would ever be anybody's fault that someone else violated them so egregiously. So I'm asking right now, can you look me in the face as a survivor and offer me more than just shallow words?
And in hindsight, all he did was offer her shallow words. I hope there are people in that woman's lives. I can't imagine what she is going through. It took her 20 years to get the courage to say that, to admit it, to acknowledge it. 20 years. And to confront a guy who did the exact same thing that happened to her to someone else. Allegedly. Gotta throw that in there. But like everything that I've been hearing about Plattner, it's not enough for him to step down. There needs to be charges put against him. We want to hold people accountable, and we don't want to use the bullshit. Well, the right doesn't. I don't give a. Well, I do give a fuck that the right doesn't, but we need to hold, people who claim to be on the left accountable for these egregious acts. We got to let people on the left know that they're safe to come out, that they're safe to say these things, that they're safe to talk about what's happened to them. And then we have Jake and Anna from TYT. And this is why people don't feel safe admitting what's happened to them. Where they're afraid to go public with their stories. I saw this and I saw red. It's just, the video isn't even so much, like in my perspective, it's not even so much about Graham specifically. It is about the rape apologia that these fuckers do to their audience. And I went and I looked through some of the comments on this video, and it is full of people saying, well, maybe she shouldn't have been drunk. I just, so I'll pull this up on stage first. Where's my, this one? Yeah, this one. So there's this tab. So this is from Jank. When's the date on it? So a couple days ago. So he's one of the ones, him and Anna have now done a complete flip, whereas before, you know, yeah, sure, we like where he stands on Palestine, but we don't really like who he is, and we have issues with him, and to now being Israel is framing him. I kid you not. And the way that they say Israel and Israeli media, they might as well just be saying to their audience, the Jews are responsible. They're not saying Zionists, because we know Zionists control a lot of the media. We also know a lot of those billionaire Zionists are not Jewish. But the way that they keep on saying Israel is behind it is, whether they mean it or not, it's a dog whistle. So this tweet from Jank. This is what I know for sure about Plattner. Every legacy media outlet is trying their hardest to make sure he loses. They are investigating every minute and every facet of his life. Yes, that's politics. That's politics. They never do this for insiders. They despise outsiders who challenge power. The minute a candidate says he's not going to listen to the donors, especially AIPAC, he's set upon 24/7 by people posing as reporters. They are attack dogs and wealthy and powerful. So I'm just going to skip over. So no, I don't believe any mainstream media story. I think they are the agents of propaganda and not real news. So this is the video that they made on it yesterday. We'll skip past this part, the interview. So in here, Mika is interviewing the writer in Politico, the one who posted the story about it. But that's not the part that, again, it's about the rape apologia that they do in this video that I find just utterly, utterly reprehensible. Like, just take away the people involved. What they say is disgusting. And again, I did not like what people were saying about the other woman who came forward in the Times article. I felt that was brushing things under the rug. I thought that was like, oh, we believe all women except for Republican psyops without any proof. Oh, I need to put the volume on. There we go.
What in the world is happening? Mika Brzezinski grilling.
I'm also going to speed this up a bit. I'm so used to watching them in like 1.5 speed, but we'll do 1.25. It doesn't change. It actually just makes them sound a little bit better.
The Politico reporter that reported the allegation against Graham Plattner, a shocking source of skepticism from there. She actually did a brilliant job. We'll show you more about that in a second. And she was tougher on the political reporting, the establishment reporting, than a lot of progressive activists have been.
100%.
So is Graham Plattner going to drop out? We've certainly got details for you on that. If he does, who might be the next person in line? And was he targeted? So a lot to discuss here. Anna's got the facts.
So before we give you the details,
The facts.
want to say Graham Plattner's candidacy was treated very differently from the typical centrist / establishment types in the Democratic Party. As you just saw, Mika Brzezinski seems very skeptical of the latest reporting, which we're going to get back to in just a second. James Carville, who is, part and parcel of the Democratic establishment, defended Graham Plattner prior to the latest allegations. So the establishment wasn't just flat out rejecting him. So I want you to keep that in mind as I give you the details of what's going on here. Now, the latest allegations have to do with a 41-year-old Maine resident who used to date Graham Plattner on again, off again for about 2 years. Her name is Jenny Rassicott. And
I think I can skip to the 3-minute mark to get to more of where I want to get to.
Entered her home when he wasn't invited and forcibly raped her. She says
So she was just filling people in. I'm sure most people watching by now already know the details of the story. So
political moment where I thought to myself, like, behavior by Plattner in a New York Times article, but she didn't go into the details. She refused to elaborate. She said she didn't want to do it specifically because she didn't want to be known as a rape victim.
That is a very common thing. a lot of women don't want to go public because they don't want to be known for only that. That is very, very common. A lot of people like to stay hidden. The reason why Razakot came out was because she saw how attacked the other woman was being put through. And she then felt the responsibility to come forward. But she didn't necessarily want to. It's the same as, is it Christine Blasey Ford? She didn't want to go forward. She didn't want to be put on trial because she was put on trial. She was found out and forced into that position. It's another violation of consent to have all this information out there when you feel like you were pressured to put it out there.
Okay, but she decided to do it a week before an incredibly important electoral deadline in this Senate race in Maine.
Right out the gate, they're questioning her timing. Oh, yeah, well, now she's just saying it right before, like a week before the thing. So it's obviously a psyop because, you know, the timing of it. People coming forward, they do it when they feel like they have no other choice. They're not doing it on purpose to sink a campaign. And as Razakot has said, she was actually in favor of Graham's platform. Who knows if it was a platform he would have actually followed through with, but she was a fan of his platform. Coming forward now, she knows that most likely the Democrat in that position will not win, or they'll have a hell of a lot harder time winning. And so as someone who believes in those policies, if she felt like she could, I don't think she would have gone forward.
Now, Plattner flat out denies the allegations, but it clearly looks like he is going to eventually drop out of this race because every person who endorsed him has now turned on him. Further, this is a statement from Graham Plattner's campaign. They say these allegations are very serious and Graham vigorously denies them. They're everything they do, and a week before the ballot, 848ers will stop this movement from seeing that vision in order to publish this story because these are serious allegations. So Razakot told Politico that she had exchanged text messages with Plattner that night, telling him not to come over before he did come over, right? Now, she said that she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said that she realized when she heard a sound at the stairs or on the stairs that he had let himself in. She left the door unlocked, which allowed for him to let himself in. Plattner came up the stairs, she said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she believed he was almost blackout drunk because Plattner ignored her protests and continued to grab her after unable to produce the tapping kit, spilling small needles everywhere. Now, she was apparently unable to produce the text messages or the direct messages that she allegedly sent to Plattner, which Mika Brzezinski drilled the Politico reporter on. So let's take a quick look at that.
We will not be taking a quick look at that. You can go and watch the video if you like, but here's the thing. After an incident like this, you might be impulsive. You might want to just forget and erase any evidence that it happened because you want to erase it from your brain. It's not shocking to me that somebody would go through their history and delete them because they don't want them there as a reminder. They don't want to see it. They don't want that weighing down. They just want to forget the whole thing ever happened. Let's see.
Let me give you some more detail into the Political reporting and then I'll go to you, Jenk. So they write that Razakot had said that she waited several weeks until she got her period to ensure she wasn't pregnant, then sent Plattner a private message on Instagram saying that the encounter was not consensual and she did not want to hear from him ever again. She said she later deleted all texts and social media correspondence with Plattner as she tried to move on from the assault and said she has not been able to recover Instagram messages she sent him about the incident. Now, what is the evidence then? Well, the strongest evidence that Politico was able to provide to justify their reporting where they're essentially, accusing him of rape is the following. So there was an exchange between Razakot and an acquaintance on Facebook. And I'm gonna read you the relevant portions of their exchange. So the acquaintance says, "What's his deal? Should I not fix up my friend assuming he's single?" Rasicot responds with, he can be charming and funny, and he's a decently intelligent person. He's not all bad, but I ended up in a bad situation with him, and I will just very politely call him consensually careless at times. Okay, the acquaintance says, She responds, when drunk plus PTSD. Acquaintance says, I knew about the PTSD. And then she says, he also lies. And then the acquaintance says, forces himself on people. I guess that's what she's trying to say. And then Rasicot later says, one thing that grossed me out after him and I had dated was that I saw his profile on OkCupid, and that site asked a lot of questions. And one of the questions was, if your partner told you they had over 100 sexual partners, what would your response be? And his response was, that's not that many. So that's super grossed me out, thinking he's probably slept with a ton of people, doesn't listen to you when drunk. Okay, that is the most significant evidence. And personally, as a woman, if someone raped me, I wouldn't call them consensually challenged, but
you don't know what you would say years after the fact. Because years after the fact, you might still be trying to process what happened. Years after the fact, it can still be difficult to call it out by name. And so to kind of hint at it, because how would that text exchange have gone? Oh, I don't recommend that you set him up with your friend. Oh, why not? Oh, he raped me. How do you think that would then go forward? You know, the type of what that person she was communicating with would be like, oh my God, what do you do? Why didn't you go to the police? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you just, expose all of this private information about yourself right now, as opposed to just leaving it a little vague? People can read between the lines and kind of be like, okay, he did something bad, but you don't want to divulge all of it to me. I understand. I'm not going to push. And then immediately realizing what she just said, let's deflect to something else. Let's not just stay on that moment. But that is absolutely something a person would say years and years after the fact. We just watched a video of a woman. It took her 20 years to finally speak out about this. And she spoke to Graham Plattner about it. 20 years. I've had things happen to me where I haven't exactly come out and said it because I don't want to deal with it. I've dealt with it as best as I could, but I don't want to deal with it any further. Anna has no idea what she's talking about in this moment as to what people of this level of assault will do. And she is a victim herself. She was sexually assaulted. And to have no empathy for other people who have gone through this, to just kind of brush it off, it is disgusting.
But maybe that's just the way she communicates. I don't know. Further, there was a therapist that she spoke to recently about this alleged rape from all the way back in 2021. So she didn't tell her therapist about it at the time. She didn't file a police report. She apparently told an ex.
Which again, very common. Most people don't, especially if it's somebody you know and you're in shock.
Boyfriend who she started dating in 2022 filed a police report. She apparently told an ex-boyfriend who she started dating in 2022 about the incident, although she was very vague about it. The man who was granted anonymity out of concern for his personal privacy told Politico that she had told him bits and pieces about a bad experience with Plattner before confiding the full details of what happened in 2023.
What is the next fucking sentence? You have this up on screen. What is the very next fucking sentence in this? Sorry. His account of what Rassicot told him about the incident matched what Rassicot told Political. That was the next sentence of that article. That his account matched. You know, it's not just the man who was granted anonymity out of concern of his personal privacy told Politico that Rassicot had told him bits and pieces about a bad experience with Plattner before confiding the full details of what happened in 2023. His account of what Rassicot told him about the incident matched what Rassicot told Political. You seem to be missing a line there, Anna.
That's the other piece of evidence that maybe you can point to. But I don't know. Everyone has withdrawn their endorsement of Plattner, and I think the allegations are suspicious. I'm just going to say it.
So you're not going to mention that his account matched?
I think Plattner's tattoo and his explanation of how he handled the tattoo after realizing it was a Nazi tattoo was way more problematic than these claims. That's my thought.
Okay, there are two different issues here.
That tattoo was more problematic than the claims of rape?
Was he targeted? What does it mean to be targeted? And then did he actually do this specific allegation? So you've got to separate those two things out, and they're both relevant. So first of all, the media never talks about this thing that everyone in politics knows about because it would make them kind of complicit in some of the games that are played. It's called oppo research, opposition research. So there are different groups that do opposition research, and then they hand it over. It's not like Democrats don't do opposition research, but any oomph behind it, and besides which, when and that's relevant to this case, if progressives give it to them, they don't print it, and they look it over a billion times and say it didn't meet their standards. That's why Mika presents these questions there. Let's start with, now when you move over, we'll come back to who might have targeted him. But was he targeted? Oh, there's no question. I mean, you'd have to be brain dead. You'd have to be Mitch McConnell not to see that he was targeted. It was one thing after another. His tattoos, his Reddit post, his every girlfriend is contacted by the New York Times. Why? And then one woman comes out who's basically does oppo research for the Republicans, and she says he did something for me.
And who defended Brett Kavanaugh when Christine Blasey Ford came forward with.
So I can't quite remember if it's exactly in this, but also the day before in their opening, he had a rant, which I recorded just so I have it, where he's basically saying Israel is behind this oppo research. Not Zionists, not people, not other mainstream Democrats trying to sink him, not Republican, but Israel. And again, I think we know what he means is the Zionists, but that's not what he's saying. What he is saying is a fucking dog whistle. It's the Jews did it. You need to be very careful this day and age with everything that's going on in this world to make sure that you are separating Jewish people from Zionists.
I think far more credible allegations against Kavanaugh because there were several people she spoke to at the time of the alleged rape attempt by Kavanaugh.
So I'm going to sit here and dictate over which women I believe, which one is more credible without all the information, without knowing them personally. I'm just going to sit here and say, you know what, I find this account credible and that one not credible because, believe all women except the ones that I don't.
This is the media's like 7th attempt or something to end Graham Plattner's campaign. If you think these are just, oh, well, he's so problematic, they're just organically popping up. That's not true at all. That is.
When you see everything that has popped up, it is very problematic and this stuff should have come out a lot sooner. He should have never ran. He's a murderer. He slaughtered people overseas. That should mean something.
Definitively not correct. There are groups who try to take out candidates. It is relatively normal, although it's never talked about.
Well, if that information wasn't there, he wouldn't have been able to be taken out.
out in the press, because remember, the press doesn't do their own job. These groups do. And then the question is, who does the press choose to target? Who do they choose to write the stories about? Who do they choose to not write the stories about?
Me as I go through them all, okay? I loathe horse race politics specifically because of this reason. Because if places adjudicated in a court of law, I would not allow the individual who forcibly raped me, that's violent, right? Rape in a court of law if this actually took place. If someone entered my home and forcibly raped me, I would not allow the individual who forcibly raped me, that's violent, right? To remain in my home and sleep it off. But that is what she.
You don't know what the fuck you would do. Unless you are in that situation, you don't know what you would do. You can sit here safe in your studio and say, this is what I would have done. But when you are in that moment and you are in shock, and this is somebody that you've had feelings for, you don't know what you would do. You're still trying to rationalize it. You're still trying to figure out what just happened. Did this just happen? You're in denial. And if you go into some of the details, she was also afraid that if she said anything, if she went forward, that, Plattner might become aggressive, that there might be repercussions from him. She was scared. You don't know what you would do in those situations unless they've happened to you. You can't sit here and say what she did, how she handled her rape. Well, that was the wrong way to do it.
She did. She alleges that he was so drunk that she didn't want to tell him to leave because he might harm someone on the road. He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops, or more importantly, get the hell out of the house. But she did neither one of those things. Neither one of those things.
Yeah, so look, again, I hate the situation we're in where we have to try to adjudicate this with not enough evidence. Could it be that she's telling the truth?
Then maybe don't.
Of course it could be. Now, guys, if it's true, then it's a huge problem, right? But we don't know for sure that it's true. But in a situation like this, even if you say you're not sure that it's true, that's it. People come and take your head off. Because they say once we made an allegation.
Believe all women and verify. It's not about just take everything a woman says at face value and not accept any other evidence. It is you believe her at what she said, but also allow the process to go through, allow an investigation, allow all that sort of stuff. But it's about supporting the victim and letting them know that they're safe to come forward, that they will be believed, because the vast majority of women who come forward are not believed. In my area, an accused abuser was acquitted of charges. He was a doctor that performed unnecessary vaginal and anal exams and groping women. 48 testified against him, and the judge said all of them were not credible. Believe all women.
Allegation, it's over. You're not allowed to object to the allegation. But wait a minute. The thing that caught my attention here, and again, McBizness also saying this doesn't look right at all, this is not enough to publish a piece, gives you a sense of we're not making this up, guys, and we're not doing it because we're biased. Look at the fact pattern here. So the thing that caught my eye, Anna, was on the therapist. Because
yes, the therapist didn't want to talk to the press, by the way.
Yeah, the Politico kept saying, well, she says she talked to the therapist, and the therapist does not acknowledge it, but says that they do have a relationship. No, wait.
No. Let's be totally accurate, okay?
Yeah.
The therapist acknowledged that she spoke to her recently about what allegedly happened, but did not want to issue a statement to Politico.
Yeah.
So you're saying that a therapist didn't want to put their career on the line to say things about a patient? That maybe there's some sort of code of conduct that goes against going to the press and saying anything? That the therapist said you should believe women at face value could just be code for, yes, she is telling the truth. But Shocking how a therapist doesn't want to put their career on the line for this and come out with the lurid details of the private sessions that she's had with this woman. Like, just no, like, who knows? As Wes Webb is saying, yeah, the therapist is not allowed to talk about it. I don't know what the parameters are around it, if they're allowed to say anything.
Yeah, so the therapist is not confirming it.
Right.
I mean, there's a very easy way to confirm it. Say, hey, I don't want to talk about it, but yes, I confirm that she said that, right? And maybe give some context, give a statement, and then get, look, the therapist is
Maybe the therapist wasn't allowed to do that for professional conduct reasons.
a tough spot too. It doesn't mean that she thinks is skeptical, and we have no idea. But that's the thing. In order to print a story, you're supposed to have two excellent sources, right? So here, the only thing that's a little bit persuasive is those text messages that Anna read to you guys. And so then you guys make up your own mind on whether you think calling someone consensually careless is the same as saying he raped me. So, and by the way, in all of these stories, it's barely ever mentioned that they were in a relationship at the time.
She spent more.
What the fuck? Sorry, Jank, what was that? Oh, well, they didn't bother to mention that they were in a relationship. Like, a person in a relationship can't be fucking raped. Just, what is that supposed to do? Why did you mention that? How is that supposed to excuse it? It doesn't even matter if he lived with her. It can still be rape. And there's people in the comments that said, oh, well, she decided to opt out halfway through. Yes, a person can withdraw consent at any time. But the idea of like, oh, well, they didn't even bother to mention that she was in a relationship with him. Who gives a fuck? Again, they're trying to imply somehow that Israel's behind this op-ed research or something. So some people came in and they searched through Plattner's past, and they found every woman that he's been in a relationship with. And then they found one from 5 years ago, and they said to her, do you know what? Here's a story we would like you to go with. Yes, it would involve, you coming out to your entire community and exposing that you had a relationship with him and being put on the public spotlight and all this sort of stuff. But could you maybe just tweak these details and lie a little bit so that we have this information? Who would do that? It does not matter if she was in a relationship or what kind of relationship she was in with him. He still violated her consent. He still raped her. At least at this point, since nothing has been proven in court, I will just add in allegedly.
Time elaborating how disgusted she was that he might have slept with a lot of women than she did about the alleged rape. When she's talking to an acquaintance who's asking her about Graham Plattner because she's thinking about fixing a friend up with him.
Yeah, so every person that they go to, the current boyfriend, the therapist, the other folks, people that normally in a story like this go, yes, at the time she told me this, and this is a text message we have, or et cetera. None of that is here other than.
What do you mean normally? A lot of people don't have any evidence. What is normal is that there are no text messages, that you just have to take the person's word for what happened. That's why these are so difficult to adjudicate in court. There aren't necessarily witnesses to it. What the fuck do you mean normally in these cases? You don't know shit about normally when it comes to these things.
The two texts that Anna read you, one of them is barely relevant. The other one is the one that has the careless comment, right? So if you think that's definitive, I'm 100% positive, no problem. Because it's like we all make a different choice on how we view it. So look, for me, this is not about whether Graham Plattner did it or not. At this point, that question is almost irrelevant because
it's over. It's over for
yeah, everybody pulled their endorsement. It's now.
It should still kind of matter. It should still be, now that it's out in the open, it should still be investigated. Plattner should be charged. Like ideally with war crimes as well, but he should be charged. The statute of limitations is not over. But again, we can't tell the victim what to do in this case. We can't say to her, yes, make sure you go and press charges now. That is still her decision. She gets to decide how this is handled going forward because she didn't want to do this in the first place. Being out here in the first place telling her story was another violation of her consent.
It's considered toxic. You can't support them, blah, blah, blah. So we're not trying to fight that battle, guys. We're trying to tell you how politics works and what to be on the lookout for.
And we're also trying to explain to you how rape works and who's a credible victim and who isn't a credible victim.
How does this process work? Because were there all these different opposition research groups targeting Susan Collins and calling all of her ex-boyfriends and looking through her text messages, asking about theirs? None, zero. Is there any about like establishment candidates, Democrat or Republican? Almost never. It has to fall right into your lap, right? And again, it's oppo research usually by other
establishment digging in to see what.
And then that's pretty much the end of it there. And they are still going hard. And they're not the only ones. The Hill, I saw a clip about on the Hill from Sagar and Grimm. It took them a long time to get to the point, and in the meantime, it kind of sounded like, oh, well, she was asking for it. Oh, well, we're not blaming her. We believe her, but the press didn't mention that, in the Washington Post, because apparently there's another interview in the Washington Post, and we applaud her for being honest and saying everything. But they didn't bother to mention that she said that she could use a glute massage, and, that could be a miscommunication there. And that could be why he decided to go over, even though, she sent him a text saying, don't come over. But, he was blackout drunk driving at the time and probably wouldn't have seen it before he got there. So, that's probably why he showed up. Again, we're not blaming her because we still believe what happened to her when he got there. But, There are clips that I've come across of Jank and Anna on other shows that are absolutely mind-boggling on how incredibly reactionary, contrarian they've been that I'll be adding into. So again, I'm going to be clipping this and putting it on my main channel for people who are watching it because of the clickbait title and stuff. I am working on a massive, massive project about TYT. Well, not TYT specifically, Jank and Anna, because I used to be a contributor to Rebel HQ and I am absolutely ashamed of what they've become, of the fact that I was so proud to be part of that network and the damage that they are doing now to the leftist movement, because it's shit like this that helps to keep the left fractured. And yes, all the other people, Sam, Emma, Matlack, that I've seen, give Graham pass after pass after pass, they need to have some serious discussions on this. And I'm not one to be like to demand that they do it in a certain way. I don't feel like we should be piling on them because that causes people to just back down. They need to be able to have the conversations without feeling like people are going to yell and scream at them, because this is some work that needs to be done on a lot of people. And it's not just leftists, for fuck's sakes, it's everyone. When it comes to just the built-in misogyny and racism that is in our system, that is in our culture, that we grew up with. they need to do some serious work on why they had this particular blind spot for Graham. Because I've seen them not have that same blind spot for other people. But what was it about Plattner specifically? And you know what? Sure, it's near the end of the video. I'll just throw in the caveat. We don't know for sure if it happened. There could be groundbreaking evidence that comes out later on that says that he didn't do it. But, you know, right now we are just going on the information presented to us. And in my video that I did last year, I mentioned the menu analogy when it comes to candidates, that, you know, when you sit down in the restaurant, you're given a menu, and on the menu, you have the different candidates and the ingredients involved in it. Now, some of those ingredients are missing. Some have been handwritten in by people with their own biases and stuff that you don't know may or may not be true. So you are just going on whatever you see on the menu in front of you. And then when the meal comes out to you, you might realize, oh shit, there's peppers in it. This is a hard no. This is not what I ordered. We are just going on the information we have right now. And the information we have right now is that Graham Plattner killed people overseas, did slaughters, was enthusiastic about it, wanted to participate in others, because there's Reddit posts of him saying that. So somebody who's willing to do mass murder probably doesn't, you know, will blur the line with consent. But we really just, I would ask leftists to not get defensive when asked about why they were supporting Graham for so long. To not just shrink into yourself, to really hear it. It's going to be painful to hear the feedback, but they need to hear it if they want to improve, if they want to be better on this issue. Anyway, that was quite the rant I've been having. Yeah. Oof. I probably won't be covering this subject again. We'll see. Again, I tend to focus on Canadian politics and, you know, influence in Canadian world, also queer-related issues and stuff. But as somebody who has been in more than a gray zone of a victim, I kind of feel the need to speak up too when it comes to this sort of thing. But yeah, just anyway, I'm just going to check some of the comments in subspace. I hope you guys were seeing it okay. Out of the corner of my eye, it looked a bit glitchy, but hopefully it was a fluid movement for you guys. But yeah, please follow me on all my platforms. I have, we have a message here from Johnny Too Late. Speaking of TYT, yesterday was the 3rd year anniversary of TYT mods quit. When the mods walked out due to Anna and Chink's transphobia, along with right-wing bullshitty they were spewing. It's been that long. Wow. Well, this video essay project that I've been working on is about a year and a half in the making. My God, it's become a monster of a project. But please follow me on all my platforms for my politics. It's Left of the Box. You can at Left of the Box on like Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, YouTube, upscrolled, and then Sandee Lovas on all of the above as well. I have a YouTube channel for Sandee Lovas that focuses on my art and writing. It's for art writing and all things creative. That there is a drawing I did. This here is a book I wrote. It's available on Amazon. Yes, I have capitalist critiques about it, but just it's the only avenue I had to publish it. So please buy my book. It's loaded with my political and social commentary, and I love it so hard. Prequels and sequels are coming after I get that fucking TYT essays done. Okay. So yeah, thank you to the mods in here for you must have to watch a lot of content on this space to be here the entire time. Everyone, huge shout out to Nicholas. He does great works behind the scenes, producing all of this for us. You know, subscribe to this space because hopefully this can become, you know, a 24/7 leftist hub of wonderful, delightful content. So with all of that, and thank you everyone for coming out. Also, if you can support me financially, really appreciate it by becoming a member of the Sandbox, which is my YouTube channel, Left of the Box, or a patron. If you go to my channel, you can find links to all of that there. So with all of that, my next live stream, Sunday, probably at 5 p.m. I might be a bit late. There's a festival earlier in the day that I'll be attending, but probably around 5 p.m. Might be 6, more like 6 p.m. But again, regular news live stream, Canadian politics and international politics. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Men, some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Met some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump.
Hey,
I'm gonna have that song in my head all day now.
Oh man,
new theme.
I've been bumping it nonstop. It's just so good. I can't get enough of it.
Is that you? Did you make that?
No, that's Anthony Constantino. We listened to his music video last week.
No, I mean the remix.
Oh, you mean like the intro?
Yeah, like the dance version of it. It wasn't quite that bopping.
No, I didn't touch it. That's the same version.
Oh well, never mind. Wow.
It just was so much more of a banger than you remember.
It's true. It's true. Shame on me.
I also made another video project that I'll wait until other people are here to show everybody, because it is it's more touching. It's more of a wholesome, I guess you could say. I'll just tease it. It's an homage to Mitch McConnell, who may have died. So
he may have died.
Yeah, we don't know though for sure.
He's in the Jordan Peterson tier, where I'm like, I don't know what his current health condition is. Honestly, someone should probably look into that who cares about him, because it is strange that he just keeps disappearing and his daughter suddenly takes over the empire and no one really has any answers as to what's happening. I'm not implying anything at all. I'm saying someone who cares about him should just look into this to make sure that he's okay, and yeah, reach out to him, because I don't care about him. But if I did care about him, I would be the person to probably look into what's going on.
Yeah. It's like, is he in some sort of state of limbo? Is he trapped between life and death? Is he in a vegetative state potentially? It's really hard to say, but yeah, Mitch McConnell has entered that territory, and we'll definitely talk about that. Ken Klippenstein, I was blanking on his name. I almost said Mitch Klippenstein because I'm thinking Mitch McConnell. He wrote an article about this where he kind of breaks it down. So there was I got a bunch of stuff ready to talk about. I was waiting to go live until everybody else showed up, but I just want everybody to know, let the record reflect, Lance and I were indeed here on time. We always are. It's everybody else. So whenever we're late, you blame all the other people who are on this show, okay? I'm sure they'll be here, but they're late. Not us.
All those lazy people with like day jobs and
lazy fucking bums. Imagine saying I can't make it to Leftist Mafia on time because I have a 9 to 5.
Jesus.
Extremely ridiculous. Like, wow. Yeah, they are slackers. Thank you, Etch. They are.
In good news, Rebecca and Ariana are going to be joining us today, so that's exciting.
Yeah. And if David jumps on, we'll have a full house. So
that will be exciting. Wow.
Yeah. Doesn't happen too often, but whenever it does happen, it's very exciting. I did want to share a video that is going viral because there is this week, by the way, of course, we crushed it again. We had another socialist victory, and the Speaker of the House, Mr. Mike Johnson, decided to come out and attack these socialists, and people are turning his attack into an ad because everything he says just sounds incredible. Let me bring this in here. I think I don't know if the particular cut that I have included music, but it's going viral on TikTok apparently because people love this. So let me just press play.
Say the Democrat Socialists of America? Okay, here's just a sample of what they're about. Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy, implement proportional representation, and ranked choice voting in all elections.
He tries to make it sound scary.
Public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people. End all military and economic aid to Israel. It sounds so...
I don't know if this is going to be like copyrighted, but
I like that. That's some good energy.
It's a really great cut. It's nice. I've actually been feeling really good lately because of these victories. You know, everything else is shitty, but you know.
Yeah, I saw a good tweet by someone that had worded it like, I hope you all realize this is a direct response to you centrists and Democrats' position on Gaza. Did you expect us to spend years watching like children get bulldozed and not want to do anything about it? Like, yeah, we like everyone wants radical change. This shit is a nightmare. And I was like, yeah, that really feels like what that last, series of election victories was like. Like, holy shit, what a rebuke.
Yeah. People are pissed off. I've never seen so many non-traditional people pissed off. By non-traditional, like you would expect a lot of lefties and hipsters and whatnot, and people with septum piercings to be pissed off. But when you go to town halls, when you go to any like local meetup that's like even tangentially political related, where you're making signs and whatnot, there's like these aunties, these like sweet moms that are really fucking pissed off. And they're pissed off about Gaza. They're pissed off at the Democratic Party. Of course, they're pissed off at, Donald Trump and fascism. But as we've talked about before, they can't reckon with the fact that like Democrats have been saying how bad Trump is. And then once he came to power, they're not doing anything to fight him. They're not treating him like the existential threat that, they told voters he was. And it's just been such a wake-up call for a lot of people, even normies, to just say, hey, man, they're not fighting. Like, even my mom, she really doesn't follow politics too much, but she's like, are the Democrats doing anything yet? She'll ask me, like, are they fighting? I'm like, not yet, Mom, not really. This one did one thing, but, still
they're going to strongly worded letter the fascism away. Just wait, it's going to be a couple text messages and the fascism will be gone. I know, I've noticed they are fighting now. They are finally fighting. They're angry and aggressive at the DSA. Now they found their voice. That's pretty amazing, right? We are going to use the full power. We will have a revolution. We will stop this. And it's like, of course. That's the left. They're going after the left. Great.
Of course. Yeah, although, to our benefit, they haven't changed their tactics. I thought that they would be much more ruthless, but they're also hitting us with a strongly worded letter. I say this because did you see the promise to America?
No.
Lance, it's so good. It's basically a manifesto by 15 Democrats about how the Democratic Party is pro-capitalism and not communism. And let me bring up their website. The manifesto is a very short read. We can read it in its entirety. It's shorter than the Communist Manifesto. It's actually just a paragraph, but
that's funny because like there's opinion pieces here in Canada that are getting really popular right now that talk about how like why we must never accept China as the new global superpower. America must be our stalwart, like stuff like that, where you're just like, Jesus Christ. Like, and these usually appear in magazines owned by like American companies anyway, so I'm not surprised there. But it's just like, it's so funny them talking about like, we could never allow China to blah, blah, blah. And they're like, America's bombing like 6 or 7 countries today. You know, like not maybe far off in the future. Like they're really bad. I don't know. I think everyone's like, I'll take anything at this point, honestly. You know, like
it's outrageous.
You know, like anyone step up. I don't care. Like it's really bad.
Just not us. I don't want us to be the #1 leader of the world anymore. It's hasn't gone too well. So this is their whole manifesto. Their promise to America. I'll show you who signed it in a second. It was 15 the last time I checked. Although neoliberals don't want to put their names on this because they don't want to get primaried, but it reads, America is stronger than our politics. Politics forces false choices between extremes on the right and left. We reject them. Too many Americans have not benefited from the last half century of economic growth. Americans want an economy that lowers costs, expands opportunity, and rewards the people who work hard every day. Americans want safe communities and institutions that solve problems. We believe in building more to lower costs and expand opportunity. That's 2 times that they said expand opportunity for those not keeping track. We believe Democrats succeed when we speak to the whole country and value persuasion over purity. We, the undersigned, make this promise to America. And the signatories are, there's a search bar in case you can't find them. Is it still just 15? It's still just 15, yeah. So
I'll get there. Just starting.
Right. It's the ones that you would expect. None of these people are surprising. I believe this is a Democrat who just voted with Republicans to discriminate against trans people. So very cool to see that. One thing that's funny is that I want to share this as well. Give me 1 second. So AOC responded to the promise to America, and she actually roasted them. And their response was amazing. I'm going to play her response here because she said what she says here was just perfect.
They said, we're going to sign a pledge against socialism. And we say, okay, but then when you pull up this website, they can't answer the same question that you just asked me, Santita. There's no, okay, fine. If you're against them, that's okay, but what do you believe? And that, I think, is the core of the weaknesses from that wing in this moment. There's no affirmative vision really coming from most places in the Democratic Party, with the exception of democratic socialism. They said, we're going to sign a...
Yeah, and that's basically what everybody's saying, that they have this entire paragraph and there's not a single policy. If you go through all of their visions, it's all just principles and platitudes. And so AOC, like, they were getting dunked on because AOC essentially challenged them to come up with a concrete vision, like with concrete policies, like actual things they're going to pass legislatively. And not sound bites, yeah. But unfortunately for them, they can't do that. And they cooked up just more platitudes. So they responded, hi, AOC. Our promise to America isn't just about rejecting socialism. It's a vision for the future. Our principles say it best. We believe in an economy that works for everyone, not just those already at the top. Okay, well,
so
what does that mean? How are you going to facilitate that?
That's awesome. Oh, I love that. It's like, yeah, no, we're not like you. We don't like all these unjust hierarchies. So we're going to battle that. And it's like with capitalism.
Yeah.
We're going to satisfy it. Yeah.
We're going to keep the system in place that led to Gilded Age levels of income and wealth inequality, but we want an economy that works for everyone. Okay, like, how do you do that in this particular system? I don't understand that. You're not offering a single policy. They could even just say something as simple as, you know what? we support a $15 an hour minimum wage, even though that would be milquetoast.
But that's a policy. That's
It's something, right?
And you can be held accountable to. If you're just like speaking in dreams and visions, and that's basically like what people are supposed to take, how's anyone like, you can't take them seriously at the point where they get into power and then afterwards it's like, they're not delivering anything. Yeah, because they promise nothing. They're delivering the nonsense they promise, just openly being like, yeah, sure, whatever you need to hear, people. Like, that's the part I hate. I think, and we've been saying this for a while on the show, what Zoran Mamdani is pulling off is not socialism. It's actually showing everybody that for a very long time, Democrats didn't give a fuck and they weren't doing their jobs. Like, they just literally weren't doing their jobs on the simplest things. Like, yeah, we can actually fix the potholes, right? I'm sure that's something for people living in New York where it's just like, yeah, they keep saying they don't have the money to fix the potholes, but it's really weird that all these like developments are coming from these monsters, like investors from Turkey, but who knows where the money comes from or goes, or just exchanges hands, whatever, right? It's like, no, you had corrupt government after corrupt government after corrupt government that were basically just vehicles to funnel all of the budget into the NYPD for decades. And now he's showing up and he's just like, why don't we do stuff?
Yeah, funding the parks, filling potholes. Yeah, like you said, it's not socialism. Theoretically, a Republican could do this stuff. It's just like basic governance.
Yes, this is the bare minimum of what you were supposed to be doing, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, socialism's amazing!" that's bare minimum functional government, and even then, it's not operating as it should. He's like starting to make progress, right? Go after the landlords. That's good, right? Go after greedy corporations, but it's still not to a lot of money. It's like $10 million from Amazon. It's a start, but that's not socialism. That's the bare minimum of government.
Yeah, this is just what they're supposed to do regardless of their ideology. Like, the ideology hasn't even been plugged in yet. Like, we're just talking about like cleaning the subway, keeping shit, keeping the trash off the streets, like the basic fucking shit. Yeah. And okay, there's a couple more planks that they're saying to AOC. Aside from the economy, we believe in secure borders and safe communities, because
that worked out great in the last election. Just go with that. So open with that. Maybe say how you want the most lethal fighting force in the world, and you're worse on the border than the fucking Republicans. Keep that up.
That seemed to really land with the Democratic Party's base.
Oh yeah.
And centrists also were like, oh, you know what? I didn't know that Kamala was stronger on the border than Donald Trump. Maybe I'll vote for her.
That was the difference maker. Well done.
We want a government that works to solve problems. Okay, that's very specific. Who would oppose this? I mean, a fascist could write this.
We want to do our job. That's what they're saying.
Like, what? We want a politics of persuasion. Bro, what the fuck does this even mean? You're losing at that right now. You're not persuading anybody.
No, that's
practice on us.
Right. The DSA victories that just happened, those were electoral victories. Those were the people. That's the will of the people. All the Democrats right now are like, I don't want any politician who says these evil things about our party. It's like, then you don't like the voters of that district. That's what you're saying, because that's what they wanted and voted for. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. They're basically shitting on voters, but they're doing it in such a passive aggressive way so as to not like directly offend them. But what they really are doing is they're critiquing the Democratic Party's base. Okay, last but not least, and most of all, we are proud of America. That is that's the specific, that their principles say it best. So that's their vision for the future, being proud of America. So, that's inspiring, Lance.
I mean, it's, what was Andrew Yang's party? The Forward. It feels like the Forward Party. They want
to that's true. I forgot about that. Shit.
Oh, yeah, not left, not right, just center, going forward.
It's forward.
It's the new future. Well, ending with that note, like we are proud. Like every single thing said there, you can easily, and astute politicians like Zoran and others now who are associated with the DSA, you can weave around that so well now. Like instead of being like, oh, all we care about is being proud Americans, like you could be like, I want to be proud of my country, but it's a fucking disgrace that we have so many people living on the streets while we give billions of dollars to Israel. That'll do so well now. Right? Like we live in a different time. People, especially like younger voters and younger energized people who want to put time and money and effort into politics, they are done with this old fucking, every centrist person on TV now sounds like, they're 20 or 40 years older than they are as a person, just based on the way the rhetoric sounds now. Going on to live television and being like, well, I think if you criticize this person, that's a form of anti-Semitism, and we have to be the business makers, and corporations have to be able to make this much money, and like all this kind of stuff. And you're just like, this is like, no one buys this anymore. Like everyone knows, like the right hates you already. They don't listen to you. And for people who are like to the left of Bush, like every person listening to this is going to be like, that's not true. Like you can't keep lying to everybody,
Right. No, it's just so transparent. And you're making me think of a clip that was shared by Blakely where I think it was today. Yeah, it was today. Abdul El Sayed, this is actually recently. He was on CNN and the host asked him if he thinks Israel has the right to exist. He gives a perfectly reasonable answer. But of course, it wasn't satisfactory. So she has to ask him the question 18 times. Like, I'm exaggerating, but let me just I'll play it for you because I think this speaks to everything you're saying, Lance. It's so fucking insufferable.
Fight for and have to put up with.
Obviously, AIPAC is a big part of this conversation because Israel has become a very central topic, especially inside the Democratic Party, but nationally as well. Do you believe Israel has a right to exist?
So, Casey, AIPAC's become a big issue in this election because AIPAC's already spent $30 million in this election. They're by far the biggest spender in the race. Now, the question about a right to exist, it's interesting because nobody's ever asked me whether or not I believe Palestine has a right to exist. Every single president who served has said that they believe in a two-state solution. Israel exists. The question is whether or not we want a politics where our money is sent over to Israel to be genocide and apartheid instead of investing in our own kids.
You say it exists, but does it have a right to?
I didn't say that. I just said
you say it exists.
I'm not going to play this gotcha game about whether or not it has a right to exist. The question ultimately is about whether or not we want a politics that dignifies.
You're not going to play the gotcha game, but you're not going to say you think Israel has a right.
Well,
to
my question, Casey, I think the question we all had to
I really think she hasn't got to here.
Does everybody have equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination? That's Jewish, Israelis, and Palestinians. And to me, the folks who should answer what the ultimate peace there looks like should be Jewish, Israelis, and Palestinians. I want my tax dollars spent here in Michigan to provide schools in Michigan, to build healthcare in Michigan, to invest in Michigan, rather than to be sent abroad to kill Palestinian people, do genocides and apartheid. The question about whether or not Israel has a right to exist is actually quite secondary to whether or not they have a right to our tax dollars. And people don't ask that question in good faith. So if you want to ask me about Palestinian right to exist, if you want to ask me about what I want to do for kids in Michigan, I'm happy to answer that question. But the AIPAC and Israel have become secondary questions that too many people have to talk about because our tax dollars keep getting spent over there rather than being spent over here.
I mean, how can you argue against that?
And you nailed it with that clip because, like I said, she looks so out of touch. It's like watching. It's like surreal now, right? To see it where you like, as clear as day, you're like you are just so disconnected from reality or how people are talking on the ground, right? Like people. Yeah. I have non-political aunts who are like just like, Israel's pretty fucked up, just out of the blue. And it's just like someone who never talks to me about politics, but it's just like you at some point have probably seen a photo, like, or a drone shot, or just one picture, or maybe a couple seconds of footage. And that's enough to be like, what? And it's like, yeah, there's nothing, it's all gone. Like the movies, like when you see the apocalypse, like when everything's dead, that's it. It's just like a human meat grinder. No one can be on the other end of that and still like, watch those kind of things with a straight face. Like, do you believe it has a right to exist? I don't know. Does your program like this? It's so fucked up. Like talk like that,
Yeah, it's such a establishment brained take. It's the new do you what is it? Do you condemn Hamas? They go through these different things because they don't actually want to engage in the substance. They find a question to like try to filibuster and like hold firm, but it's because they don't really know how to handle it. Because if that lady actually just asked him normal questions or accepted his answer, then her new boss, which is Barry Weiss, might can her. So she has to play along. But I mean, a lot of the people in media, they're not just playing along. I think they're true believers, and part of this goes back to manufacturing consent with Noam Chomsky. I mean, he's in the Epstein files, but his book was absolutely correct. Where these people are filtered out to where they're doing the bidding of the establishment willfully, because like you don't get a position in the media unless you are willing to espouse certain beliefs and positions. So It's not, it's just not going to change anytime soon. And it doesn't matter how out of touch they get or how out of sync they are with the rest of the country. They're just going to keep on chugging ahead, sounding like completely out of touch dipshits. Because, yeah, like you said, there's nobody in the country, in the world at this point, who isn't at least somewhat aware of what's been going on. And all it takes is a little bit of knowledge and you are forever radicalized, because like you can tell people, oh yeah, should they have a right to exist? Israel has the right to defend itself, yada, yada, yada. But all of that goes out the door when people are confronted with the sheer humanity of the suffering of Palestinians. It doesn't matter how persuasive the other talking points were. Like when you see children suffering, you don't give a shit about anything but making that suffering stop. And they don't get that because these folks are robots on TV.
Yeah, they also keep using the point that like this isn't America. It's not. It's like far away. This isn't a key core issue. People don't care about this. And I'm like, well, first off, it really seems like Zionists and that side are the ones who bring it up all the time. You have to actually pledge allegiance, right? Where it's like, do you believe that Israel has a right to exist? They like Stephen Colbert said, not only do you believe Israel has a right to exist, and then if the answer was yes, that wasn't enough. It was like, and do you ever believe it has a right to exist as a Jewish state, aka Jewish supremacist ethno state, right? Like, are you a Jewish supremacist? Like on the spot too. And I'm like, these are the weirdest questions to hear on like television and for New York. Like, but if y'all want to play that game, then yeah, it has impacted a lot of voters, even if they don't live there. And I think globally right now, I think there's a just international rejection of this horror. But
yeah, I would love to hear anybody respond to that question of, hey, should Israel exist as a Jewish state? Well, should America exist as a white state? Should South Africa exist as a white state?
Yeah,
because that's essentially what they're asking. But they just, I guess, like, they can make that exception and there's no discrepancy in their head. They think it's perfectly consistent because, like, Israel is a country that consists of people who were previously oppressed. Therefore, they have a blank check to oppress others. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's logically inconsistent, and they think that people are going to give them a pass for that, but they just look deeply unserious when they say shit like that. Oh yeah, Israel can be a Jewish ethno state, but it's bad if there's a white ethno state. No, they're all bad. They're all bad, and that's our point. We're not anti-Semitic for saying that. You are the one who's a bigot for allowing one country to basically be institutionally superior than everybody else who lives there. It's just, yeah, I know we're preaching to the choir, but it just never gets old hearing this shit. I'm just never like, I can't be desensitized to it.
Also true.
Yeah. I do have some additional fun stuff here. So
I was going to say one fun thing we could talk about that I know everyone wants to hear is congratulations to Denims and for freedom of speech. Happy freedom of speech to you. It's a great freedom of speech day here on the internet because we have the freedom of speech to criticize and critique fellow content creators. Even if we do not like them as people, we can still critique them and they can't sue us back. Or if they do, hopefully there's some precedent that's been set. And lo and behold, there is more precedent that's been set now to defend the fair use and fair dealing of content creators, thanks to Denims. So thanks, Denims.
We owe the mother of fair use on the internet flowers. Everybody go send her flowers and love, because her like just sticking through all that bullshit and suffering through it is actually genuinely a service to every single person online who not just makes videos and content, but like if you just post on social media, what she did is strengthening all of our abilities to criticize people. And I think that's awesome.
Including the people who generate drama slop from her and her content. She defended their right to do that.
True.
Like that's pretty wild, you know? Like she stood up for their right to make videos on her and use clips of her show when they critique her, as they should have the right to do, as everyone does, right? Like that's
absolutely
freedom of speech.
They seem to not get that. I was listening to Asmongold talk about this through Hassan. He was reacting to Asmongold.
Who did the exact same thing, by the way. Like that Denims was being sued for. Asmongold watched the entirety of the content nuke. And then I think Ethan may have even acknowledged that, where he was just like, I know XQC and Asmongold did it, but I'm suing Denims, blah, blah, blah. But like you did exactly what, you're accusing her of.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, this is maybe the judge just didn't like Ethan or something. Like, well, the judge doesn't know who these people are. Are you seriously like thinking that the judge is a snarker or some shit? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. The judge looked at the merits of the case, looked at precedent, which included Ethan Klein's lawsuit against Haas back from 2017, and they said, yeah, this is fair use. That's objectively fair use. What Asmongold and all these other people do is objectively fair use. What Ethan Klein used to do on his show and still does, I haven't seen his show in a while, but that is fair use. It is important that we protect that because there's so many other bad actors who want to kill fair use. And there's a case that I'm not sure if you saw this, Lance, but Alan Dershowitz, he was suing CNN for libel, and he lost, by the way, thankfully, and appealed all the way to the Supreme Court, and they denied him writ of certiorari. So they're like, we're not going to hear this case. But the scary part is that in denying his writ, there were two justices, Gorsuch and Thomas, that dissented, saying actually the precedent that Dershowitz was trying to overturn from 1964, which is from the New York Times v. Sullivan, that which requires you to prove actual malice to win a defamation case, that's just too exacting. So they basically hinted that we would like to revisit this case and overturn it, which is alarming because if that were to happen, it would be really hard to criticize any elite because they would be able to sue you and win. Like right now, they can already sue you. And thankfully, there's a lot of states with anti-slap protections. It'll still be costly to defend yourself. But if they can sue you and win without proving actual malice, you're not just going to be, $100,000, $200,000 in debt if you try to defend yourself. You are going to be millions of dollars in debt if they can win these lawsuits. So that's something that is horrifying to think about because basically we would be very limited in our ability to criticize elites unless they decided to be merciful enough to not sue us for criticizing them. And as you see, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Ethan Klein, you don't even have to be a fucking billionaire. Millionaires do this shit. And it's scary because, if you can't criticize people, then
takes, especially that's the part that's so frightening, right?
Yeah.
Like if you can't criticize the rich and powerful, we've lost freedom of speech. That's essentially what it's supposed to be there to protect.
Yeah. I mean, the First Amendment it's supposed to stop the government from impeding on your speech specifically, but that principle, I think, extends throughout society as well, and we have to do our best to uphold it. But that right there, it makes us so that way, yeah, I mean, in a late-stage capitalist system, the elites are our government, essentially. They buy the politicians, their lobbyists write the laws for us, so if we can't criticize them, we essentially do lose our freedom of speech. And just like imagine Elon Musk or like some oil baron dumping toxic waste into some river. If we were to criticize that individual, they would want to sue and they could win. I mean, Elon Musk is threatening to sue Ro Khanna because Ro Khanna cited a study saying that his USAID cuts they're going to lead to millions of deaths. And he's saying, oh, this guy's a liar and whatnot. But I mean, if he were to sue Ro Khanna, it would still cost Ro Khanna hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend himself. But if he could sue and not have to prove actual malice, he might be able to win. So that is really, really alarming. So I think that this Denham's win is really important. Every single win we can get, we've got to hang on to that because things are getting pretty fucked up. There's also, I know your government is proposing a, I don't know what the bill is in particular, but it includes age verification.
Social media ban for people who are 16 and under, just like Australia did. And it sucks because it's a Trojan horse. It sounds really good on paper. And when Australia did it, it was marketed as like, well, social media is addictive. Kids can't concentrate in school. This will help them out. If you want to ban social media in the classroom, please do it. Teachers have asked for it. Parents have asked for it. That'll be great. Don't let kids use their cell phones in the class. And then, hopefully that's just like an hour of their day where they can stay off, all the addictive properties of social media. But if you ban it for people 16 and under, all it does, and this is why Meta has lobbied for it, is it allows these social media and tech companies to effectively not have to police themselves to make their products healthier. And not to make their products overall like less addictive, less problematic for people. Like there's a whistleblower who left Meta to explain that yes, everything that you think is true. We are intentionally using gambling mechanics, slot machine mechanics, all these same kind of dopamine receptor mechanisms to get you to use these apps as long as possible. And that in theory good to keep children away from. That's part of it. Hey, how's it going, Matt?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, I'm so. Is it just you two this whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I saw everyone said they were coming, and I was like, oh, I'm in the middle of watching this Portugal-Croatia game. It's so good. I need to
How
finish
fucking
watching
dare
it.
you?
I thought I'd be joining the full crew. If I knew it was just you two guys, I would have felt bad and joined because I didn't want to leave you guys hanging.
No, we were having a great time. We were crushing
Man,
it.
you guys missed an incredible game. Oh my god, Portugal-Croatia. Oh my god.
Who won?
And Portugal. Croatia scored like 3 offside goals. They were the better team by far. Ronaldo scored a horrible penalty that was given to Portugal. He should have, and he was celebrating like he just scored an amazing goal. It was just the corner. I do not like him.
Is Ronaldo the guy who's the rapist, or is he the racist? I don't remember which one.
So I think
For the rapist,
it's a while,
racist.
right? But I think there were allegations against him. I don't remember what happened with that.
I can't remember why he's bad, but I remember there's something about
Yeah, it was a
him.
2009 incident in Las Vegas.
Okay, he's a rapist. Allegedly. Okay.
He maintained it was consensual.
Of course he did.
The criminal case was dropped due to a lack of evidence, and the civil lawsuit was dismissed in 2022. So that went on for a while.
Wow. Okay. I wanted to talk about the Kids Act on the subject of age verification because they just passed that in the House, and there's elements of the Kids Act that contains COSA, which I talked about last week, I think, and that would also lead to age verification. And what's crazy is that there's a lot of fear mongering about social media for kids and whatnot, and I understand parents are concerned about that, but if you end up doing these types of laws that that attempt to shelter kids from the internet, it just ends up doing more harm than good. If you look at actual studies, it shows that kids end up gaining more confidence from social media, and they end up meeting new people. And especially if you're from a queer community or a marginalized group of people, you actually can find other communities that you wouldn't meet in real life. So overall, as bad as social media might be on your brain at certain times, it's a net positive for younger people. And I think that we all kind of project social media being bad because Facebook is bad and Twitter is bad and all these companies are bad, but social media itself isn't inherently bad. In moderation, it can be perfectly fine. And the only negative thing about social media, at least on kids, according to studies, is if it's overused. But in moderation, it's fine. So this attempt to do some sort of nanny state fucking thing where you ban kids from social media and you require adults to prove they're adults by entering their driver's license. It's such a dangerous thing to do. And I hate that every single state in the world is going this way. The Australia, the UK, Canada, the US.
It's interesting how all these concerns about kids' social media use, the studies that found that Instagram was specifically horrible for girls' mental health. I mean, all young people, but it's specifically what it was doing to girls' mental health. And study after study about the dangers of social media for kids, but none of these countries took action until the past couple of years when the kids started getting their information, their legit, actual, based in reality information on things like Israel's genocide in Gaza. Did these countries decide, oh, we can't have the kids on here anymore? We can't let them on here. Now, I do think that there should be strict, punishment for these companies that harm kids, without a doubt. But that doesn't involve the government getting involved and regulating who can use social media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead, Lance.
I want to add one part about Canada because you're asking about our law. Our law is not going to apply to AI engines in the same way. So teenagers who will be banned 16 and under from social media may have access to ChatGPT or Anthropic's models or any of the other chatbots, which is also really scary because on one end, Facebook is actually, or Meta is one of the people lobbying for these new regulations because it takes the onus off them to have to regulate themselves. All of a sudden, a digital ID instantly makes their entire platform safe for 16 and under because they can't use it, so they don't have to worry about it. But chatbots can be fucked up in their own way. Chatbots as well can cause psychosis. Chatbots as well have profound effects on children's education. We're only starting now to learn about what the effects of offloading is having, especially for complex tasks and learning. So it feels like we're also giving a backdoor to this new age that they want, which is this AI tech surveillance Palantir, nightmare fuel shit. While at the same time being like, we're cutting you off from fucking Twitter,
Mm-hmm.
I think chatbots
so
are way more. Chatbots are way more harmful. I mean, look at it this way: we've already seen cases where individuals were held liable for harm that they did to young people. We've seen people being held liable for cyberbullying. Adults cyberbullying kids and pushing them to do harm to themselves. We've seen cases where people were held liable. In these cases of these chatbots, we've seen nobody held liable. And there's been numerous instances where chatbots have convinced people suffering from AI psychosis, believing they're talking to a actual, feeling, intelligent being, a conscious being. We've seen people who feel that way harm themselves over what the chatbot told them to do, kill themselves even over what chatbots told them to do, kill others based on what chatbots told them
mass
to do.
shootings this year in Canada was AI psychosis related mass shooting.
Yeah, I think that the ultimate solution is you got to break these companies up. You need like a publicly owned version of social media, and we need to not fuck with the existing laws. One thing that I saw that pissed me the fuck off is Democrats, well, centrist Democrats at least, they are preparing their own version of Project 2025, Project 2029. It involves Cory Booker and whatnot. One of the provisions is getting rid of
playbook. We need our own fascist playbook. We got it. We will win.
And ironically, it mirrors Project 2025 in one regard, at least. They want to undo Section 230, which would be a fucking catastrophe. Now, for those who don't know, Section 230 is essentially the provision from the 1996 Communications Act that made the internet what it is, right? And people will frame it as, oh, this is liability for social media companies. All this does is it says that, excuse me, if you are going to post something on a platform and it's like, say you like defame somebody, right? You alone are responsible, and the platform you use to commit that act of defamation, they can't be sued for what you did. That is good, because if the company itself was liable, then how would they react to that? They would not allow us to say the shit that we say. They would allow only the most corporate, sanitized voices. So if you get rid of that, that is going to be a huge problem. Now, one thing that I'm noticing with the Project 2029 Section 230 thing is that people are giving Democrats a pass because it's not a full repeal, to my understanding, of Section 230. They're saying, no, we're only making it so that way social media websites can be fined or held liable if somebody posts AI-generated content. But here's why that's also bad. You're opening the legal precedent to having these companies get sued for something somebody else posts. The solution to that is to ban AI-generated content, period. We don't need it. It does nothing for us. It adds nothing to society. It takes up too much resources. Anytime you give these congressional, not just Democrats, like any politician an inch, they're going to take them out. Look at the Patriot Act. So if you think that it's just going to end with AI-generated content, no, absolutely not. Because after, some social media giant is fined for that, they're going to be fined for something else. That's always the way that this works. It's going to be slipped through in some fucking amendment. So it's so frustrating because they're always looking for some way to have more censorship tools. We've been dealing with this since SOPA. Does anybody remember SOPA? That bill was killed. It came back. It was dead. Then it was resurrected as something else. And now we're dealing with COSA and the Kids Act. It is non-stop. They want to be able to control every single thing that we do. And if they can't, as is the case with TikTok, they're just going to ban the whole fucking platform. They're okay with us having access to social media, but The condition is that they have to be able to monitor every single thing that we do. Zero freedom whatsoever. And we should all be libertarians on this, because you cannot allow anybody to control what we say and do online, because it's not just like the shit posting and the doom scrolling that we do online. People use this to organize. People use this to, again, like I mentioned earlier, gain access to communities that they wouldn't otherwise have access to, talk to queer people about coming out and whatnot. Like, the internet was a huge resource for me when I was young. So I just feel like you have to fight this at every step of the way, but it's exhausting because, like, you might think you have a victory. Oh yeah, Kosa's defeated. Well, it's fucking back again. And what's annoying is that this is a bipartisan issue. Richard Blumenthal, who's the Democratic co-sponsor or sponsor, and Marshall Blackburn, who's the Republican, they're both fighting for Kosa. And they're mad that the Kids Act doesn't go as far as Kosa, even though it does contain some provisions of Kosa within the Kids Act. And they're right, it doesn't go as far. But the problem is that, like, they're not listening to any of the arguments. Even if you hear what Marsha Blackburn says and how she tries to sell these bills, she's like, oh yeah, we have to go after the trans menace. Kids shouldn't be seeing that. So, like, they're saying we're going to censor queer content. We're just going to be police on the internet. We're going to let Republican attorneys general control what we see. And Democrats are like, bet, because we can also control Israel content. We can limit what we don't want our people to see. It's exhausting. I have a video about this, but also really great resource is Electronic Frontier Foundation. They put out a lot of really good articles about this. Taylor Lorenz also has some great videos about this. Really great resource here. So it's exhausting, but it's not going to stop. So we just have to expect to try to fight this forever.
Can you guys hear the chanting in the background for me?
Oh,
the whole city is chanting right now. I'm assuming a game just got out. I'm in one of the FIFA host cities.
Oh,
no, that's Portugal, Croatia. They were in Toronto.
Oh, that's who it is. I can
cool.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I was just watching the game, and now I'm on here, literally as if I've been transported to your abode in Toronto.
Vancouver.
You're in Vancouver?
Yeah, the opposite of Toronto. Far away.
Oh, I thought you were in Toronto. Who's in Vancouver?
So I'm in Vancouver. David's in Toronto.
Oh, I got you and David confused. Yeah. I'm sorry. Got it. Yeah. So you know what? You're probably hearing the people going to the 10 o'clock game. I'm assuming that's in Vancouver. Are you saying you're by a bar or something? Is that what you mean?
No. I'm in the like the center of downtown Vancouver. You can clear as day hear a lot of chanting right now.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Or annoying, I guess. It depends. It'd be cool at first, maybe.
I think a bunch of I hate FIFA as an org. I think they're evil as fuck. But I mean, a bunch of people from countries getting together and partying, having fun together, and dancing and
being happy. Yeah.
The 10 o'clock game is in Vancouver, Switzerland, Algeria.
So that's either Swiss or Algerian chants in the streets.
Probably Algeria. They've been very rowdy, from what I've heard.
Oh, really? All right, hold on. I'll go check.
And I mean that in a good way. Rowdiness is good for a World Cup. I don't want anyone taking it the wrong way, as if I'm shitting on Algerians.
It had a little bit negative connotation, so I'm glad you clarified. Matt, I have this clip to play for you of our wonderful president. He talks about having a three-way with his sons.
Oh, did you play this while I wasn't here?
No, I haven't played it yet at all. I'll play it again.
Oh, we should wait for the Lance then.
It's super short.
Okay, all right.
Now, as I see my two beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay? I'll pick out one of the two. I'll give them the Congressional Medal of Honor for something, for their genius at hunting. And I'll get one for taking on Russia, or something. And we'll have a third pair. No, I'm only kidding. But I have seriously thought about, now this is dangerous to say because the fake news is up there all over the place. And when I joke, I learned early on, don't be sarcastic in politics. But I actually said a few times that I've seriously thought of giving myself the Congressional Medal of Honor. Now, everyone knows I'm doing it with a chuckle, but then they report, he wants to give himself the Congressional
Bro,
So
you
I don't
do.
say that anymore. It's very dangerous to say.
I sincerely want him to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor. It would be so fucking hilarious if he actually did the Obama meme. Like, has anyone seen that of Obama placing a
Yes,
medal
of
on
course.
himself?
Yeah.
That would be so funny if he actually did this, because what would the ceremony look like? Like him just putting the Medal of Honor on his neck? That would be objectively funny. So I
It
actually
would
hope
be.
that he does do it. And you know he wants to. He's like, oh, I'm just joking. You're not joking. Give yourself the fucking Medal of Honor. Do it. It'd be funny. I'll rewind it for Lance.
What is this?
Trump
So-
talking about how he wants to have a threesome with his two boys. It's him talking about wanting to give them the.
Oh, you did see it?
What the fuck? He's just
They call
for
it-
months been melting down and saying things like that man is attractive to me, or like weird shit like that. Like I think part of it is just to distract people and get news clips that aren't about him being a pedophile, to be honest. Like,
yeah,
it's the one more headline where they're not saying Trump's a fucking Epstein rapist. It's like, oh, Trump said he wants to have a threesome with his boys. That's different.
You know, he might be experiencing an end of life crisis where, you know, some old people, they kind of just snap and they start fucking a bunch of people and they start, you know, going crazy. I don't know. Maybe that's what's happening here. Hey, Rebecca.
Hey.
Nice to see you. How are you?
Good. How are you? I was late
Doing well.
because I was watching the match. It was supposed to be over, but
Matt was too.
I was watching it too. Yeah.
okay.
I was late as well.
Yeah.
It was a good. It was a great
was-
game. Croatia, Portugal.
It was so good. It started off, I was like, Portugal's not gonna take any shots that we were doing. And then when Croatia did it, and then, you know, I wasn't for any of those teams, but then I was low-key like, I need them to equalize so we can stretch this out, make this a real game. It got good. I was like, dang.
Oh, I
this is-
wanted Croatia to win very bad.
Yeah.
I wanted that. I like Modric. It's his last World Cup. I hate Ronaldo. It's probably his last World Cup.
It's his last World Cup too. And I was just like, ooh, this is gonna be spicy. Let's just I was like, oh, I gotta watch every moment of this. And then it just, you know, it sucked at the end when they didn't equalize. That sucked. I was like, dang, the offside, and broke Croatia's heart and broke mine a little bit, because then I was like, both of them can't win, you know. But it was good. It was a good game. I liked it.
Did you, Matt, did you get your son the Mercy or Messi Lego sets? Did you see
No,
those?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been
like,
doing
wonder if
the
that's
Panini.
fun.
They've been doing the Panini stickers, the World Cup Panini stickers. You know those, the sticker
Aw.
book.
Oh, okay.
They're a big thing. You get you buy like the pack of stickers, and you place the guys you get on their team page in the sticker book.
Okay.
Cool.
That's cool. I'm
It's
happy
been
for
a
everybody.
it's been a whirlwind. It's been heartbreak for a lot of us who had their teams kicked out, like Haiti. But
Oh,
that
Haiti got
was
kicked out.
We've had such a time last week because they were here in town. They came out after the game to different areas, got to meet some of them, and we seen them off with dignity and respect. But this week, I was like, now Ivory Coast left, Senegal and the DR, Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, they left, and those were really hard games because now we're down to like, I want to say 2 African countries, well, 4. But yeah,
Ghana, Egypt.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about like Ghana is left, Morocco,
South Africa.
Morocco is the one that's actually on to the next.
Yes.
Wait, did they already?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But Ghana's left to play to see, and we'll see. But it's been a heartbreak. I mean, because all the teams that lost this week they started out so good, and then miraculously each won 86th minute. Everybody lost momentum in some way, shape, or form. Some calls were made that we all felt were unnecessary, but that's just what it is every 4 years, you know. So, but this year we got a chance to see the representation expand, and that was the best part of it because everybody had. Sorry, y'all. I'm watching my brother's dog, and y'all know I'm not a dog person, and the dog won't leave me alone.
What kind of a dog is it?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's so cute.
She's a it's a great story. You guys love to hear it. She's a stray that he found, a puppy. A puppy, and was found in his back area on his patio during a bad storm. And he saw her on the camera just rolling around. And when he got home, he was like, y'all, there's this dog that's just shaking and it's storming. So I was working at the time and I just got on Amazon. I was like, hey, I'm going to send over a bed and some food. And I'm not a dog person, but I felt bad because it was just shaking and it just was, it sucked. And so he took her in. But that same day, he brought her to a shelter because he's like, I can't do this. I can't do all of this. And then a week passed by. He's like, I'm going to see, because the way that she cried when I left, I felt so bad. And she was attached in that first 24 hours, like in that moment. And like I came in there and she was like barking at me like, girl, get away from my man. It was so weird. And then, but a week passed by after he dropped her off at a shelter. Excuse me, not in my kitchen. And so she, I called, no, first he was like, I called in to see if they picked her up, but I don't really want her. So out of the kitchen now. I apologize. I'm not a dog parent. It's getting crazy. So
I know what it's like to be all suspicious. Like, oh my God, where are they? What are they doing right now? Are you eating something, messing something up? Like that feeling.
Yeah,
it's insane. So I don't know what she's doing, but she's in there and she know not to.
Is she tiny? Can you pick her up and show us?
Yeah, let me get her. I'll be right back.
I would love to see her.
It's crazy. I'll be right back.
I'm imagining a Chihuahua because she said it's shaking. And you know how Chihuahuas
are so smaller dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chico shakes sometimes when he's nervous. I don't know if that comes from. I know, and he's a medium-sized dog. I don't know if that comes from that he's such a mix. Maybe just some Chihuahua in there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some dogs just have anxiety. Some big dogs have anxiety.
Oh yeah, it's true.
My dog's
He just peed on the ground. Okay. Yeah, she just peed on the ground.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to clean that up.
She's so precious.
She is.
Yeah, that's pretty adorable.
Oh, I love her.
But
dog looks like Ren from Ren and Stimpy.
Yes, she does. Actually, she does.
Well,
she's like
so
a
cute.
Chihuahua and terrier mix. Don't look at me. But so my brother, we called the shelter, and he was like, they said she's still there. So I mean, I don't know. So I was like, okay, if you have time, I'll check in. He's like, no, you just call and maybe you see, like, trying to act. So I called in and they were like, yeah, if he can come and get her, because she doesn't want to go nowhere. She doesn't want to be with anybody. And they put in the notes that he can be the only one to get her, because when he brought her there, she was trying to bite the people.
Oh,
and like, yeah. And then
she just has like a special connection to your brother.
Yes. So when he picked her up, he had recorded it, and they were dragging her out, and she was just looking so sad. Like, I just hate my life. I don't want to be here. I think some people dropped her off in my brother's neighborhood. And that was that. But when he got her, she just ran up to him and went ballistic, crazy. And then that became his dog. And he named her, because we're Haitian, he named her Plantain, because her skin color and her eyes are the same color as the plantain. So she responds to that. And then she got sick, but we didn't know what was wrong with her on that first day. So he was like, I'm not taking her to no vet. That's not what I do, whatever. He took her to the vet. And then they were like, she still has her baby teeth. So she's still like a puppy and she can't go to the dog parks. And, she has a cold from where she was just at. And then, and then they gave him some medicine. But when he went to the vet, he was like, I'm here, Jonas, Azor. They're like, we don't have anything under that name. And they're like, let's get your phone number. They got his number. And they were like, oh, Plantain, Azor.
Mm-hmm.
I said, not they put the dog name with your last name. What is going on? So, but that's the story.
Oh,
he's out of town right now.
That's the dog
Watching
that'll
her.
make him a dog person. There's
Yeah.
always a dog that turns somebody into a dog person.
Yeah, but I'm not. She's I have to do the walks, pick up the food.
You're just the
not my
auntie. It's
thing.
okay.
crazy. And yeah, she's looking at me crazy because she knows she's wrong for what she just did, but I'm on camera. So we're going
I'm in trouble. She's so precious though.
Yeah, she's cute. She's cute. She's cute. She has a pink harness, floral. I bought her some little dresses.
Oh.
But she's really, even though what she just did is disrespectful, she's really like good. I can leave the home. She doesn't bite or chew on anything.
Oh wow.
She knows, like, if I say go, if I say bed. That's why I'm like, I don't know where she came from, but she's really, if I compare her to other dogs that I've been around, dog parents like that have to constantly like get on the dog, she listens. So
Oh wow, that's really good, especially because she's a puppy.
yeah.
Does she know how to ask like how to go potty and stuff already?
Yeah,
too?
she does. Like that's what she was trying to do to me now. Because I like at night I would walk her around this time, like just for her last walk. So that's what she was trying to tell me. But so I have little pee-pee pads here. She went on them once, but I think this is the second time that she's done what she just did now. She doesn't go in the home. She goes outside and all the things. So yeah. But she smells like a dog.
Oh, does she?
And I mean, I have the things to wash her, but I'm like, I don't want her going crazy in here. So.
I'm on the National Mall for President Trump's Salute to America for America 250. I was so excited to get a ticket. Everything's going great. And then this huge storm's coming in and they told everybody to evacuate. But nobody knew what that meant because we're like, how do you evacuate a mall? And so nobody really did it. We all kind of just hung out and it's not raining yet. So nobody really understood what's going on. And then a bunch of really psycho people, my fellow citizens, started running to the seats. Crazy, as if they're running away from something, which was my first instinct about the whole situation. I'm eating potato chips that somebody left half empty because I'm not hungry. So when that happened, it really freaked out the Secret Service, and they're behind me, so I'm gonna keep walking. I'm told by a law enforcement official that they're going to start gassing people because people got trampled. It looked like it was gonna happen, and it did happen. And anyway, so then they got really forceful about the evacuation situation and like we're really yelling at people to get out of here. So I'm getting out of here because they're mad. And I really don't know what to do because they've given us some government buildings to go to. The African American Museum, which is a couple blocks that way, or the Reagan building, which is a couple blocks that way. I know. I'm on my way out. Yep. Okay. So I gotta actually just get out of the perimeter right now. And
as long as you're behind the fence, you should be fine.
Behind the fence, I'll keep going. Thank you. Okay. I will report back. I have some really cool video I can today, but of the flyover that started, I really think we'll get back to this.
It's so funny. I ate a bag of chips someone left on the ground because I was hungry, and I ate a bag of chips.
What the hell was that?
This was I thought this was so funny. There was some lady that was just at America 250 when everything popped off and security started rushing at everyone, and they said they were gonna gas everyone. But just the line that I found really funny and kind of charming is when she's like, "I ate a bag of chips that someone left behind on the ground."
Yeah. I was like, why would you do that, girl?
Dude, you couldn't pay me to admit that I did that on camera. Like I might, like if things were that bad, I might. But you could not pay me to say that I did that on camera.
No. Also, Forrest thought I was gonna leave him hanging and let him, stream by himself for a second. But I got here just in time.
You don't know whose bag of chips that is.
Exactly. You can get an STI that way. You never know. You get some venereal disease.
Someone takes each chip and they put it on their herpes, and they're like, they just leave it behind.
Oh my god.
Yeah, my brain I think is mush. I biked 15 miles today.
Oh, it's 80 degrees up here and I'm dying.
And then I jumped into the shower, realized there was no hot water, so it was just a cold shower. Like I basically did
that's not bad though.
No, it wasn't bad, but I did like the Joe Rogan cold plunge. But look at this. I'm like, I don't know if you can see, I'm like, you can see the sunburn that I got.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
You know, you're in the passenger seat of the car, right? And you realize like your one arm is darker than the other one.
Yeah, because you have your arm. Have you ever fallen asleep kind of and fallen asleep for a minute and taking a nap in the car and that happens? Yeah, that's crazy. I've gone on like road trips. I went on. Well, I've told you about like the road trip I took from Texas to New York.
Yeah.
And like that kind of stuff happened to me the entire time.
Yeah. So nothing happened, right? But there's no news to discuss. We're just gonna shoot the shit, right?
Yeah, nothing happened this week. It's.
I am Haley Stevens, and I'm here to be your next senator from Michigan.
Things should not be happening in early. Like I feel like this is when things slow down. August.
Yeah, the Supreme Court is on their vacay for the unseeable. It's like, what the hell? Why is everything happening all at once?
Yeah, I don't know. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Yeah.
But the Grand Platinum stuff is crazy, and people are being really annoying in my mentions about it on all sides. The craziest is like,
hey, same here.
There's like a certain amount of. I didn't even introduce us. This is Absurdity Space. I'm Forrest Miller. This is Christina Oakes. I think most people that are watching this already know that.
Yeah, everyone's like, "Who's that guy?" Just kidding.
Oh yeah, congratulations on your 5-year movie night extravaganza anniversary. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and we did an hour-long after party where we did our best NPR impressions.
Yeah, I was like kind of because I haven't really been drinking it, and like I was kind of feeling tipsy by the end of that.
Yeah,
and I didn't even drink that much. I drank a tiny bit.
Yeah, but yeah, with I talked about the Graham exactly. Who are we? Who are you? With the Graham Platter thing, I was like over here, like a lot of us were like, I was kind of indifferent. Like I'm over here like, okay, people can change and grow. Awesome, cool. He's admitting it. But you lied to us when you said there was nothing else coming out there. And that's my thing.
Well, I always assumed there was going to be.
I mean, I didn't think it was going to be like, because everyone can say, oh, he raped children in Iraq or whatever. I'm like, it's bad enough that he came out and actually raped a woman, but you don't want to make up shit like that. Because
the craziest is like, oh, you guys didn't care what he did to brown people, but you care when it's a white person. And it's like,
yeah, I get everyone has something to say, and it's like, but none of you guys are being helpful though.
I assumed there was going to be more. There was no way that there wasn't going to be more. I assumed it was probably going to be really like pretty bad. I thought eventually we were going to hear stuff about like what he had done in like Iraq and Afghanistan.
That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, it has to be like, oh, what he actually did, but it wasn't even that. And it's so weird because everyone's, shit on Majority Report, even though they were wrong and whatever. But like 2IT's like, Anna's over here like, I was sexually assaulted on a walk one time, and that made me leave the left or whatever the hell. And now she's like, this woman didn't report it, therefore she didn't. She's
didn't
lying.
Anna not report it on a whole like.
I
But also, I feel like her reaction would be different if Graham Plattner had been homeless at the time. So
Yeah, that's
who knows?
probably what it was. That's probably what it is.
I don't know. There's like conflict of interest stuff too, where
Ryan Grimm.
Yeah,
You
so
mentioned this. I didn't know that.
Ryan Grimm's been friends with him for about like 10 years plus, maybe 15 years. I can't remember if it was like 2011 that he worked at. So it's like it's been a long time. Like it's been 15 years. I think it was 2011 that he started working, and Ryan Grimm wasn't even working at The Intercept yet. Ryan Grimm was working at HuffPo as the as their Washington D.C. correspondent. So he was like, so that was like way back, and he was working at the Tune In or whatever, the place where all the DC consultants hang out, which sounds terrible. Everything I've heard about it sounds terrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like, yeah, this is how I feel too. It's like,
Yeah, same. We all. I felt. I was like, it's not our. It's not our place because again, Maine is just a weird state. Like it real. Like people underestimate. Like are like, what about all the Black and Jewish voters in Maine? I'm like, there are none.
I completely understand that a lot of people don't feel comfortable approaching the authorities about a sexual assault, and I think that if I was a woman and I had something happen, like I might not be comfortable. Like I really don't like police. I don't trust what's going to happen with police. I don't trust the whatever it's going to come out with when you go to police, and like the victim blaming stuff that happens and going like a lot of that stuff I don't trust. So I'm not, when I say that, I'm not. It's interesting that that's like Anna's go-to because she uses her own like sexual assault, which is terrible, but like she uses her own what happened to her, and but then she also didn't report it, which I mean sometimes maybe that's the right move. Like it's hard to, like I don't know how you really track down like a homeless person and you don't know who they are if they
go to therapy and talk about it, because again, and I mentioned this earlier, back in the day, a lot of women who were raped who didn't have much support would go away if they got pregnant, put the baby up for adoption, come back like it was nothing happened, and that's kind of hard to do today considering, the type of society we live in. But it's
there's like even Mad Men, like that's obvious. It's obviously, but Mad Men has a good depiction of not good depiction, but the kind of the blurred line when Pete Campbell goes, like I think it shows what used to happen pretty well when Pete Campbell kind of like just approaches Peggy when like one of the first episodes of Mad Men in the hallway and like has sex with her kind of really like roughly in the hallway and then she has to go away, and it's like that. I think Mad Men like does some really interesting like showing of those kinds of things, but I think rural Maine is still kind of, I'm not saying it's like that. Like you can obviously get an abortion at like a clinic and stuff now, which at that time you really couldn't. But I think that rural Maine still has that kind of some of that kind of stuff where it's like it's hard to contact authorities and you have to go pretty far, I think, sometimes to get medical treatment and like
and also have rape kits actually get tested and investigated and all that. But another thing too is like the woman that was part of the I guess we could call it the Nothing Burger New York Times article, because it's like, well, I mean, she's like, what about me? What about what he did to me? And I'm like, he roughly grabbed your arm. Like that's not comparable to rape, and you had an agenda with your story. This woman doesn't, because she didn't want to. She even didn't admit to anything in the New York Times article. Which, by the way, I'm like, they actually goes to show where the New York Times priorities are, because they didn't actually do real journalism, do real investigative reporting. They could have probably found that stuff out, even without her saying anything.
So a couple things about that. There were two, at least from the Lindsay Fairville story or whatever, there were two people that I guess did approach the New York Times about possible sexual assaults, at least according to her, and she claims at least that they lulled her into sharing her story, which I don't believe that they lulled her into sharing her story, but apparently it was going to be a wider story and they couldn't corroborate, which they didn't really corroborate her story that much either, but they couldn't corroborate her story, like those other stories or something, and they ended up scrapping them. But that was not the story by this latest victim. That she actually didn't tell the New York Times anything at the time because she wasn't sure she wanted to come forward. And shares, or at least claims that she shares Graham Plattner's politics and like wanted to see the campaign succeed, but it kind of got to be too much. And then she came forward, and there's like obviously
it could be triggering to see like your rapist,
and I'm sure he's everywhere in Maine right now. Like, I mean, like I'm sure they've blanketed. Like, I'm sure that's an incredibly triggering and traumatic experience for someone who's watching TV or something. And like, I'm sure he's all over the place. Although I'm sure Susan Collins is more. But at the same time, there's like people are like, oh well, why didn't they're like, oh, well, if Graham Plattner knew he had these skeletons in his closet, why would he run? I mean, on top of the hubris that comes with being kind of the narcissistic personality, that's like, no one's ever gonna catch me doing these things. You know what I mean? On top of that, well,
and I feel like no one cared. The Democrat Party didn't think that Graham Plattner would probably get any traction, because how many times have they tried running candidates in Maine against Susan Collins, and they went nowhere. So they probably were like, ah. But then when the Apple research started, they're like,
some of those campaigns, she's like pulling Assad numbers.
Yeah.
Against like random Democrats who now are going to try to enter the Senate race.
Yeah.
Like there was one that I saw where Susan Collins got 67, and then the woman, like one of the women who are trying to enter the race against her right now, got 37% in like 2014. It's like a crazy disparity between the two, considering like the numbers of Mainers that ended up voting for Kamala in this last election. Like
yeah. It's interesting too, because I mean I don't like all the liberals who are like, we told you so. I'm like, first of all, you shut the fuck up, because you guys still support Andrew Cuomo, Bill Clinton.
They were just promoting Eric Swalwell 6 months ago, wasn't it? Like
not even 6 months ago. It was like 2-3 months ago, barely. I was like, what the hell?
Although I did manage to ratio Neera Tanden. I managed to ratio Neera Tanden off like by a lot. Like her comment on something, when she was like, say what you will, but the establishment bets candidates, and she has like 2.9 or 2.9k likes, and then I just wait, I'll put it on screen.
Everyone's like, yeah, hell yeah.
This cool story, bro. Which I think this was supposed to be a pro Eric Swalwell meme. I think with the king. So it's funny that
it's supposed to be. Like again, it's like liberals are not the ones who can gloat here. In my opinion, it's leftists of color who were like, earlier on, guys, these red flags seem like they're not gonna stop.
I don't think anyone should be gloating. It's a sexual assault story.
Yeah.
It's just it's weird. It's weird to like try to score points off someone else's trauma.
Meanwhile, the left was like, oh shit, with Eric Swalwell, it's like none of us were like told you so, because we didn't know anything about, like, he didn't have like any other red flags leading up to this story. So it's like, oh shit, he just needs to drop out. And that's how we reacted. But
Swalwell
did. No.
Swalwell had some pretty big red flags. The craziest though was at the time there's a whole bunch of people like, as the stories about Swalwell were about to drop, like they clearly were, and there was
we got something, we got a tease, there's something gonna happen, and it's like, just say it, rip the band-aid off. Don't be
like,
teasing us
all
for
of these
clout.
people, including like that insane like organizer memes person that's like claims to be in DSA or whatever, even though no one's ever seen him in a meeting. He's like, everyone knows this about this person that's about to drop. It's like, well, none of you fucking said anything. If you did, I don't believe that they all I don't necessarily believe that they all did to that level, but they're all like, oh, we've all heard things. Well, then you should have said something. By the way, I was in DSA. My membership lapsed because I am poor, and I've been meaning to get back in, but I don't.
I still got my card. I'm a card carrying DSA member. Technically, $5 a month. I get the DSA.
Yeah, when I had like literally nothing in my bank account, I let it lapse, and I'm planning on getting more involved again. But I'd kind of have to get my like life together before I do that. I think.
Been saying that for how many years now?
Yeah, I know it's been like 5, but I slowly I've been practicing driving. I've been getting stuff slowly together. It's
Yeah, but it's just weird to seem like the opportunist type of angle with this whole story. It's like, just take the L and move on. Have better judgment, have better judge of character. And the fact that a lot of people are like, well, this is, Bernie Sanders hadn't endorsed him. I'm like, okay, but here's the thing though. And I think it was Eric Michael Garcia who pointed this out. He was like, and I have issues with him sometimes. Like, he comes with like really weird takes, but it's like, he's like, all this talk about white Bernie bros and Bernie with like the white, progressive men, all his candidates that do well without major skeletons in their closet are the black women and brown women that he endorses and supports. The white men aren't doing too well. I'm like, exactly. Also, Fetterman has no room to talk about Graham Plattner because he really went off on him throughout the entire campaign. While Graham Plattner,
they had all the same, like like they're part. I mean, fight agency, the Morris Cats, Rebecca Cats, like apparently not related, just lots of cats. The Curtis Lewa operation, too many cats. too many cats in the kitchen. But no, the fight agency people, you know, they were the ones behind Fetterman. So I think he feels like he specifically has to constantly go at Graham Plattner and vice versa, because everyone was asking Graham Plattner, "You're not going to be another Fetterman, are you?" And he's like, "I'm not going to be another." Which he kind of seems like he is.
Yeah.
He didn't even make it as far as Fetterman did.
Don't know yet.
He didn't even made it as far as Fetterman. Like,
I know that's the thing. Like, he's like, Bernie Sanders should apologize. I'm like, but I'm like, why? He endorsed you. Should he apologize about you then too? Like,
I'm just sick of everyone fucking apologizing. I hate it. I hate everyone thinks they're owed an apology for everything. And it's like, no, you're not. Shut the fuck up. Like,
oh my God,
the woman that got sexually assaulted is owed an apology. The people that have poured their sweat and tears and like, you know, blood into this campaign.
Not random Twitter users are owed an apology. That's for damn sure. It's the people who actually, you know, it's the woman who came forward, all the people who put, like you said, all the hard work to get this guy as far as they did.
Those are apologies from Graham Plattner. Like they're owed apologies from the guy himself. You're not owed an apology because somebody that you watch online said, "Oh,
Majority Report needs to apologize." Emma, why? Someone said, like, what's up with these former TYT people who are male centered? I'm like, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? I'm like, Emma, comparing
it was a campaign that was like
TYT people like Jimmy Dore and like, no.
It was a campaign that was kind of perfectly tailored towards a certain kind of left commentator, which, like, I don't know, people got duped, but people got duped based on the fact this guy is a piece of shit, like, and he's a rapist, and it's like, it's not like you knew from the jump. I mean, there was bad things about him from the jump. There were definitely red flags, but like at the same time, like it doesn't strike me that people necessarily, like, you have what, like a year at that, like, there's a random person that shows up. They're like, this is what I believe in. And then stuff about them starts coming out. This is just in general, right? Like, this is just what happens.
But Kamala Harris, Darlene's old tweets, remember? Like, everyone made a big deal about that. I'm like,
but it's like, this is just how campaigns are. Like, somebody comes out and then you have like a certain amount of time, whether it's a year. I think a year is far too much time. You can find out way too much about someone in that amount of time. But you have like a long, like this period of time from when they announce to when the primary and then the general election is to find out everything about this person that you've never, in many cases, have never heard of before if they're like an outsider to politics. And it's like, sometimes I like that Ken Klebenstein essay where he's talking about, you know, if you're going to have people that aren't like plastic McKinsey style candidates that come from the outside to challenge people, some of them are not going to live up to the you know, to your standards. Like, some of them are not going to live up to
if you're an outsider, you shouldn't have a sword pass, you know, or something like that.
But it's like, it's not, you either get like the McKinsey style candidates that are just, you know, neoliberal and like, you know, just plastic as fuck or whatever, or you get kind of these more like outsider candidates. And if we're going to keep getting these outsider candidates, and I think DSA should vet them and not these outside kind of progressive agencies. Like, I think that is a lesson from this. But at the same time, like, some of them are going to end up being bad people because bad people are attracted to this. Bad people are attracted to power, but that's not a reason to give up on that style, or else we're going to just get stuck with the same political class who also have these sordid skeletons in their closet.
Polished, tailored suits. We need those types of candidates who say rehearsed talking points with no emotion, no passion, and that's how we win.
I do think the reason Mamdani is such an amazing diamond in the rough a little bit is because he does look good in the suit, and he is good at these kind of rehearsed talking points, but for us, right? Like for like a more left style of politics, a populist style of politics.
And Abdul the same way, because everyone's like, why is he doing the cringe white chick shit? I'm like, because it's cringe when we do it, but like black Muslim,
still a little, some of it's kind of cringe when he knows it.
But they have to do that. Raphael Warnock did a whole, hey, I'm black, but here I am holding a puppy, so you know you can trust me.
And then you find out later it wasn't his puppy.
No,
somebody lent him that puppy, and that was crazy, dude.
Like, I'm like, you guys don't understand.
I like Warnock. I like seeing what I did of Warnock's past, right? Like, I liked seeing him preaching. Like, that really was where, for me, he seems like he really excelled at that when he was preaching, you know, in Martin Luther King's old church, like you know, the Baptist church. Like, he was standing there. He was like the replacement for kind of like the King family, kind of, you know, after like I liked that about him. But like when he kind of was like, hey, I'm holding a puppy and I'm non-threatening, I was like, I don't like. It's not
But
even
it,
because
but
someone
it
was like, "Oh, I
works
lent you a
on white
puppy."
people. It's like
I am
the
a white
whole
person. It doesn't work on me.
yeah, it works on like liberal white wine moms who are like that Doel, he fine. He's swole. He's wearing a cowboy hat and he's
He's
singing
pretty
and
hot.
dancing to Taylor
He's like
Swift. He
a
looks cool. I like it. He's hot.
he's a pretty hot guy. Like, but I think that's the thing with Zoran too. Like in
Like
both
he's hot
cases,
too. Like I like
they're
that.
attractive. They're attractive and kind of very polished, but at the same time, like, but not in a way that's not in a way that's like
And
neoliberal
authentic.
McKinsey candidate style.
Well, also Oliver Larkin too, very good looking guy in Florida. Like we're at a point where we're seeing so many young hot men run in like DSA for Democratic Party primaries. I'm like, yeah, we're getting and young hot women too. I'm like, this is the future of the Democratic Party. Hot, leftist, socialist. Let's go.
Abdul has run for stuff before. Like I think he ran for
governor.
yeah, and I remember that back in the day. And
Yeah.
and
I was
then
like, this guy's no chance. I even said, I'm like, he should run for like Senate or Congress, and then I'm like, oh, that's him.
Wait, this is one of the things for the debate. I don't know if you could hear it through my computer and the speak and the speaker here, but the breathing is so crazy in this, and
He has the worst Midwestern accent I've ever heard. The X Factor.
Don't need politicians bought off by corporations. In this race, you've probably seen ad after ad after ad. Not one of those ads was brought to you by the Congresswoman's campaign. All of them brought to you by corporate PACs and APAC, trying to buy a politician who's going to do their bidding instead of yours. That's been the story of our politics for far too long. The question is not whether or not you're a millionaire. The question is whether or not you are bowing down to billionaires. And for too long in our politics, we've watched politicians beg for those dollars only to do that bidding when they actually get to office. That has been the story of my opponent. If you want politics is different, I'm the only one who's never taken a dime from a corporation.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, look, transparency is so important. And
Sounds like me when I
that's
haven't
why
taken my allergy med.
It's so crazy because I was listening on my headphone and it was so much worse on the headphone.
Is this some ASMR gone wrong?
She realized it halfway through. You could see it on her face. She realized it. Wait, at this point, hold on. She
She's like, "Oh,
realized
fuck."
it when he's in the middle. Yeah, right here. He's in the middle of talking. Look at her face.
Yeah.
And she's trying to hold in, breathing in through her nose, and he's talking.
I bet her like aides on the side were like,
yeah. It's like, slow down there, Koki.
yeah. I mean, like, in a real world, and I saw someone tweet, this should not be a competitive Senate race. Like, it just makes, like, I just, I'm Haley Stevens, like, she just got that Midwestern accent. That's so annoying.
It's crazy that Bobby Hill is voiced by Pamela Adlon.
Yeah.
From
she needs her Max Factor pan
Better
steak.
Thing. It's so crazy. But I don't know. It just
Why is this a competitive race again? Like it's clear who won here. Not the Muslim guy, apparently, who seemed calm, cool, and collected. The crazy white lady who sounds like Bobby Hill and Mark.
I see Israel in my dreams.
I see Israel in my dreams.
But it's crazy because in that clip when she says that, like she's doing like almost like the Warnock style preaching. She's like, that's her version of like preaching at the pulpit. She's like, I see Israel in my dreams. Hey, homie. That when I first heard that clip, it made me make that video where I was like, call me Marge Simpson because I love my homie.
I need to add that as a soundbite for my Twitch thing. I see Israel in my dreams.
It's
No, you know what? You might see dead people, but you know what Haley Stevens sees?
Just Netanyahu.
Yeah,
Netanyahu doesn't even like her. Netanyahu called her out.
They did like an attack on her, but that's so coordinated. Oh God.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
And then, why is that guy's wearing a Democracy Now hat? That guy right there is wearing a Democracy Now hat.
The average median voter, perhaps. I don't know. But no, the average median voter loves free healthcare and hates Israel. What are we talking about?
But then who's Gaddy? I wonder who Gaddy Moses is. Was it just a hostage? That's probably just a person that was a hostage, right?
Yeah.
Kidnapping of Gaddy Moses. This is his own Wikipedia page.
1979? Is that 79?
Oh damn. Yeah, I guess he was. Yeah, I guess he was abducted on October 7th by Islamic Jihad militants. Damn. So he wasn't even one of the ones that were taken by Hamas.
Yeah. What the hell?
I would be pissed, dude. I would be
Every
pissed.
terrorist organization I don't like is Hamas.
But I would be pissed if, like, imagine you find out, like, you're kidnapped on October 7th, and you find out it's not even Hamas that did it. It's like Islamic
Someone
Jihad.
else.
Yeah,
Same
like
day, different
PIJ.
terrorist
Well, it's
organization.
just PIJ, like, because they're like allied together within Gaza. But it's like, I'd be like, can I get transferred to like the Hamas wing at least?
Like, yeah, exactly. I'm like, they give me candy.
Like you see that Rahm Emanuel spoke out against Israeli aggression. Conan was talking about that with us last night.
Yeah, the same Rahm Emanuel who basically ruined Obama's like
He was
whole
also
like
in the
thing.
IDF. He was in the IDF for a certain
Rahm
amount of
Emanuel?
time. Well, he's doing the thing where he's like he's against Netanyahu, not necessarily against meanwhile his brothers.
That's the whole thing. It's like Bernie. He's like Netanyahu's war. I'm like, just come on, man.
Yeah. Well, Bernie at some point, I'm just like, dude, I don't know. I couldn't expect more from like a guy who found out he was a socialist from living on a kibbutz, and then the kibbutz kicked him out because he wouldn't do any work on the kibbutz.
I know, lazy, good for. Just kidding. I mean, remember that was the whole thing in 2016 as well. I was like, wait, what? They're like, you went to a Russian nudist commune and got kicked out for not working. I'm like, whoa. That's I'm like, that's
Bernie
a
is
lot to
Bernie is
handle.
the Bernie is the socialist equivalent of one of those young men who refuses to join the IDF because they're in the yeshiva. And they're like, and they're studying Torah. They're like, no, I must study Torah. Those guys that are like, and then like they've made that deal with Netanyahu. They don't have to join the IDF if they're studying Torah and praying for the troops. That's Bernie, but he's praying to Karl Marx.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I don't have to do any work. It's because of me that Karl Marx has blessed this kibbutz. he's instead of an Orthodox Jew, he's like an Orthodox Marxist.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, I must study Das Kapital. Das Kapital. All right, it's because of me that Karl Marx has shined down his light on this kibbutz. I promise you, I am praying to Karl Marx about I must study Kapital.
Yeah.
And they're like, please, Bernie, this kibbutz is a mess. We need your help. And he's like, I must pray to Karl Marx. I must
That's all you gotta do, Bernie. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, it's true. Bernie was kicked out of a kibbutz in 19.
A nudist kibbutz, and yeah, that was the weird thing. It's like Bernie Sanders was part of some nudist colony, and I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, first, slow down. There's a lot of weird. I mean, I think the nudist part was. I was like, what? I'm like, Bernie had a very interesting life before he got into politics. Remember that show he did where he would just go to the mall, walk around, bang.
He was mayor when he did that. But
when he was mayor, he was doing all that cool shit. Do that again, Bernie.
He made a. I've always really liked this about Bernie because I've done the same thing. He made a he was paid to make a Eugene Debs documentary.
Yeah.
And I was also paid to make a Eugene Debs documentary. So me and Bernie.
Bernie Sanders.
But I've never been to it. But they never let me on
and not do any work.
Oh, they see me coming. The whole kibbutz is like, we're out.
Yeah, we don't want to see all that.
They see me coming. The whole kibbutz joins Likud. they're like we have no longer on this kibbutz.
Like, yeah, we're out.
they're out faster than the people on October 7th.
I didn't say it, you said it.
I must get off this kibbutz. Yeah, Netanyahu accuses Haley Stevens of excusing anti-Semitism in CNN clash.
Oh boy. Also, she was like, look who won. And I'm like, Abdul did. Like, you looked insane. And voters were like, oh shit. Because I feel like not many people are aware of who she is. Because I feel like McMorrow would have gotten, she did that whole like
cuts.
She did the cringiest thing.
I want to know what the Likud is like. There, you go
Is
to
that for
the
Elizabeth Warren?
you go to the Likud. No, it's the Likud. It's the Likud kibbutz. You
Oh,
go
God.
there and they're like really they're really right wing about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like put your clothes back on, Bernie. This is not that. This is not that kind of kibbutz.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's just, again, I'm like, how the hell is she polling well and McMorrow didn't? Again, again, people watched the debate and they're like, yeah, Abdul clearly won. It was like a 60, it was like almost like a 30% said she did better, but then like the rest is like, no, he clearly did better. Also, shout out to the moderator. That was probably one of the best debates I've seen where they're like, let's talk about the issues and not about stupid petty interpersonal party drama. Like that's the first. No talk about socialism and Mom Donnie or like just, hey, Michigan. I'm like, are you guys trying to be taken seriously? If you're trying, I'm sold. Except for her.
Israel.
Israel,
we have
come to me in my
we have one question for you. So when you said Israel comes to me in my dreams, what did you mean?
What's the word "come" mean in this context?
Israel comes on me in my dreams. I think she should run for the Knesset. I think she should run for one of those parties. They're like, I don't know, they're talking about Chabo Travaus, where it's like they're like called like the Good Morning Party or something. It's like one of their liberal parties. They have like one seat. Sometimes they get like one seat in the Knesset. She should run for one of those things.
Yeah, that's funny.
They have
also there's a few like Twitter accounts again like that are like shitting on Graham Plattner, like the freaking like Bond Dog people or whatever, that Sir Rottweiler, whatever. Everyone's like, but you're out here supporting Cuomo and all these other sex pests. Like, well, he never did anything. I'm like, well, clearly he resigned in disgrace for a reason. So clearly he did do something.
Isn't it kind of crazy? The next prime minister of Israel is probably going to be like Naftali Bennett again.
Oh my God.
Like his backstory is that his parents moved to New Jersey when he was 1. So he did his entire elementary school education in New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Like Teaneck or something, New Jersey. Like he was in that part of it. And then they moved, and then he moved to like New York City, and then he moved back to Israel. Then he moved to New York City again. So he like thinks he's like the America whisperer politician because he's like, I've lived there for a short period of time.
I'm from New Jersey. I've Okay.
There's also this. There's also this insane.
Benjamin Netanyahu, like everyone forgets, like that's not his real name. Like a lot of people, when they move to Israel or whatever, they want to sound more Israeli, whatever that means. And
Yeah.
I
mean, yeah, it's the Hebrew.
No, like Green, like Gal Gadot's real name is like Greenstein because she's Hungarian. Like I'm like, there's no such thing as being like, in my opinion, like Jewish. Israeli, like it's just so weird that people are like, I'm indigenous to Israel. I'm like, no, your bloodline dates back to like Hungarian European ancestry. There's no trace of any type of like that in you. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
it's just
his
for
real name.
locational purposes.
His family name is Milikowski, but it's spelled
That
like
that is more Jewish than Netanyahu.
Well, it's Polish, but his dad was I'm pretty sure I can't remember if it's his dad or if it's his grandfather. It might have been his grandfather.
It's like the opposite of like Jewish people in Hollywood.
I think it was his grandfather that was like a Jabotinsky who wrote the Iron Wall. Like who's kind of the founding head of like revisionist Zionism, like the right wing version that basically Likud later adopted. His grandfather was like Jabotinsky's personal secretary or something like that. Like
yeah. It's like when you look at Benjamin Netanyahu's real name, everyone like
most evil man. But then Netanyahu came to the U.S. and then he has like
West Philadelphia, born and raised on the.
He has the Jesus
on the West
style,
where I spent most of my days.
It's the Jesus style lost years, where it's like Netanyahu living in Philly with his older brothers.
He could be president, y'all, because he was born in Philly.
Yeah,
he's technically. You know what? Can we do reverse birthright citizenship for some people? Like Netanyahu being born here and yet he's been in Israel for most of his life. No, he shouldn't be able to run for president.
His family lived in the Cheltenham Township. Damn, he was like in the weird, like the parts of Pennsylvania that have like the old style houses too. Oh, I guess
Yeah.
he was born in. I guess
Is this accent fake too? By the way, I feel like
he
I'm
was
like, if you're
technically
from
born in Tel
Philadelphia,
Aviv, so he's not able to become. But his mom was from here. His mom came from Minneapolis, and I guess he was technically born in Tel Aviv, and then they moved here like right after. So he's not technically able to be president. Thank God.
oh my God.
But
But you
if he
know
wanted
who
to run
can
for
though?
president,
Is Tom Piker.
if he wanted to be president, I bet they would change it so that Israel's like technically the 51st state. So it's like,
Yeah.
oh well, if you're born in
What
Israel,
about
but you
Canada,
live here.
Greenland?
I don't know. Like, can you be president if you were born in like Guam? I feel like you can't.
If you like a U.S. territory, yeah, because I remember like with Mitt Romney, because if you were born on a military base, you can still be president because U.S. military base in other countries.
Ted
you can't.
Cruz as well, but he was
Yeah.
born in Calgary.
Yeah.
He was born. He's Canadian.
Wait, was he born in a military base or he was just born in Canada?
I think his family was like doing diplomatic service or something crazy like
But his
that.
father is not even a citizen. Like the whole thing, like what my uncle explained, he's like, technically Obama can't be president because his father's not from here. I'm like, but he was born here. But his both parents have to be U.S. citizens. I'm like, is that in the Constitution? Both parents have to be U.S. for it to count.
I guess it was just. I guess Ted Cruz was just born in Calgary. Like his parents just happened
He
to be
literally
there.
cannot be president. Like his dad was an illegal immigrant. Like he what? No.
I think if one of your parents is born in the U.S., I don't think that is true. If one of your parents are born in the U.S.,
No, that's not true. You have to
I
be
think you
actually
have to be
born here.
born.
But
Yeah,
the
you have-
problem is the argument for conservatives.
Or I think technically, like I think they can change it so that if somebody, if someone's temporarily living somewhere else, but they're like clearly gonna move here.
Yeah.
Like his dad wasn't a citizen.
Yeah. I just think it's funny that like a lot of right wingers are like, well, even if Obama was born in the U.S., he still can't run for president because one of his parents is not from here. I'm like, that's something you guys made up.
It's hilarious that both Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio have both said my family fled Castro, but neither of their families fled Castro.
Batista.
Both of their families fled Batista.
Everything they say about Castro, I'm like, you're describing Batista.
Yeah.
You're not describing Castro at all. What are you talking about? We know history.
I don't know. I think it was Ted Cruz.
Benefited from birthright citizenship.
I think it was Ted Cruz that when my dad fled here, which I think his dad's still alive, but but he's like, my dad fled here because he was tired of the corruption of the Castro regime, and everyone's like, no, he wasn't. He wasn't. He wasn't even. But he's like, yeah, but once Castro was president, he hated it, and it's like, yeah, but that's not the same.
Yeah, but he wasn't living there.
He was living here, and he's like an evangelical minister, which is kind of crazy.
Mm.
Because he went from being a Catholic to being an evangelical minister.
That's
and
crazy.
Israel came to.
Yeah, that's why they say Cubans are the whites of the I was like,
well, no, it's Gusano Cuba, like the ones that are here. I shouldn't have used that term, but the ones that are here, like Cuban Americans, like that cast of Cubans.
Yeah.
But not all of them, because there are a lot of Cubans that fled, like long before it was the Castro regime, the Castro government. Long before that, like there are waves of Cubans that it was just the fact that they were fleeing U.S. dominated Cuba, or they were fleeing, like there's multiple waves, but like a lot of the ones that fled as soon as Castro took over, because they were afraid of their plantations getting overrun and
sugar plantations getting ruined by Castro. We all know how Destiny's grandmother's life went. Anyway, that was a weird
crazy.
one.
That video was crazy. Because there's a lot of people that have like fled Cuba for like more understandable reasons than just like I was a rich guy and communism came. Like
exactly.
I feel like people get kind of pigeonholed that kind of escaped from Cuba and fled here, because it's not like all. It's a certain layer. It's like a layered cast of like a certain
left just because they wanted to. Like nothing wrong with that. But like when you make up a lie as to why you escaped, it's like no, the dates aren't adding up of when a certain person was in charge of your government at the time. So
there was also there's that wave, one of the big like nativist waves, I guess, that happened under Jimmy Carter when we were kind of having like a little bit of a thaw with Cuba for like a little bit under Jimmy Carter, and people were allowed to visit Cuba, and then they kind of started being like, well, why are we not allowed to go to the United States? And so Castro was like, all right, anyone that wants to go to the United States, will put you on these rafts and they can rescue you or whatever. Like a lot of people started fleeing, but then he was like, and we're gonna put prisoners on those rafts too. And like, so a small percentage of the people that ended up fleeing were like, they kind of emptied out some of the jails, and then those people got here, and everyone was like, people in America to the places that they came, like Galveston, Texas.
Cubans.
Yeah, they were like, wait, which is what Scarface is actually kind of based around. That wave of Cubans in the 80s. People were like freaking out.
I remember, I think, what was it, like 2013, 2014, there was this big thing about like Raul Castro, and I remember John Tour was like, guys, Raul Castro is not Fidel Castro. I'm like, yeah, they're brothers. Two different, but it's just so funny how everyone's like, a Castro is a Castro, and I'm like, is it though? Like, again, you guys, what are you guys doing over there?
Castro was on one of that's the one that
he brought cocaine. Cubans brought the cocaine, according to Scarface over here.
I like that movie is really just about Oliver Stone's own battle with quitting cocaine.
Yeah.
So he's desperately struggling to quit cocaine, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna write about the Cubans.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Stephen King had the opposite effect. He's like, I'm gonna write a kids orgy in a book about a killer extraterrestrial entity that likes to take the
did you see Stephen King defending Grant Plattner?
Yeah, he's like, why can't we have our own sex pest? It's like, that's not the argument to be made to have a Trumpian-like canon. When we mean Trumpian-like canon, we mean someone who doesn't give a fuck. Like, you said this about this person. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Who cares? Move on. Next question.
He had to backtrack on it.
Don't have any shame in like shit they say. Again, ChristinaSoulTweets.com for when I run for Senate against Cory Booker. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we're talking about.
He had to
infallible to like, attacks.
No, he had to backtrack on it, but the first tweet was like insane. He was like, oh, Grant Plattner rapes one woman, but Donald Trump rapes a whole bunch of women, and you guys are fine with that, and or something like that. And it's like, dude, don't do this. Don't do this.
Exactly.
And then today he's like, he had to backtrack and go like, oh, I didn't mean that it was good that Grant Plattner raped a woman. He should stay in the race. I just meant, and it's like, I don't know.
If Trump can do it, why can't we do it?
Grant Plattner got to rape more women. I think that's what Stephen King was trying to say.
Yeah. Brought to you from the author who brought to you Cujo and whatever. Yeah, but like when people say, "Oh, what
the author that brought to you Pet Cemetery," it's Grant Plattner.
But it's just so funny when people are like, what do you mean? What does the left mean when they say they want Trump-like candidates? We're talking about candidates who are like, oh, you said this about Israel. Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Next question. That's what we mean.
I was listening to Chapo at one point, and they called the Grant Plattner thing like the monkey's paw for people that wanted their own Trump.
Yeah.
Like you get like the curled monkey paw where it's like, oh, you want your own Trump? Well, here's a rapist, and it's like, fuck,
I mean, the liberals, the Democrats, during COVID, they're like, we got our Trump, but it's a good one. It's Andrew Cuomo. He's the good Trump. He's a bully. He don't take Trump's bullshit, and I'm like,
but I feel like Grant Plattner is like the left's Trump, like it, like because he says whatever the fuck he wants. He might be the left's Pete Hegseth though.
Yes, that's more like it.
I think it depends.
Nazi chronic alcohol
in the race,
yeah, you got a military background.
Yeah. If he stays in the race, and if he was to stay in the race and he won, he might be like liberal
staying
Trump.
in the race.
I don't think he's staying in the race, but if he did and he won, he might be.
He should play that soundbite of Biden. Like, this is what I have to say. I'm staying in the race.
We are kind of like, I feel like we are like playing out like June 2024 again.
Oh God.
Which like I feel like we're kind of moving forward because every argument.
Are we though? I feel like online they're still stuck in 2016.
Well, because every argument boils down to like 2016 or 2020, right?
Yeah.
And like now we at least have like a 2024.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, short amount of time to replace someone. Where have we seen that before? We will finally move on to the next 10 years of discussing 2024.
Well, we're trying to like we're trying to get we're all trying to get the person out, but they won't get out, and it's like but they're trying to like replace them at the same time, and it's like this is kind of 2024.
Yeah, this is how in 2024 primary animal form, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like.
I saw so one of the people that are gonna like possibly replace Graham Plattner is Roy Jackson, and I noticed this, and I kind of regret looking at it, but he looks like Susan Collins, but like he looks like Susan Collins' son. I'm trying to find the post I had about it.
Yeah.
He looks like he could be Susan Collins' son, and yeah, this is the wait. And I now I hate that I did this to myself, but it's like, look at. Are you ready?
Yeah, and then put it in. Oh man!
So he had a clip where he was like, "I've known Susan Collins my whole life," and I was like, "Wait, are you
his son? Are you his son? What's going on here?"
I mean, I don't know if he wants to take out his mom. I'm not opposed to it. I just want Susan Collins to go. So if it's Troy Collins Jr., I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's what he should change his name to. Then people are like, oh wait.
Thing is, Trump didn't even write the art of the deal. Like that's the funniest part of it. Every time he looks up, it's like
movie. I know who wrote that for real. I saw the ending. I got 3 rules.
Mom, you're fired. We're going to Washington, and we're going to tell my mom, get out of here, Mom, you're fired. My mom's been in here for too long. It's been too long. She's been corrupted by big money, my dad's money. That's right.
Yeah.
Like, she's been corrupted by corporate interests. That's right, my dad's company.
Mm-hmm. That's so funny. Yeah. But, sometimes I wonder what life would have been like had Kennedy not gotten assassinated. Bobby would have took over, and then Ted Kennedy. It'd be like luxury space is a meme.
Yeah, but Ted Kennedy could have never done it because.
I'm just also saying, what if that never happened? Because we gotta think about it. If Kennedy was alive, then certain things might not have happened, like him killing that teacher in that car crash.
Yeah, well, because the reason
we keep forgetting that Ted Kennedy.
Well, the reason that Chappaquiddick happened was because Bobby Kennedy got killed.
Yeah.
It was the girl next to him was one of Bobby Kennedy's like lead organizers. So if Bobby Kennedy hadn't gotten killed, Chappaquiddick wouldn't have happened, and then Ted Kennedy could have been there. I don't know. I guess
I think
he was like the most awkward.
I feel like out of all the Kennedys, I feel like Ted Kennedy would have been the best. He was like before Bernie. He was very much like Medicare for all.
Yeah, well, he ran against Jimmy Carter.
Yeah,
and didn't go that well.
Well, yeah, because he tried to run it a few times, but Chappaquiddick happened, and they're like, "Remember when you killed that teacher?" And it's like,
it wasn't even that brought Ted Kennedy down. The big thing that brought Ted Kennedy down against Jimmy Carter is they asked, "Why do you want to be president?" And he couldn't answer for a full 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would be like, I should have just carry on my brother's legacies that couldn't be. You could.
I think he was trying. I think he was searching for an answer that wasn't that. So I think I do think that's the reason why
he still should have. I felt like I would be like, to continue on the legacies that my brothers couldn't.
But he had like these big fiery speeches where he talked about how he wants to rescue the Democratic Party from like the centrist kind of like right wing drift, and like he had great speeches about that. So I don't know why he really froze up. I mean, I guess there are some people that are like when they get in front of the big thing, and it's like it's time to tell people like why do you want to be in this race, and then they kind of freeze up
compared to his other brothers. But like I remember,
maybe he also was afraid that if he ran for president, like not him as like a
might get killed.
Yeah, it's like maybe he was afraid of that. I don't know.
Hey, maybe 3 times the charm. Finally, the Canadian curse will be broken. But also, like I remember, in Michael Jackson's history song, he's out all these sound bites, and one of the closing sound bites is, some men see things as they are and say why. I dreams of things that never were and say why not. Talk about Bobby, and I'm like chills when I hear that because you think about that. I'm like that could have been you though, Ted. You dreamed of things that never were and say why not. You could have, why? Why yes?
Ted Kennedy is sleeping, and then all of a sudden Israel comes to him. All I see Israel in my dreams. Israel comes to me in my dreams.
It was that's because
you have to also wonder like if he had beaten Carter. Like what happens from there because
Reagan.
It's like I mean I don't know. Like the thing about it is at that point, right? Like everything's kind of shit. Like you're inheriting the poison chalice essentially at that moment.
He's the Obama.
Well, it's because at that point, right? Like Carter, there was a lot of mismanagement, but also just stagflation. People have gotten kind of fed up with it. You know, like it's the economy stupid. Like people want to punish whoever's in power when the economy is kind of messed up, which Carter also inherited stagflation. Like they also didn't think stagflation was real up until that point.
Yeah.
They were like, there's no way you can't have, you know, like, you can't have like stagnant growth and also inflation at the same time. You have to have one or the other. And then stagflation happened. They're like, holy shit, you can have both?
Yeah. It's just kind of crazy that one of Bruce Bartlett, who kind of helped with Reagan's like trickle down economic policy, he like helped come up with it. He's like a fucking commie at this point. Like, it's so crazy to see all the former, like, I came up with this, you know, disastrous economic policy, but here I am shouting out, you know, high taxes and like, you know, and socialism. And it's like,
yeah.
What? Look at Bruce Bartlett. Like, I was like, whoa. He went from being like Reaganomics, social democrat to like communism is kind of cool. No? And I'm like, whoa, what happened?
Well, it's like Robert Reich. Like, you know, you see his posts a lot of times. Like they
like,
really push him hard.
He's adorable.
But he was Clinton's labor secretary, and
Clinton kind of was like in the middle.
But at that point, he was like a lot more neoliberal too. Like Robert Reich. I mean, I think essentially not everybody in the Democratic Party, but like everybody within that wing of the Democratic Party was, which is why he got originally appointed to that. So it's like, but then you see him being like, Bernie is right, and it's like, yeah, but where were you like 20 years ago? 30 years ago?
He probably would have been treasurer. And, you know, that'd be kind of cool though. Like Robert Reich would have been in Bernie's administration. I'm like, probably.
Yeah, they would have brought him back. They would have brought back. He would have been the second Reich.
When you thought I was out, he comes back. You know,
he's like, we need a new Reich, a new Robert Reich.
What? Right.
We need 1,000 year. Right. We need 1,000-year Reich. he's like, no, wait. I meant Robert. I meant we need him for 1,000 years. We need a fourth Reich. I mean another Reich.
It's like in the producers like, I didn't know that the Third Reich meant Germany. Yeah, how about that? Keep it gay.
Germany does seem like it's about to be like a fourth Reich. They've gone kind of crazy. They're back to doing
about to get rid of like their great healthcare system over there, and I'm like, wait, what?
Did you see the latest thing that in Germany now during COVID they kind of relaxed their rules on sick days? So it's like you could go there, and if you were just like, I'm sick, like, you know, but now you need like a doc. You need this doctor's note. The doctor needs to sign off.
Oh God! Yeah. Oh.
The doctor needs to sign off and say you've been
as long as his name's on Mangala, we should be fine.
Well, every doctor there is named Mangala, so. But yeah, so like they've been changing that part of it. But you know what I think? You know what I'm a fan of? 1,000-year movie night extravaganza, Reich. 1,000-year podcast, Reich.
Oh my God! Did you ever see Triumph of the Will?
Yeah.
Like everyone's like, "Oh my God!" Like, that was the funniest thing, because I was like when Michael Jackson was promoting his History album, everyone was like, he did like a military style thing with like revealing his statue or whatever, and everyone was like, "This is like Triumph of the Will and fascism."
I think I was too young. I think I was a freshman in college. I think I was too young to really appreciate Triumph of the Will. I was like, this is boring. But I don't think I knew.
If we're gonna, Conan should really prepare himself for the Titanic movie. He should watch the Nazi propaganda film about Titanic, how the ship was taken down by the Jews instead of the iceberg. That's a real film.
There's that great Pete Seeger song, When That Great Ship Went Down.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's not the one that wrote it. I'm sure because he recorded a lot of like classic American songs. I'm sure that's like one of the classic American ballads. But he has that line where he's like, he was talking about like when it's singing, and they really were singing like "Near My God to Thee."
Triumph of the Will.
Triumph of the Whale. Triumph of
the Whale. The Whale. Free Willy. Will you be
there?
Story
of Jonah. Jonah gets eaten by the whale. Triumph of the Whale. You know, they let Leni Riefenstahl after World War II. They just let her become like a photographer. I mean, I don't know what else they were gonna do with her, but it's like she was like the main propagandist. She became like a nature photographer after that, and like
What a
she's like,
weird
look at some, look at the majesty of the nature.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful
It's like
nature.
when you see a white Argentinian with a German sounding name, like my great grandfather migrated here. I'm like, from where exactly and when?
I guess it is kind of a question, like how far down do you go with, like, you know, just ending the lives and careers of like people in the Nazi administration, like the propaganda department or something. Like obviously Goebbels gone. Well, Goebbels took himself out, but it's like,
well, Goebbels is back. His name is Stephen Miller.
yeah, but it's like you see that, but then it's like, you know, if you have someone like Leni Riefenstahl, like it's like Hitler's favorite female director.
Yeah.
What do you kind of do with that, right? Like it's like, because she's not necessarily like the person not in charge of anything. She's just making
Yeah,
movies.
the people who did like the propaganda, like where it's. I'm like, are they the ones sending like? I feel like, you know, we didn't push the Confederacy. I feel like, you know, the Nuremberg trials didn't go far enough.
Yeah, well, they should have
hanged, but still, I feel like they should have went out the same way they murdered Jewish people, gas chambers.
I love that old story where they're like, it's FDR and Stalin, and they're messing with Churchill, and so at one point, Stalin's like, we need to just kill 50 German officers, and Churchill gets all mad, and then FDR, because he's like, those are real German patriots or whatever, and then FDR the other side's like, all right. 49,000 officers. All right. Well, we'll pass the baton off to the Devil's Advocate Productions over there. Movie night extravaganza, Terminator 2 next week. We talked about Terminator last night. The
Terminator coming back. Wonder what he's gonna do next.
It's 5. Well, Triumph of the Whale. But yeah, so check us out. Movie Night Extravaganza. It's over there, youtube.com/Movie Night Extravaganza. We had 5 years of Movie Night Extravaganza as of yesterday. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, folks. We are back. Hello. I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I host Devil's Advocate Productions here on this space, talking about movies, music, TV, video games, and politics, and whatever I feel like talking about on this channel. What's going on, folks? I am back. I have returned. Nobody want to see the devil? I know, Wes. It's crazy. I'm here. I'm back. Yeah, shout out Wes. Look, sometimes we have 4 people, sometimes we have 2 people. Sometimes we have 1 person. Sometimes it's just me and Nick. I'm just talking to Nick. Producer Nick, shout out. I'm talking to the mods. You know, it's okay. It's okay. The whole point of this space is that it's just here. It's here, and if you're bored and you tune in, you're going to get some news, you're going to get some entertainment. You never know what you'll get. You might get some video games, you might get some movie reviews. There's all kinds of stuff on this space. I will share with you what I've been doing the last couple things that I've made. And that is I listened to Brian Andrews for 4th of July. His album Independence Day, containing all his protest music. There's also, yes, a trailer reaction for Ben Shapiro's movie with Jonathan Majors. The interview I did last Wednesday with Danielle Welch, right here in this time slot, talking about her run against Tom Suozzi in New York, one of the corporate Democrats who is against any kind of change or status quo shift for the Democratic Party. I also talked about Star Fox because I watched Independence Day on Independence Day, and I really, really wanted to play that level again. And you know what? There's a brand new Star Fox, and it's good. It's good, and I'm having a blast. I listened to Beyonce for the first time. She dropped an album. She dropped a song on Independence Day, and today I listened to this hip-hop duo that I've seen on Twitter called Party of Two. They're not very big, but this album, America's Next Top Party, which I thought was going to be a little more politically charged than it was. Just a fun time. So that is what I got going on. But, you know, we've got some news. I think, look, we're going to start out with, I guess, what we were just talking about the last time we were on a few hours ago with Andrea. And that is the Plattner debacle. So Graham Plattner, as you know, Senate candidate in Maine, won the primary. He was credibly accused of rape, and most people who supported him jumped off on Monday when the accusations came down. People read the article, made their own assessments. It sucks. It sucks. What I am hoping for, what a lot of supporters are hoping for, is that he just drops out as soon as possible. That the support base, because it is what Bernie said, right? Not to get cheesy, but it's not me, it's us, right? So it's not about him. Sure, he was a effective communicator for those ideals, but it was the ideals that people were voting for. It was the ideals that beat Janet Mills by 50 fucking points. All right. And I think it's fair for the base who voted for him to get a choice in who they want to replace that candidate they voted for. So, we'll see. There's word he might drop out as early as tonight. I'm going to be going 2 hours, so I'll be here with Deter is on his way, and then I'm going to be on with Lumen. And if Plattner gives a speech and drops out, or at any time we will cut to it. But there are some updates in the last couple days. I mean, first of all, talking about who would replace him, the favorite right now is Troy Jackson, who was part of DSA, and he ran for governor, I believe. And then is being like, I understand what's happening and I appreciate the support. We are, looking into what should be done, and of course, condemning Plattner and whatnot. A lot of people saying Plattner shouldn't endorse anybody, and I kind of agree with that. It should be the base again who kind of does this. Let's throw in Deter, who is just arrived.
Hey, how are ya?
What's going on?
Nothing much, man. It's been a while. Thank you for holding down the fort. A lot has happened that I've just honestly not wanted to talk about, and that's why I haven't been online. And I've also just trying to enjoy my summer a little bit. So appreciate you taking up the hour these last couple of weeks. I went to the USA Turkey game in Los Angeles, which was really fun. Yeah. It didn't matter. We had already won our group, but it was cool to see a World Cup game in person. A friend of mine from college took me. He's Turkish, so he got a vested interest in going. And then, man, I got to tell you, I'm always like mindful of who's watching this that knows me, but I got to tell you, just straight up, the 4th of July parades out here on the West Coast are a fucking joke. I hope, my friends that I was with watching the parade with this weekend, I was just like the power monopoly had a truck. There was the fire truck, and then there was the cop cars, and then there was the flag float, and there was another flag float. It was, it was just awful.
Dude, there's a reason the Pride Parade is much more fabulous and amazing than the 4th of July parade.
Well, in California anyway.
Well, anywhere, because it's the straights designing what they're gonna do, and it's gonna be, let's have the cops follow the firefighters this year instead of the firefighters following the cops. So you've been out for a couple weeks. There's been some big DSA wins. There's been some progressive wins. I literally yesterday just talked to a member of DSA New York, who I campaigned for Lindsey Boylan with. And just talking about like what's next, and I've been dying to hear what you think about like, hey, what the fuck? Like now DSA has a big spotlight. You need a YouTube channel, a Twitch stream, media figures to go on the Sunday shows.
Yeah, it's not going to happen anytime soon. DSA doesn't want to be centralized. And it doesn't really have the kind of leadership structure that would produce what you're talking about, because what I've talked about with what they should do, there's a natural salesmanship that you and I have in us, persuasion. And it's it's a specific form of persuasion. It's unfortunate that it is perceived as salesmanship, or that salesmanship is even sleazy. What if salesmanship actually meant informing the customer about something that they didn't know they needed? Like car insurance. I don't know. Could be anything like that. But anyway,
free healthcare.
you and I are all about trying to make shit popular. We want to make shit popular, and the DSA and their discipline paid off with the Graham Plattner situation. The DSA is very strict about its endorsements and about who it chooses to support. And cheers to them for remaining tight on that. Yeah. But I think we're both in the same boat of like, okay, the snowball is building as it's rolling down the hill here. What are we going to do when it reaches the bottom, which is, elections in November? When these people actually come into power. Like, we need to make them household names. We need to make them household names. Yeah. And I think we can. I think it's just. I mean, this is the first wave, and then the second wave will be the presidential election when people really show up.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, with this whole Plattner situation, that's what we're talking about right now. I think it's important to wrestle with the idea of lesser evil voting. And, you know, I think this is a good clip to kind of dispel anybody who might still be like, well, he's already there and maybe he should stay. Yeah, let me throw it up like this.
And yeah, that's actually a crazy take. Things are so bad in the U.S. that she was going to vote for her rapist. That's how fucking insane American politics is right now, because that's the other side. That she literally was like, I probably shouldn't come out about my credible rape accusation and maybe even might vote for my rapist because at least he's not a child rapist like the fucking president allegedly could be.
Do you have an echo on your side?
American politics is now a sequence of insane decisions where on the one hand you're like, well, do I want my rapist in office? Well, maybe he's going to be in support of Medicare for all, and he's anti-Israel. Whereas the other side is also rapists, some of them defenders of child rape. So I guess we got to weigh the options, like which rape is the lesser evil. The lesser evil rape trolley problem. Which, by the way, ironically enough, if he was a fucking centrist establishment Democrat, the very same people that are doing victory laps right now would literally be sincerely telling you to vote for the lesser evil rapist. Just understand, that's the distinction between the left and people like fucking Miratanen who work for the Clintons, okay?
And Cuomo.
That's the difference. They did this with Andrew Cuomo. They unironically looked at Zoran Mamdani and said, you got to vote for Andrew Cuomo, the cop rapist. What do you mean? Fast and free buses? Fuck no. He's Muslim. You got to vote for the cop rapist. Liberals will look at you dead in the eye and tell you this is a lesser evil rapist voter, and then turn around and act all high and fucking mighty.
I mean, I think that's a good point. First of all, shout out the socialist Adri, who does all the clipping for his son, and in the works to be on the show next week.
Sweet.
But yeah, I mean, so there's also, I mean, we can react to that, but this is shorter, and this is also someone who's still kind of, this is making that argument too, and a slightly different one.
Yeah, I'll have some insight after this one.
Unbearable position of having to adjudicate something that should have been adjudicated in a court of law if this actually took place. If someone entered my home and forcibly raped me, I would not allow the individual who forcibly raped me, that's violent, right, to remain in my home and sleep it off. But that is what she did. She alleges she was so drunk that she didn't want to tell him to leave because he might harm someone on the road. He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops, or more importantly, the house. But she did neither one of those things.
That's not how you judge it. Pause it real quick.
This is
So this is easy for men because it's just a pretty easy situation to evaluate when you're a man. However, the woman says she dealt with it is how she dealt with it for the reasons she said she dealt with it.
Yeah.
Like, there's no...
He could kill her.
Like, yeah, she's extremely vulnerable. Like, women live in the fear of physical harm from men in a much more prolific way than we do of them, okay? So, to say you should have called the cops, you should have done this, you should have done that, shut up. You don't know what she was dealing with or going through at that time. Here's how I know he's guilty. Two things. One is the timing of this is just ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? Like, this should have happened a while ago. And it's annoying. It's annoying that he strung people along as long as he did.
New York Times interview, and then going on Chris Hayes and saying nothing else is going to come out. Saying those words, you knew you were lying. You knew they interviewed her, and you're just hoping that she doesn't say anything else. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
Yeah, man. He partied too hard and got a little obsessed with sex. Obviously, if he was having sex with that woman, he was, definitely out there trying to get it. And it catches up with you if you do something as fucked up as force yourself on a woman, which I don't know. I'm average height, average weight, so I don't really. I've never really thought of actually forcing myself on a woman. But if I'm huge, maybe it's and then you add alcohol. Maybe it's and he's a bigger guy.
I mean, he's in the military, and this kind of just runs in the military.
Does it? I mean, I'm reluctant to say that, but is it the hard dominating sex kind of stereotype
Maybe I don't know.
Is that what leads to forced sex when you add alcohol and then it's acceptable? I mean, it's just all too complicated.
Yeah, I'm also not gonna I'm not saying this is it's all military people or whatever or cops or whatever, but there's a reason why ACAP, and what is the military other than even more international police, international cops, I'm not even going to get into his fucking psychologist. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. He's blackout. It doesn't matter. He did this shit, and then you fucking ran for office thinking it wasn't going to come out. It's a level of narcissism. There's a level of entitlement, egoist, just thinking that it's all behind me in my story, in my narrative that he sold us. He sold people a narrative. Now, there's a lot of people claiming, oh, I was right all along. We covered it earlier. McCarthy and Neera Tanden, and both of those can go fuck themselves, right? Neera Tanden with Clinton and Cuomo, McCarthy with every Republican ever. So, go fuck yourselves. The lefties who are making this about I was right, the ones I'm seeing are motherfuckers who are read my newsletter, watch my stream, watch my podcast, look at my videos instead of those people's videos. They were wrong. I was right. I'm thinking particularly Brianna Joy Gray, Vouch, Cavernacle, some of these folks who are just I care more about being right and winning over these peers in the online content creator space than anything to do with actually moving the needle when we're in people who are saying it should have been the tattoo for y'all. Why wasn't it the tattoo?
Right.
I've explained. Fucking skull and crossbones. I couldn't pick out of a lineup. I think there's millions of fucking designs of a skull and crossbones, one of the most common designs, especially of tattoos, but just designs in general on Earth. I wouldn't know the Nazi one. Lumen, who I'm going to talk to in an hour, he was saying he should have known. He's in the military. The military has fucking screenings for those kind of tattoos. They should have known. Now, how much the military cares about white supremacist tattoos is also a question, right? So if you're in the military and you have that, and they might be we're going to look the other way.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. Look, we talk these fucking talking points, the angles on the issue, what we should have seen coming, what we, whatnot. What's the lesson? All right.
I think the lesson is the ideals that he was espousing beat establishment Democrat Janet Mills by 50 fucking points.
Right.
I think that's the story.
That's the lesson for you, and I think the lesson for, that's one lesson. Maybe there are multiple lessons. Anyway, the one lesson that I was thinking of was, don't just buy into the aesthetic.
Yes.
You got a camera-friendly, bearded guy from Maine with a nice, deep voice and a working-class story. And now he's doing what you just referenced, saying all the right things about all the right issues, talking about going anti-establishment. Yeah, vetting should be the biggest lesson. That's maybe the DSA has an opportunity to assert itself here. as the foremost authority on vetting, and because they did not endorse him, and he didn't. Maybe I don't know why he didn't seek their endorsement, but he didn't. And I think that it's a big mess, and hopefully this new guy that they can, I don't know what his name is, but they were going to maybe replace Planner. Yeah, he'll hopefully replace, and we can still get rid of Susan Collins.
Yeah.
But it's a big mess, and Plattner's not the guy that I thought he was. I admit I was wrong about him. But I always did the Nazi tattoo and the military service and the PTSD and stuff. It's like, well, how much of that shit has he actually dealt with? Right. Like, he says he's changed, says he's done therapy and whatever, but I never heard the truths. Like, that's what therapy is really about, is discovering truths about yourself that you don't want to maybe come to terms with. And you need someone to help you get there. Yeah. So he never, and he did talk about that with I'm a changed person, I was not that person, but, well, who was that person and who are you now? Right. He didn't get, and this is my issue.
And why was that person wrong?
And this is my issue with a lot of people who are hating on the Plattner supporters. Yeah, right, exactly. How'd you grow? Yeah. How'd you get better? How'd you learn? How'd you evolve? Is that, we just got a little excited about a piece of talent and about taking out Susan Collins. Like, the reason why he got so much attention, he probably was a lot because he's a good-looking straight white guy from a purple state.
Yeah, who sounds like Ron Swanson. And
he also was about to take out a huge pillar of conservative federal power with Susan Collins.
Yeah,
and people seem to have forgotten that. But at the end of the day, whether or not this was rape, I don't know. But only the two of them really know, I guess, or maybe only she does because he was wasted and probably maybe doesn't even remember.
Yeah.
But it should have come out sooner. And if he was innocent, if he was 100% confident that he didn't rape her or that it wasn't forceful in any way, he would have denied it like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
He'd be doing all the shows, and he'd be trying to salvage people's hard work.
Yeah, there'd be some kind of countersuit or proof or something. But again, I think it's the fact that they're not, the fact that we're basically waiting on him to drop out. I think it's a foregone conclusion. And again, let this not, like you said, the military background, a lot of people pointed to that as why you shouldn't have trusted him in the first place. And I was right all along.
That's a stereotype.
And
I don't, we got to address stereotypes and acknowledge them and then criticize them directly in order to get rid of them. But I think that's especially hearing the guy. I believe this was a fractured guy that had a little bit of talent, a lot of good intentions, but obviously had a problem with partying. And he just felt entitled to sex from someone. I think he felt entitled to sex from someone he had already had sex with. And that's why he showed up there. Yeah. That's why he showed up there and felt entitled to, I guess he forced himself on her, but that's what she says. No one knows for sure.
Yeah,
what?
I know. I just wouldn't chalk it up to partying. Cause even thinking about the Reddit posts and where people are oh, you should have known from the Reddit post. Looking back on the Reddit posts, the most inflammatory ones were posts kind of victim blaming and talking about hey, women, don't be around men when they're intoxicated. That's kind of on you. Or, watch what you're dressed like and shit like that. Which again, he said he's moved on from and whatnot, but he didn't ever explain how, never really addressed each one and kind of lumped it all in as these are bad posts. Which again, I think it's fair for supporters who have been at this point in running for office, everyone's going to have bad posts at some point in their fucking life.
Yeah, so, the posts are survivable. The tattoo and now this allegation are not survivable.
Yeah, but the military background, I just want to play this clip from Hassan again about why maybe don't throw out all military people. Even again, I understand why the uncommitted movement existed and not to vote for Harris. You're like, dude, I know someone who like has family getting bombed right now. Trying to tell them, hey, you got to vote for this person whose administration is actively bombing your family is a no fucking brainer. So anyone who has family who's been affected by the fucking military, of course, it's like anyone who has a family member who was killed by the cops. It's like nothing, no kind of support, no anyone who was an officer is gonna be. I'm gonna support them for office at any point, but. Also acknowledging that the military is highly valorized in this country. It's highly propagandized in this country. It's also the best job route for a lot of people on purpose because in this country, it's valid for Hassan. And I think the left broadly, not that he's our voice or whatever. I'm just saying it's a good argument. That's why I grabbed this clip of, not immediately closing the door on anyone who's ever served in the military.
This is how we go down the spiral of Hassan defends Graham Plattner for hours, because the conversation does not stay with Graham Plattner. It turns into, why don't you think all troops are baby exploiters and child murderers who are rapacious monsters that are bloodthirsty and irredeemable? Yes, on principle, I will never fucking have that attitude. There are plenty of veterans in this community and plenty of anti-war veterans in this community, anti-imperialist veterans in this community, and I welcome them here. And this is a place where they can feel safe. I don't give a shit if you turn around and say that's unacceptable. This is a consistently held principled position that I've had from day one. Okay? I care not about what you have done. I care about how you atone for what you have done. Who you are now matters to me most.
I mean, like, I think that makes sense. Look, I was talking with Andrea earlier, and I brought up the airmen on July 4th who protested for Trump's impeachment on the steps of the Capitol, foregoing his pension after 20 years as an airman. And a lot of people on the day were saying, oh, what a hero, and I'm like, he's part of the military. He spent 20 years, if not killing people actively, helping kill people actively in the military. So if you're going to throw out anyone in the military, you're also throwing out Chelsea Manning. You're also throwing out like people who could be part of this coalition. And if there's only two options in this country, or three, there's no voting, right? There's no voting, so it doesn't really matter. But there's Republican or Democrat. And if you want to, and we're taking over the Democratic Party. So there's going to be like a learning curve for a lot of people of like, what are the standards? This is why it's important that it's not me, it's us, right? It's not Plattner, it's the platform that he ran on.
Right. So I think he'll be forgotten over time.
Yes, exactly. And I think that, if you tell everyone in the country, by the way, if you want to be part of this movement, this like exciting Zohar Mamdani, progressive, democratic socialist movement, you can't be part of the military, you can't be a veteran, then they're all going to go to the Republicans, and we don't want that.
Yeah, I don't think that should be the attitude. I would say just two things. One is if you have a military background, you're definitely welcome to be part of the progressive movement and the DSA. Just make sure you park that military fucking way of relating people to people when you come to meetings and shit. Right. And also understand that you are not going to be entitled or favored for a position of leadership simply because you served in the military.
Yeah.
Might be my only two things to say about, military service members joining the leftist coalition.
We've been talking about this now for a year since we met, basically going like, you want to join? Fine, but you're going to vote. That's all you're going to do. You're not going to tell us who to vote for. You're not going to pitch your own candidates. You're not going to run yourself. And I think maybe that's where Plattner should have stayed. Plattner should have been a voter. and just voted for whoever. And with true, again, vetting, like Wanda brought up earlier, vetting is a big part of this. And whatever organization was involved with that, high scrutiny, like, get the fuck out of here. Levels of disrespect now. Because I looked it up briefly. There's a guy like Dan Morath who is trying to shake up the way Democrats vet candidates. And it's basically, we did a speedy vetting process just to get him out there because we liked him aesthetically. Exactly, Peter. That's exactly what they said. And it's fucking, it blew up in your fucking face and hurt the whole movement. So fucking get your shit together.
Well, Luhman's going to take a victory lap because he was right about. I remember specifically that he had issues with Plattner from the get-go.
Yeah, and I'm ready.
So, yeah, so Luhman's going to have score some credibility points here, but I'm sure he's not going to be an asshole about it. And like,
No,
I
that's
was,
the best part
to be precise, I always have my reservations because of the military background. I was always like, well, again, back to what I was saying earlier, like, you say you've done this work in therapy, what are the results of that work? Whereas like, where you say you've grown, well, how? Right? You have to talk about yourself at some point in campaigns and how your leadership is going to be better than others. And like I said, if he were innocent, this would really, and this is just, he knows for sure that he didn't do this, then he would be saying a lot. He would be handling himself a lot differently.
Yeah.
But this is it, man. This is hopefully this is the last time we have to do this for a progressive for a while. Because like you said, he was saying the right things.
Yeah. But you know what? Let's leave Plattner in the past. Again, we're waiting to see if he speaks and drops out. But let's move on to someone better, someone much better, someone with no controversies, and who just had a debate last night. That is Abdul El Sayed in Michigan. And this is a clip of him talking about ICE. I got a whole bunch of clips from this debate. Haley Stevens looks like she's floundering. It is a battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. And the way that establishment is trying to connect Abdul and Plattner is going to fall apart. And it's not going to work, I don't think. But here we go.
ICE is not about immigration. ICE is not about the southern border. I was on nearly the northern border. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets. I've been clear that you can't reform ICE. You can't retrain ICE. You have to abolish ICE. Now, that's not to say that we can't secure our border. That's not even to say that we can't actually enforce our immigration policy. That is to say that we shouldn't do it at the edge of destroying our Constitution itself. ICE is a new agency. It is younger than I am. We have done this in the past in a way that respects the basic rule of law. And if we're serious about actually having a pathway in this country to a humane, thoughtful, common sense immigration system, we've got to invest in the court infrastructure that offers a pathway to citizenship for people who built a life here, lived here peaceably, and contributed to our society. I think that's the responsibility we need to go to while keeping our southern border safe and secure. I mean, my colleague voted to thank ICE.
Yeah, I mean, so again, just doing a stellar debate performance. I should also point out that the third candidate in this race, Mallory McMorrow, dropped out the other day. So
really, did she endorse anyone?
No, not yet. Abdul put out a reply. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find it. He replied to her on the day of, saying, "Hey, Mallory supporters," because apparently he and Mallory had a kind of a friendlier relationship at the beginning of the race. And so he put out a like, "Hey, come over here. Like, we're welcoming you to the party if you'd like to join." And I think that was a pretty good way. And he did it right away, whereas it took Stevens about a day or two to reach out to McMorrow supporters. I can't find it. There's too many.
It's okay.
So we got some more clips from the debate. This is, I mean, just Stevens is not even really putting up a fight. This reminds me of, honestly, of Janet Mills a little bit. Like, I don't even know if she really wants to run. It feels like she was tapped, and it's like, I guess I got to do this just to maintain the corporate power that we're all getting paid by.
Impact childcare and make it more affordable for families.
30 seconds. Look, if you want somebody who's electable, the last 3 polls in a row show that I'm the most electable Democrat in November. Why?
Yeah.
Because you got to actually fight for something. It's not enough to offer people 2 options that kind of look the same on the issues that matter the most. If you're taking money from corporations, the same corporations, Democrat or Republican, how different are things really going to be? I'm offering an opportunity to actually invest in what we want to fight
She
for.
does sound like Bobby.
For healthcare that is guaranteed, for an economy that works for working people, for finally getting corporate money out of our politics.
Well, with all due respect to Abdul, I think
You got to fight for something other than just fight against Trump. Because what's the difference? What's the difference if the tie is blue or red if I still can't afford gas? You know?
Yeah, I think that's a good message for normies. I mean, whatever gets them to your fucking internet page, and then the rest should take care of itself from there. I mean, I'm of the opinion that there's just no excuse anymore for not having a website that when people Google you, that just explains not just through text, but through video or some other kind of easy to consume way, you know, explains the positions of the candidate. And he's giving the debate answers, but you know, he really wants to talk about that stuff for another 10-15 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, this was a good hit when she kept bringing up his like tax returns, which he said they're in the FEC filings, like you can look them up. But she's like, why won't you hand them over to me directly? And then he's pointing out, like, you are taking APAC money, like you are funding.
Because I have no respect for you. Because I have no respect for you is what he should say.
Right.
On TV by organizations like the Center for Democratic Priorities, which, by the way, didn't exist until it started to run ads for my opponent. Like the United Democratic Progressives, which, by the way, is a front for APAC. Like Center Forward, which bought airline tickets for my opponent, for her mother and herself to go to Portugal. I don't know what they talked about. I don't know what they did. So if we want to talk about lies, I think it's really important for us to understand who's paying for them and what was said on the back end to allow them to be told. Because $40 million just it doesn't come for free. Hold on TV.
I mean, that's a pretty good one. $40 million doesn't come for free. And then the closing statement I thought was pretty satisfying here.
Know what my life would have been without the opportunity to be born here. I saw that firsthand in summers in Egypt. I know what America can do for somebody. I also knew that 15 miles away, there were kids who never got that same opportunity. We have to build an America that can be what it was for me, for all of her kids. And that means we've got to take on the ways that corporate greed have gotten in the way. We need to stand with working people, stand with humans. We need to take on oligopolies and billionaires. We need to guarantee healthcare through Medicare for all. Across my time touring the state, town hall after town hall, you could be in a church in Detroit, you could be in a living room in Lansing, VFW Hall in Escanaba. People say the same things. It just shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard to afford your groceries. Shouldn't be this hard to pay your rent. Shouldn't be this hard to see a doctor in the richest, most powerful country in the world. And it works for me.
So, you know, I think
he's a pro.
He's a fucking pro, man.
He's a pro.
He's doing good. I saw someone joke on Twitter the other day, you know, DSA should just be running Muslims, just only Muslims, because they're the ones who seem to be fucking winning these races. No more white guys. And I think he's doing a fantastic job. I love it. His association with Hassan Piker, which seems to be Haley Stevens' main criticism and attack line against him.
It's weak. It's weak.
It's
Nobody
fucking
cares.
weak. And I think the great and powerful, amazing, beautiful, wonderful Summer Lee kind of exemplifies how this should be. You would love this. You'd love this this flip. How this question should be answered from going forward.
You disavow your friend Hassan Piker for inciting riots outside Delaney Hall last weekend?
Oh, well, actually, I think that Delaney Hall is a disgrace. Will you disavow your friend Laura Loomer, who calls black women ghetto black bitches?
She doesn't mean that.
How does one not
And she's
mean
my
that?
friend, but we're talking about Hassan Piker.
No, I'm talking about Laura Loomer.
Can we talk about
because she calls
Hassan?
Black women ghetto black bitches. And you agree with that? Did you disavow that?
I mean,
Because that's racism.
pretty much
to work with
joking.
someone like that?
But
Oh, that's not a joke.
no, but you can.
Okay, so here you go. So, you know, not to, I mean, so like you're half black, half white, so you have a lot more credibility here. But I'm just telling you, as like far as white people goes, that like Summer Lee, man, she blows Jasmine Crockett out of the water.
Amazing.
Like she's so much better.
Amazing.
Like, you know, you know, I mean, I know, like when I hear black women or people say that black women don't get enough chances, it's like, well, they've also had the bad luck of having Kamala Harris and who was the one from Georgia?
Stacey Abrams.
But Stacey Abrams, and then meanwhile Nina Turner gets sidelined, and who else was it? The one from Missouri.
Corey Bush was running again.
Corey
just got
Bush,
reimbursed
right.
for DSA.
Right, Corey Bush is like, and you know, but then Jasmine Crockett, probably just because she's in Texas, gets a lot of the press, and it's like these other black women are incredibly impressive.
Yeah,
they're better.
She also gets a lot
It's
of the
like-
press because she's not anti-war. She's pro-war. She's just
Oh,
pro.
yeah, that's true.
You know, it's
She was definitely a tool for the establishment. She was definitely a tool for the establishment.
Let's not forget Psaki bombs. Remember Psaki bombs? Remember when Psaki was the press secretary
Yeah, sure.
for Biden and she would dunk on like conservative reporters, and that's all that they gave a fuck about in Resist Land, Resist Sphere, Resist Liberal Twitter, and fucking MSNBC and CNN. That's why she has a show on fucking MSNBC. She was auditioning for it at that fucking podium as press secretary. Just
Right.
That's all that matters to them. And we're at the point now where that's not enough for people. It's not enough even for the brunch liberals who wanted that to be enough. They can't afford gas either. They can't afford brunch. Like,
well, I mean, I think that's the gas prices and the affordability, obviously, like just making ends meet. That is what gets people to pay attention. But you got to keep them looking, and you got to be like, you know, this is the end result of 45 years of bad decision making by our federal government, by both parties. And then you get in with the people who like say both parties suck. It's like, yeah, but we still got to make a government work out of them, okay?
Yeah.
Like, stop being a little bitch. Like, that's a bitch out. When you say, oh, both parties suck, I'm not political. Fuck you, pussy. Get involved.
Then
Have an opinion.
Get out of the way.
I almost respect MAGA trash more than the bystander at this point, because I don't know how you can be a bystander in this country right now.
And I
There's
think,
just
you know
no
what,
one.
that's a good point. The affordability is a part of it, but I think also is the blatant corruption being flaunted in their face. Like
Trump
Elon Musk being- Trump coin, you know, them just like having these lavish.
The pardons getting bought for like $2
banquets.
million apiece or something like that.
Yeah, pardons, the ballroom. Like, the ballroom's dumb to us because it's like material change. Who gives a fuck about the structure of the White House? But it really is a visual representation, the reflecting pool, you know, and that being, first of all, it literally looking like a swamp after what was done to it. And the reason it was done was so that Trump could give one of his friends some money. I'll contract out your company to restore the pool so that you can make a bunch of money, taxpayer money, literally fleecing. Like, there's never been a clearer picture of rich fat cats sucking money out of everybody else around them than this time in America since probably the Gilded Age and the Great Depression age. And first of all, yes, welcome in Left Eye UK. Always appreciate the raids. But, you know, as exemplified by stories like this of a building here in Manhattan that is like leaning building. Cops are like cordoning off the area. This construction guy was interviewed and explains why.
We're steam fitters, local 638. We're doing the fire protection in this building. And what happened here was this building was renovated, and they were going to add another 16 stories to it. But at that point, you need to add more steel. And they obviously didn't add the right amount of steel. So the north side of that building is crumbling. The I-beams are bending like cigarettes in there, which is super dangerous. So I'm assuming they're going to evacuate everyone on the north side of 43rd Street. So, you know, we're a union steam fitters. The union iron workers went after this job. They lost it pretty much off the profit is what they're looking to do. Contractor that's over here. So for New York City, we build it right. We build it the first time. And they chose profit over safety and put my members and every construction worker over here in jeopardy.
Cliff, can you walk us through what's it going to take to get this back up to code, get this back safe?
You're going to have engineers in here.
Knock it down.
Making sure that everything is supported. And I don't know what's going to happen with the other side of the building now. Time will tell. How much did it sink? How much more is it going to sink? That's the question.
So you had members.
I mean, like, is this not just a perfect? It's decades and decades, like you've been saying, of fleecing the American people, making the argument it's too complicated, and all these disparate issues are disparate issues that are unrelated. Racism and building codes and voting rights and women's rights, and now just because of, again, the phones, the social media, the reality TVification of everything, the fact that we're random fucking people talking into microphones on the goddamn internet, and people care about what we have to say, just like they care about Rogan because it's a fucking comedian talking to the internet. Just because someone's talking to, we can actually simplify and go capitalism. It's capitalism. It's fucking greed. It's greedy people trying to fucking make money over the safety of people because they don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about the people they're hiring to put in the buildings or they're selling apartments to or whatever it is. The apartment building in Florida that just like collapsed.
Yeah.
Like it's rotting. The foundations of our fuck democracy, reality are crumbling. The world's been run by a cabal of fucking pedophile sex traffickers for the last 40, 50 years. It's still up and running. It's just missing a valuable piece in Jeffrey Epstein. And they're running the world continuously now. We gotta fucking do something. And, you know, as much as there's fucking Luigi's and the guy burning down a warehouse in California and whatever, fucking random acts that people are doing because they're just so like fed up and frustrated. There's also gonna be organizing, and it's happening with DSA. It's happening across the country, and I think hopefully we're seeing the end, the death throes of fascism and capitalism. It's all wrapped together and trying to survive as they're like kids trying to grab all they can before time runs out, and we kick them out, and the guillotines are sharpened, and we're ready. Like it's.
Well, that's my question: is do you think there will be retribution? Because I'm not convinced there will be.
I'm not convinced.
Or I'm not even. I'm not. I don't hear anybody calling for it right now. Really.
I mean, I hear some progressive candidates calling for it, like there has to be accountability. Like you just saw Abdul saying, like, we need to abolish ICE and prosecute the people who are responsible.
Yeah.
Do I think there will be sacrificial lambs offered up? Of course. It's going to be Bernie Madoff all over again. There's going to be a bunch of Bernie Madoff. Maybe, I don't even know if you get Trump in prison or like, you know, anyone in the Trump family in prison, which they should be. But maybe you get Stephen Miller or you get Peter Thiel. I don't, Elon Musk maybe. I don't know. But heads have to roll and be locked up or else, again, there'll be just random people kind of doing that anyway. And they might actually be safer in prison, if you want to be honest about it. So let's bring in, because those are pretty good segments, I think. Let's bring in Lumen, who has shown up and I believe is ready. I think he's ready. What's going on, bud?
One moment, I'm just checking my Robinhood account that I didn't know I still had. I have $1.15 in some kind of weird cryptocurrency. And
I think I sold everything I had in that.
The AMC pump, yeah, I was on that too.
Yeah.
It was dope. It bought me a new washer dryer.
Nice. I lost $2,000.
Oh, you got in at the top, big dummy.
GameStop. Yep.
Come on, dog. No, I was.
It was
purely
only
XC.
after I bought when I was like, if it hit Twitter, then it's probably over. I was in that Reddit, the Wall Street Bets Reddit, like, I believe all the conspiracies. I could see how people fall down to Alex Jones shit.
I still lost. I didn't lose money. I put my Biden bucks in there, and I got up to like 10 grand at one point, and then it went down to 6. And I was like, gotta get out, gotta go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put that
I don't
$1,000
understand how
Biden
people
bucks.
gamble. I
No,
really
it's.
don't.
I mean, I can tell you all about it. It's disgusting. The worst days in a gambler. The worst day in a gambler's life is his first big win. I'm telling you right now. I goofed around in my 20s and I won a poker tournament, and I can tell you that was the worst day of my life. Like, no joke.
Yeah.
Like I had to pull myself back. It was like a decade long, like, just push, just trying to become a professional poker player. And I realized I was good enough to know I wasn't good, but it could have got real dark. Like, there was a time where, like, I used to just go to work to play poker. Like, I was playing poker 12 hours a day. Yeah, it was
okay.
It was a goof, dude. I mean, it wasn't that bad. I was still paying bills. Like, it wasn't that crazy, but it got to it. Yeah, to the point where it was just like everything I did revolved around poker, and I was like, this has got to stop. Yeah.
But that's what you have to do in order to be good at it. Like, in order to get to a professional level, you have to go through that grind. I know some guys who tried. The smart ones made enough money to pay for school and then pay off their school debt, and then they, got real jobs. Like, this one guy I know did real well doing that. But yeah, no, I agree with you. The first big win is the worst in a gambler's life, because it just gives you this false sense of security, like you're going to keep winning and like you're going to be profitable and you're going to outlive the odds. And it feels, the word that no one uses to talk about gamblers is narcissism. And it's like, I'm so special. It's that bullshit in your head thinking, oh, wait, I'm going to put $500 down on black 3 times in a row and it's going to hit every single time. Like those kinds of things. Or, I mean, the most obvious are like sports bets, like thinking that better than the lines makers what is going to happen in a game, or what statistically is most likely to happen. I mean, it's just not. I knew someone that did an algorithm for that strategy, the fantasy, whatever, the fantasy, FanDuel, stuff like that, and he did real well. But then they figured him out too.
Yeah,
he had like a season. He had like a season that he made like $100,000, and then they cut him off. They're like, no.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it works. They don't want winners. I mean, for me, for me, it's weird because you don't know what'll hit that thing in your brain. And you talk about the narcissism, and because you can make all these excuses about like, oh, I'm doing this so I can like not have a 9-to-5. I'm doing this so I can like better my life, better my family's life, like whatever. But at the end of the day, like I remember just thinking, man, like I'm doing this for the dopamine.
Yeah,
it's purely the dopamine.
The thrill.
All these other reasons are just cope. And the reason why like poker got to me, this is a weird thing that I think we go on about. But like the reason why poker got to me instead of other types of gambling is because it's a skill game. So it's like slots, blackjack, any kind of casino game doesn't hit the same thing for me, because I'm like, oh, this is nonsense. Like, I'm burning money. Like, I cannot win here.
Right.
You're going up against somebody. You're going up against somebody, so you're like, oh, I'm definitely smarter than that guy.
Yeah.
I got outplayed. I can get better. I haven't read the right book. I haven't taken the right course. I haven't grinded enough hands. Like, so there's this thing of like, I can get better at it to where I can't get better at slots. So it doesn't have the same. So that's the addiction for me, is like I can progress. And I've noticed that with like other things in my life and like that are positive. If I have an addictive mindset, if I can just be like, okay, if I can get into a habit, then like the habit will take over. As long as that like I'm trying to build, like right now I'm doing like out of the blue. I've had ideas in my head I've wanted to get out. I'm building like a self-help. This goes into like, I kind of want to talk about Grand Platinum, but this goes into like a self-help, like stoicism, get your life in order app. And I'm addicted to it. I'm addicted to the progress. And it's the same kind of things that, like, if you don't master that, it'll lead you down to like a dark road. It's just like, how does my brain work? What can I get addicted to that's actually going to help my life and like not leave it destitute? That's what works for me.
You found do you want to plug that app or not say?
Not yet because it's not even in alpha. I'm probably gonna I've got it on the App Store, but nobody can get to it because I'm working through it myself. And then once that happens, I'll probably I'll plug it. I'm already talking to some of my like Twitch streamer friends who have a couple, because all I need is like 100 people just to poke holes in it. Just to find out where the weaknesses are so I can hot fix it. But once that gets going, it's like, this is kind of my like life's ambition.
Sounds amazing.
No, because I just want, I'll put this into politics, and then this goes into like Graham Plattner and how Graham Plattner became the face of like the masculine left, even though he never claimed to be a leftist, a socialist, anything like that. But he was pushed so hard because we've lost a whole generation of men to the right wing, because the left, either for good reason, the left is, and I want to say this as the left, I want to divide, like, we'll get into it, like my whole idea on it, but like, I like women, queer folk, whatever. Yeah, if a woman tells me she hates all men, I don't feel any type of way about it. What I'm saying is this is our fault. If you're a cis straight man, and you're on the left, this is our problem, that we have let the right wing hijack stoicism, masculinity, aggression, just pure aggression, and putting that into a positive direction. We've let them hijack that, and it pushes young men into the arms of a Graham Plattner, a Joe Rogan, a Andrew Tate, a Cavicular, whoever. And this is our fault that this happened at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you say if there's a whole generation, so you're talking about a span of like a 20-year process in which this category of voter was kind of lost.
Yeah.
Right? So you're thinking, who was in charge during those 20 years?
Pelosi, Chuck Schumer.
Yeah. But I mean, not
like,
just...
I was just my only point is, like, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you make a really good point. But just just wrap it up with some specificity, because that shit's valid. But it lands and it sticks if you put some specificity on it, because it's really fucking insightful, and I can hear it. But you are, at least at the start of what you said, you come up against that fucking annoying anti-straight white man insecurity, and you know that. But I don't think that was a problem for you at all. But I would just make sure we acknowledge who was in charge over these last 45 years, because that's really my message now. Is like, hey, you know, resentment's a natural thing. You know, frustration with life is a natural thing. Unfairness, anger, all these things are natural, right? We're coping. We're kind of growing up as a country, coping with these negative emotions. And all I ask is that people, you know, not preaching to you, but just more to the audience, is just do your homework since 1980. If you know everything that happened since 1980 really well, you can say you can empathize with the people who hate politics in general, and then kind of maybe have conversations with them and get them involved, and also make, you know, things like the DSA more culturally accessible, because that's what you know, Alex and I have been agreed upon, is like the DSA is now kind of positioned very well to assert itself as, like, you know, I hate the term kingmaker, but kind of a gatekeeper in a good way. You know, like if you earn that DSA endorsement, you really got to earn it. They're willing to recommend candidates a lot. That's not hard, but getting that full endorsement from the DSA is actually, as a member of the DSA, is very hard. Mm-hmm.
Michelin star.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as the vetting. But no, and please, no, I want you to preach at me. Like, I'm very confident in this is my whole thing. This is exactly what I kind of wanted to talk about. And it's like three guys sitting here talking about this stuff, and I feel like it's very important. I want you to push back if you feel I'm incorrect, or I've missed something, or I have a blind sight. I'm not a perfect guy. Like, I'm a shitty dude. My wife, you know, she used to, and I'm trying to get a lot better at it. She'll disagree with me on stuff, and I'll be like, And instead of arguing with her, I'll be like, I didn't see it that way, and I'm glad that you told me, so now I can see it in a different perspective.
Right.
Because there's no light without heat, and I feel like the hashtag left for very good reason. Again, if I'm not talking to women, I'm not talking to to femme presenting people, I'm not talking to queer people who feel ostracized. I'm talking to like whatever hashtag, whatever masculine men. I would consider myself a dude bro. And if we don't like hash this stuff out because we're afraid to hash it out, then this is how this kind of Graham Plattner shit just keeps happening.
It's gonna happen again. Have you watched the FD video?
Again. Yeah, I did.
Videos? Yeah,
I did. And I'm very like, so I'm torn. I was just talking to my wife about this. I'm torn on Plattner in two different ways. But not in a way that I think a lot of people are addressing. And because I'm sure I haven't watched this space today, I'm sure all on this network, it's just been like Graham Plattner's discussing, Graham Plattner is an alleged rapist, blah, 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 which I don't see even that right there. That blah, blah, blah. I don't want to see like I'm minimizing anything.
Right.
I like this thing is super, super important. I just don't want to rehash what's already been said.
No, we have been.
Right. But I think the thing that's getting missed is that, so on one side, I've been watching, and I queued it up. I don't know if you guys have seen it or you want to spend time with it, but it's Ryan Grimm on Breaking Points today, who like, I love me some Ryan Grimm, but he absolutely pissed me off because he's sitting here talking about how, if Plattner's going to drop out, how his team isn't being included in the, in the pick of his successor, of the person who's going to run for Senate in Maine. And it's ridiculous. It's a coup. And maybe they're doing this so they can get like a corporate Democrat in there who's going to be friendly to AIPAC or whatever. But I'm like, okay, bro, like, but that could all be true. But if you want to blame somebody for that, you blame Graham Plattner.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you blame, like I was watching again into dude bro stuff. I was watching the Egypt-Argentina game yesterday, the World Cup.
Yeah, great game.
The Egyptian coach is like, this game was rigged, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, maybe it was, but the referees didn't let 3 goals in 10 minutes. Your team did that. Your team let that happen. It was a complete collapse. So that in most generous, if I'm going to be running, if Robert Johnson, Lumen, was next up in line to run for, like, hey, we think this guy should run for the Senate, to be Democratic Senator of Maine. And the Graham Plattner team reached out to me and said, I'd be like, I'm not answering their calls. Like, I don't want to be associated with this. Does anybody think I don't want the Graham Plattner endorsement? Maybe that's why nobody's picking up. And probably, maybe that's not the case. But the whole reason we even have to wonder that is because of what Graham Plattner did when he gaslit and he scammed his constituents. I feel, obviously, and this is my 2-track thing, to like what's morally correct and what's like how to win an election from somebody who doesn't even believe in electoral politics. But it's like, these women who have been allegedly sexually assaulted by this man are at number 1 top priority. The second priority I feel terrible about is the voters and the people, anybody who's ever knocked a door, made a phone call, or gave up $1 for this guy who he completely gaslit, who all he wanted to do was win at any cost. He wasn't thinking about what's right for Maine. And and the thing is, they're like, well, we don't want to, and I'm sitting here watching dude on Breaking Points, Ryan Grimm, and he's like, yeah, they want to get a terrible shit lib in there. But I'm like, okay, but here's the thing with Graham Plattner. If Graham Plattner is going to gaslight me about what's that?
Do you have a time code for the video? Is it the Plattner assault story?
No, it's here. We can cue it up, and then I'll just get this last part, and you'll see what I'm talking about. But it's like that. Maybe they are trying to get a shit lib in there. But if Graham Plattner's going to gaslight me about a Nazi tattoo and gaslight me about sexual assault, how can I believe any of his bona fides that he's going to get money out of politics, do push for Medicare for all, and stop funding Israel? I can't. It's we Kamala Harris. We held it to the same standard. If you can't if I can't trust you to say that, it's a genocide in Palestine, then I can't trust you to fill my potholes. All these things are connected. But yeah, let me boot it up real quick. Let me see if can I do it?
Yeah, you can hit present.
All right, yeah, share screen, entire
Make
screen.
sure the audio's on there.
Yeah, you're right, because I always forget to click that. You're a lifesaver. Where is? Oh, here it is. Add to stage. Yeah, we'll watch a little bit of this.
Oh no, that's mine. My bad. Here, throw that. I'm gonna throw out yours.
I got you. Hold on.
Murphy Anderson last night posted a video urging that he do so and telling him and his campaign that he will have no say in who is chosen to replace him or how a candidate will be picked. Let's roll a little bit of Murphy Anderson.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to provide you all an update on the U.S. Senate race here in Maine. As you know, the Maine Democratic Party has been working around the clock to develop a process to replace our U.S. Senate nominee that is open, inclusive, transparent, and fair. The integrity of this process is just as important as the outcome. And we are committed to ensuring that Democrats across our state can have confidence in both. Unfortunately, Graham Plattner's team has repeatedly reached out to us in an attempt to put their thumb on the scale of what this process looks like. We have repeatedly reiterated to Graham Plattner's team that they have no role in determining our next Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate, nor in determining what this process looks like. We have also reiterated that Graham Plattner must drop out of this race so that Democrats in Maine can focus on defeating Susan Collins this November. We look forward to making this process public as soon as Graham Plattner formally withdraws from this race.
And so the Plattner campaign responded to this, and we can add this in post. Campaign official told Sahil Kapoor, quote, "The Plattner campaign has reached out to the party to try and understand what this process would look like. At no point has the campaign tried to, quote, put its finger on the scale. Over 150,000 Mainers voted for this movement, and over 15,000 Mainers volunteered their time and energy to it. While Graham wouldn't want to be a part of the process, he would want to make sure the voters and volunteers make this decision, not the political establishment," unquote.
I mean, what say does he have at this point?
This is a coup.
Go ahead.
What say does he have at this point? What the
Exactly.
Fuck say does he have? What the fuck say does he have at this point? Shut your mouth and go home.
Hear Sagar and Jetty's and Ryan Grimm's reasoning here, and then we'll discuss it.
All right.
That from the executive director to say we're not even going to answer their phone calls. He did win the nomination.
He won more votes. Look, can I just say, I'm not some Plattner fan. Okay? I literally said...
Can vouch. God does not like Plattner.
It's not that I hate Plattner. I've always thought he's like a Brooklyn cosplaying leftist. There's some sort of working Plattner. I think his background bears all of that out, okay? And so I'll save that I told you so for later. But to me, this is a principle matter. Like, this man won more votes in the Democratic primary than anyone in Maine history. And the Maine Democratic Party, who is that lady, by the way? I don't remember anybody voting for her across the state.
So
right?
She run for anything.
Did she run for anything? Maybe. Look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she got voted. Like, I'm not familiar
Maybe
exactly
state house member,
with the bylaws of the Maine Democratic Party. I know that one person got more votes than anyone in the history of the Maine Democratic Party. And to say that he should have no say whatsoever in how the next person, if he were to step down to replace him, is totally insane. Insane. Because his volunteers, his people, his campaign are ultimately the ones who beat a sitting governor for in the Democratic nomination. Forced her out of the race. They beat the DSCC, and then to say that he's going to step down, which he doesn't have to do, that he should have no say in the process, it is as anti-democratic as it possibly could be. Because, Ryan, you and I both know they're going to try various different ways to make this seem open, super delegates or televised debates. Like, nothing beats voting, and they can't vote again. So it is, by definition, going to be an anti-democratic process.
They could do at least a caucus level situation. And what Plattner seems to be saying here is, I'm not trying to force you to take who I want you to take. Now, if an establishment candidate was getting pushed out of the race, by the way, they would appoint an establishment replacement. There would be no controversy about it, no question about it. It would be done in 12 hours. But an establishment candidate is not getting pushed out of the race. Plattner is. Plattner is not even saying he is insisting on like Troy Jackson or Shanna Bellows. What he is saying is that he wants to make sure that there is an inclusive process, that as many Democrats who participated in the primary process are able to participate in. And that could be a convention in Portland that has mini conventions in every county where there's a Democratic, like this is easily something that can be put together.
Yeah.
And so he's just asking, and this is within the power of the main Democratic Party to put together. It would be a kind of a shotgun thing. Probably be hard to pull off an entire primary where you count every single vote. But you could do a caucus type situation. They could figure something out. And Plattner's campaign is saying, what are you thinking? Because to your point, they don't want this to go into Janet Mills' office.
Yeah.
Or her office.
Because it's
and they just come out, smoke signal.
Yeah, the voters rejected her.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. So in a vacuum, that logic works completely. But in reality, why do let's say pretend that either one of us, I'm that guy. Why do I want my campaign anywhere near Graham, within 100 main miles of Graham Plattner? Having him know that he even communicated with my people would be a death sentence. So, and then if you're so uptight about this, be uptight about the person who put you in this position. Again, going back to the Egyptian collapse analogy, let's just say 100%. We have 100% proofs that the refs were in the bag for Argentina. Okay, but but if I'm kicking the ball into my own net, they had nothing to do with that. And that's what this is. You ran for Senate knowing you gaslighted me. I'm not even in Maine, but you gaslighted me and everybody else. Well, I'm also a Marine Corps vet, that you didn't know what that tattoo was. And I was okay with that because I was like, this whole idea of we got to get out of our minds of just like, if you're in the military in the United States, you're some kind of noble warrior. No, it's a frat. It's a frat when you're 19, 18 years old, and you might get to kill somebody for the state legally. Right. That's what it is. Let's not pretend. The same kids that are at 19 or in the Marine Corps, the same kids that are on the street in front of 7-Eleven.
But they might end up like you and go like, I was fucking wrong. I want to dismantle all that.
Sure. But my point is, people get dumb tattoos every day. So I'm not saying that the tattoo thing is obviously it's not has any kind of weight next to the sexual assault allegations. What I'm saying is that because he gaslit everybody when that came out, that he knew exactly what that was and got it, it makes those, it's like, oh, if he's lying about this, which is a nothing burger, then of course he did this.
Yes.
Of course he's lying about this.
Well, he thought he was going to get away with it, dude. He thought he was
just a narcissist.
Yes, it is that simple. He thought he was going to get away with it. He thought he was above the rules. And, he just thought he believed his own press, man. They gave him, they for whatever reason, there was a surge of energy. Probably, we were talking earlier before you were on, that I think the contextual variable was the prospect of getting Susan Collins put out of pasture by a good-looking, well-spoken, working-class guy.
Yeah.
And that prospect became really valuable, almost like expecting America to beat Belgium, and then choking. And to use your sports analogy, but I mean, my response to that is the point that he's making might be valid. It might be a valid point, but at this point, dude, what leverage do you have? What credibility do you think people want to hear from you? You fucking blew it. You blew it. You failed. You lost. Go home. Lick your wounds. Go on some sort of redemption tour. Write a book. I don't give a fuck. But your career in national politics is fucking over.
Yeah.
Right.
It's over.
I think, and I want to push back. It's not even a pushback. I just want to make a correction. Just like the verbiage of you blew it. He didn't blow it. He knew this going in. So either he lied to the team that vetted him,
right,
or his team already knew, which means I can't trust them either.
Or they do a
dumb,
good job of vetting. Exactly. Yeah.
Either they're evil or stupid. I don't know which one, and it doesn't matter.
he probably didn't think it was rape. He was just drunk, and like it was a drunk hookup with a chick that he was hooking up with at the time, and he doesn't even remember like forcing himself on her or anything like that. But obviously, like, you know, she had a very different feeling about it, and she's taking a risk by going public, and that's ultimately what people respect. Is that it's like, okay, what's the upside to this woman going public? Like, she's gonna, you know, she's taking a risk by doing so. Yeah, I just, you know, she could have saved us all a lot of trouble if she'd gone earlier. But hey, you know, it's a pretty personal thing. So
no, I don't even want to swim. I don't even want to swim in those waters because even in the reporting, what I read was that, you know, she's like, yeah, I'm conflicted because the politics are good. It's not on her. It's not on her. It's not on her. It's not on anyone. It's on him and his team.
It's the clip I played earlier of Hassan talking about, like, think about her calculation of, do I want, like, I would rather vote for my rapist just to get Susan Collins out.
Right.
Because she's protecting Epstein pedophile rapist. Which level of, like, I mean, this is the calculation that we all made in fucking 2020.
Exactly.
Biden or Trump. They're both fucking rapists. They're both fucking, but which one's worse? Like,
going back to what FD Signifier,
crazy.
I watched the FD Signifier video. He's like, look, if you're gonna vote for him, go ahead, but don't piss on me and tell me it's raining. And it's like, yeah, if I lived in Maine and he stayed
his initial
in,
video was like,
I wouldn't tell anybody. I would just go to the box and I would Grand Platinum. And I feel fucking sick about it.
FD's overall position, the last whenever he's talked about it, is not so much about him as a candidate, and, you know, electoralism is dirty and filthy. It's what the levers are right in front of us. His argument was, why is he on all these shows?
Right.
Why is he being elevated as like the voice of the left, the voice that could bring masculine people, and not Chris Rabb or Charles Booker or someone of color, and someone who doesn't have these fucking controversies.
Well,
what
if
is
you
it? And basically, it's a media critique of going, hey, Majority Report, hey, Kyle Klinsky, fucking look inwards a little bit and go, like, why weren't you having or showing as many clips of Chris Rabb as possible, or any of these other people? And then Chris Rabb, also interviewed by Breaking Points by Crystal, going like, I don't know. Like, you know, people of Maine are going to make that decision. I'm not going to talk about that race. Like, he's like, and he was right. AOC also didn't endorse.
Smart.
In this clip, Ryan Grimm's getting a lot of heat for kind of talking about this, and also saying, like, there was also more context to something that Politico didn't report. I don't know. But the idea, look, I think you're right. Any Democratic organization should not want to hear from this guy. You too, Deter, like, get the fuck out. You fucked up. You lied, and get out of here. It's the, like, you know, the volunteer Discord, the group chats, like the apparatus of the campaign, all the people who were like, I want to fight for these ideals. Because Emma Vigeland, you know, I was watching her interview on Slate, is going like, these ideals are the thing that won him 50 points above Janet Mills. Was it his charisma and the way he articulated these ideas? Sure, maybe, but not entirely. It's the ideals, period. It's the policies, period. These are the policies that are winning in Colorado, that are about to, you know, fingers crossed, knock wood, win Abdul El Sayed in Michigan, win all the people who won in New York, the people who weren't even endorsed necessarily by DSA, like Brad Lander. I mean, I talked about it when it happened. You guys weren't here, Deter, but Lindsey Boylan, who I campaigned for city council, the special election was in April. She lost the special election. So she decided she wasn't going to keep campaigning for the primary. I went to vote for the primary and didn't realize her name was still on the ballot. So I was like, oh shit, great. I'm going to fucking fill it in. The election results come back. She hadn't campaigned for 3 months. She got closer. Her margin of loss got less over time without campaigning. I interviewed last week Danielle Welch in this very time slot. who ran against Tom Suozzi, who's one of the Democrats who signed the promise to America that we will never move our centrist positions and we will not change the status quo. She ran the week of when petitioning started to get her name on the ballot. She had no one around her. Hell, this is the
How much longer?
This is the video I made with her.
5 minutes.
The interview, the cover I put on was hang on.
Hey, I'm gonna wrap. I'm gonna take this opportunity to bounce. I'm gonna bounce.
All right, man.
So it's good to see you, Lemon.
Yeah, good.
But
Good time, bro.
always a pleasure. Never forget, you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Take care, guys.
Absolutely.
Take care. So the video I have of her is this thumbnail that I made, because she said, I literally looked around in my district. I went to the meetings. I was looking around for a candidate. Who do I support other than Tom Suozzi? I guess I'll do it myself. She said, fine, I'll run myself. And with no name recognition, got 20% of the vote. Now, 20% versus 80%, not big, but that's a big chunk of an incumbent who's been there for years and years and years. And it's just this massive movement that the Democrats are getting more left. And I hate to put it that way. I hate to even identify us as Democrats. I don't, but we're of the left, and we are pushing this one party of two, the one that can be pushed. We are pushing it fucking left. We're taking it fucking over because we're sick of waiting. Danielle Welch also mentioned that part of the reason she decided to run was the urgency. She has a small child. Like, I don't want to raise a kid knowing there's 1,000-year Reich of techno-fascism with Elon Musk running city-states and with Peter Thiel. Fuck that. Fuck that. We need to fucking stop it and run now and win now. And I think that's what's happening. And, you know, to point to Hassan again, like, we got to talk about this fucking guy who talks into a camera on the internet. The reason his name is like being bandied about now and is talked about on CNN and MSNBC is because the establishment is fucking idiots. And Andrew Cuomo said his name aloud during the debate. And then a couple months later, Effie Phillips Staley, who was running upstate, went on his broadcast, and then a bunch of the DNC chairs from those upstate counties like Westchester and Rochester and shit came together and said, we condemn Hassan Piker, we condemn you for going on his stream, and blah, blah, blah. And it just propelled his name further into the public, and now he is a kingmaker. He, along with DSA.
I wanna go back to keep it about Hassan. And just to go back to what we originally talked about, it's like, why does the Democratic Party push a guy like Plattner, and why they don't push a guy like, you know, I mean, obviously this is a rhetorical questions, or on Adami or Saeed. It's because they want to win back. You know, they want to win back these white straight men that they lost to the right, but without offering them any material benefits. Right. If you remember, after Harris lost the election, how he had all these fluff pieces talking about, is Hassan Piker the new Joe Rogan? But as soon as he touched that Israel fourth rail, as soon as he touched that, all that went away, and it became, how do we stop Hassan Piker?
It was, we need a Joe Rogan of the left.
The left, yeah.
And then a lot of people were like, well, Hassan's kind of doing that. And they said, well, not like that. Not like that. Not actually left. We need a Hassan. We need a Joe Rogan of the center is
Correct.
What they wanted. Like, that's,
which can never happen. Like,
yeah, because
you can't have somebody who doesn't, I mean, if an evil person, you know, if a right winger who's evil and wants to turn trans people into motor oil by melting down their bone marrow, that's at least somebody who stands for something.
Right.
That's going to be more attractive than somebody who stands for nothing. And that's why they can never have that. They'll never be that guy in,
I mean,
there's not going to be a center anyway.
They had a fucking Ezra Klein with the abundance thing, and Gavin Newsom trying to be that. Oh, I can dunk on again the Saki bomb thing. Like, it was dunks on Twitter. It was so fucking elitist, fourth column shit. Like, it's just like, that's all. When I started watching the news in 2012, I was shocked that they put tweets up on the news. It's the news, dude. And the fact that they were like beefing like they're fucking rappers. I'm dissing you for what you said on Fox News earlier, and then Fox News is gonna respond to that later in the evening. It was a fucking joke. It's a reality fucking show. And now at this point, again, with the phones and the slurry, dude, look at the trending topics on Twitter. I'll never forget Bo Burnham's. I know I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Bo Burnham, comedian, YouTuber, when he was promoting the movie 8th Grade that he made, he was on a comedy show called The Bonfire, and he said because of social media and how it's designed, you will see in no particular order an ad for a new movie coming out, a new ice cream that your friend tried at a restaurant, the president of the United States threatening another country with war, trailer for a video game coming out, and they all take up the same amount of visual space and therefore importance in your mind. Like even just looking at the trending topics on Twitter right now, I'm looking at like, oh, Rep Summer League clashes with Loomer reporter that we just played. Stevens and El Sayed clash in heated Michigan Senate debate. Dune trailer for Dune Part 3. New footage reveals tour of Epstein's private island. Like World Cup scores. This is as important as each other because it looks that it just takes up the same amount of visual space.
It's the attention economy, yes.
It's the attention economy. And because of that, I think people are fucking burning out, frankly, over the last 15 years of caring so much and everything moving so goddamn fast. There's a lot more detaching, putting your phone down. Let me play a video game. Let me do something slower. Matter of fact, I saw a tweet talking about like children's television and how it changed over time, where like SpongeBob was a lot faster cuts and brighter colors and faster movement, where something like Little Bear or Sesame Street, even Mr. Rogers, was deliberately slow to ease kids into like you can be safe here, you can relax, calm down, take your time, and it promotes learning and again where to put your attention and focus. And something like SpongeBob, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, it's just dopamine.
Stimulation all day
it's
long.
Dopamine. And it really, again, I think the decoupling from the social media, the fact that they're all getting bought by like Elon Musk and the Ellisons and like all this shit too, is also disincentivizing people from using it that much. And it's just what's in front of me. And what's in front of me is eggs cost fucking too much money and gas costs too much money and I'm not getting paid enough. Why does my boss have a new car? Just all the things that we've been ignoring because we've been staring down for 20 fucking years. And now we're looking around going, oh shit, we're run by fucking pedophiles? Like, what the fuck?
Have you heard about the this is exactly what you're talking about, but you heard, not to go on another tangent, but have you heard about the indie web movement? The indie web. So what people are trying to do is, I mean, they're not trying to do, they're succeeding. I actually built a website on there too. What they're trying to do is build an enclave in the internet, not just one centralized thing, but all over the internet. So pretty much it's web 1.0.
Right.
Pre-MySpace even. We're talking GeoCities. We're talking personal blogs. It's just a slower internet. So it's actually a really cool side thing. But
no, I think that's a good transition too, because again, like I have a lot of clips pulled up, but
go for it.
You know, I wanted to talk about the surveillance shit because that's also a big piece of this. People don't like being watched. People are finding these, you know, look, we criticize Anna Kasparian all the time, but I think this is a good clip to play here.
Oh, she's right. She's right.
And she's talking about the flock cameras, which
I'm
didn't
gonna grab something to drink, but I can still hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
The ACLU has brought forth a case against Flock and surfaced multiple issues with the technology. Per the ACLU, Flock tends to also lie to the public about what their technology is capable of doing and what type of government agencies are using their database. For instance, in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Flock had told a city council that they do not create trafficking maps of cars, which was a lie. The city canceled their Flock contract after their lie was discovered. Flock also told Colorado police that the feds do not have access to their database. No feds. That was a lie. Flock has contracts with Homeland Security. Flock straight up lied to a city council in Illinois about their work alongside the ACLU, claiming that they were actually working with the ACLU on their technology. ACLU has never worked with Flock. In fact, they are challenging the company as we speak. There's more. Flock was used by Texas police to track a woman who crossed state lines after having abortion pill complications. So if you happen to live in a state that has effectively banned abortion and you've traveled outside the state in order to obtain the abortion pill, well, they're keeping track of you through Flock's technology.
So yeah, hold on. Let's first of all, I do want to talk about this. However, we do have some breaking news. So, like I said before, we're waiting to see if Plattner responds, and it looks like he has. So he put out this video, and I think we should just watch it.
Let's do it.
Because this is, breaking news here. So this is what this space is for. Plattner has put out this video. It's 11 minutes. Let's see what he says.
It's Graham Plattner here.
Oh my God. Can I fucking turn this up a little bit? Can I find it on YouTube even? It's too quiet on fucking Twitter. Does he have a YouTube?
It just came out.
All right, whatever. Okay, we got the subtitles.
I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen.
This is 18 minutes ago.
It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics.
This is crazy, dog. If this is what I think it is. But go ahead. This is crazy work. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just want you to think about like what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces, were working against you personally to accuse you of the worst thing that a person could do.
Dude, large forces.
And just let it go.
God.
Before I lose my mind.
Fucking Christ.
And it was not remotely true. I learned about this through press inquiries with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner. Accusations are supposed to be the beginning of things, not the end.
Okay, before I continue with this, honestly, I actually want to pull up this that I just fucking came across too, which is fucking Trump responding to the allegations. So let's just hear Trump's response and then continue with Graham Plattner's saying, just so we color this a little bit.
Democrats. Speaking of Democrats, do you think that the Democrats should be able to pick a replacement for Graham Plattner? He's had all these new allegations that have come out. Now Democrats are talking about picking a replacement for him. Should they be able to do that?
They're picking what?
A replacement for Graham Plattner if he steps out of the race.
So he won the primary.
And now there's these new allegations.
It's very hard for them to do. And
It's really a question of whether or not you believe the woman. A lot of people say big falsehoods. It's he's in a bind. He's in a bind. But should they be able to do it? Well, I guess he's going to lose. I would imagine he's going to lose. It's very interesting when a Republican woman came out with the same charge, nobody believed her. When this woman came out, everybody believed her, right, Doug? Did you get any pictures of it, Doug? You don't want them. They wouldn't sell, though. So, any other questions?
Well, fucking crazy. Trump, of course, defending him because, of course, they're going to have solidarity with another rapist. So, again, that just colors Plattner's response here, where it's just categorical denial. There are forces working against us. This is a lie. It's the machine coming after me. The accusation should be the beginning, not the end. This is all shit. I played the Anna Kasparian clip earlier. I'm like, well, why didn't the woman call the police when he was in the... All this fucking shit. And again, it's on you that you knew this could happen and you thought, I'll run anyway. It's fine. It's not that big a deal.
I think it's really important to understand why this is happening in the timeline, why this is happening right now. Much like October, when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary, there is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they're being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish.
Like, it's frustrating because some of what he's saying is like, yeah. Like, dude, also, the allegation could be credible, and also, yes, Jake Tapper is using it.
Well, here's what it is, and
here's
what it is, and I'll give my own thoughts away right now, and
yeah.
just do it. With all this, the only thing that better be at the end of all this is that's why I'm staying in the race, because okay, then I'd be like, all right, fair enough. Like let it play out, because you say they lying, she say you did this, you say everybody lying on you. Okay, let's figure out what it is. But if this gets to the end and he's like, I'm gotta get out because everybody lying on me, fuck you, dog. Because that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Nobody would do that. Nobody in their right mind would do that if it wasn't true. So let's hear what he says, because I have a feeling it's going to be the latter, and I'm going to lose my mind.
I mean, the text says my name might be on the ballot right now, but that ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. So I think you might be right. I even thought, like, on Monday night when I found out, the first thought was like, the accuser was weighing whether she should come forward because she agrees with the politics. She agrees with the platform. It's about the platform, not the guy. So it's the fucked up landscape that we're in, that one rapist might be better than another rapist because that rapist is a fascist. Like, this again, like you were saying earlier, this is a straight fucking men thing. Straight cishet, mask presenting, whatever it is. This is our fucking problem, that rapists can be on the far left, rapists can be on the far right, anywhere in the middle. Does not matter your political ideology. This is rape culture. This is the point. It is everywhere. It doesn't matter what you fucking say. Doesn't matter what you say. Doesn't matter what you believe. He could genuinely believe all the political things he's been saying. Or he could be a Fetterman and he was just waiting to get in so he could fucking vote for more military spending, whatever the fuck. Regardless, this is a mostly mask problem of rape culture, right? Yes, there are female rapists. There are but there's a reason that there's a caveat of female rapists. It doesn't happen as often as male rapists. This is fucking. Let's continue.
That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed. What we have accomplished here, you made possible. The people of Maine, the volunteers, the voters, the grassroots donors, and I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that. But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us. Those in power who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. We are going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability to access voter data. We are going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function. Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it. They would rather see Susan Collins win than have me be the next senator from Maine.
Yeah,
what comes next needs to come from the people. Needs to come from the people.
Should I increase the playback speed?
No, you're fine.
All right.
Whatever.
We got time.
Voters who on June 9th, at a strength of over 150,000, the largest number in the history of Maine primaries, said no to this kind of politics. Voted for a politics that would actually represent them. Voted against the political system, against the donor class, against the entrenched forces. And I'm not asking for how this process is going to work. I'm not trying to dictate to anyone who it should be or how we get there, but I will say this. It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. It needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement, the people that showed up on June 9th. People in DC need to stay in DC. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here. This is exactly the kind of political system that everyone voted against on June 9th. And for that reason, we need to be assured that it is going to be open and democratic as we move forward. Amy and I struggled about getting into this. Last summer, right around this time of year, we sat down and we looked at each other and we said, if we believe in the kind of politics we think that we do, we have to do this. Over the past couple days, really yesterday and today, we have had to have that exact same conversation. We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be me.
Yeah, you called it.
And for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power.
All right. What do you guys say, Lumen?
That's good, bro. I mean, this guy's such a piece of shit, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Because if it wasn't true, then you wouldn't care. You'd be like, look, if I lose, I lose, but I have to clear my name.
Yeah.
At this point, like the campaign is secondary. Like we have to figure out like who put these people up to this to get them to lie like this. Is there any what avenues do I have to sue people for libel? Like you'd be going all because he can't go back. He's okay. So now you're going to be the guy who dropped out, but you totally didn't.
But it wasn't true.
But it wasn't true. Like, come on, bro. Like you'd be doing anything trying to clear your name at this point. This is absolute bullshit. This is bullshit.
Again, the voters of Maine, the people who campaigned, the people who fucking walked around and knocked on doors and drove and went to fucking events and town halls. I don't know what kind of organization you have. Dude, you're gonna lose people. You're gonna have people who are like, I put my faith in this. This is the first time I came out. I'm a first time getting involved person. And fuck this, I was burned and I'm done. And there's gonna be people who are like, okay, we're moving on. We're sticking and moving. Who are we going to next? Troy Jackson, the other candidate. What can we do? And it's just devastating. This is devastating to Maine. This is devastating to the movement up there. But again, it's not about him. He shouldn't have been front loaded anyway.
And like just to say like what Maffoon is saying here, like yeah, you better not end up with some corporate friendly demo. I don't know if you were here earlier, but this man to your right, or that's who you want to blame? Like because he should have never put the voters in Maine in this position. Like this is disgusting. I blame him 100%. Like there's nobody else to blame here. If they come in and the Democratic Party comes in, they steal this election and they put some kind of empty suit in, that is on him. That is, and they end up taking down, Susan Collins or not, whatever, but that's on him. But this guy has been lying from the get-go. His story, he can't make a coherent story up. He's bad at even being ruthless. Like this is him at his most fucking craven, and he can't pull it off with these fake ass tears. I'd be you accuse me of rape. I would have been out here being like, fuck the election. I don't give a fuck if not one person votes for me. That's not what it's about anymore. It's so I can walk around Maine and hold my head high, and so people know I didn't do this shit.
Right.
That's what I don't give a fuck about the mechanisms of who's funding me and who's not funding me. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, no, this is fucking bullshit. I didn't do it, but I'm gonna drop out anyways. Fuck that. Either admit this should have been 3 minutes, first of all, and whatever, like crying shit. I'll even grant it's genuine. Get it out of your fucking system before you turn on the goddamn camera and make this statement.
Genuine because he got caught. It just cements into me. It just cements into me more. Just like. It's just lie after lie after lie after lie. I'm like, yeah, dog. Every time the more you talk, the more I'm like, yeah, you did this shit. Yeah. But if he would have been like, deny, and I'd been like, yeah, I would have been like, okay, this makes sense. There's huge money, there's huge forces that are in play in our elections. Our elections are not democratic at all. Obviously, the Democratic Party doesn't give a shit about the will of the voter, blah, blah, blah. I'd have been like, absolutely, this is a completely plausible story. Now let's see what you're going to do about it. Yeah. But with this is nonsense. And the idea that, they're coming after poor Graham Plattner, the guy that the DNC has been hoisted up as the new face of the party, while all the time they're trying to bury Al-Said, they try to bury Zoran Mondami, try to bury any kind of DSA candidate that's won in the last couple weeks. But we're going after poor Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner is the one that's been put upon, that's been pushed in everybody's face for the last 6 months on the fucking not Majority Report, but on, the Daily Show and shit. Get out of here, man. This guy, I can't, I have no fucks to give for him. Yeah, not a one.
Fuck this shit. Again. And this is honestly, like, I hate to make it about this. I don't really want to, but this is what separates the left from the right is we will fucking throw these fucks out rather than like Kevin McCarthy on Fox News the other day being like, well, when we come up with a bad candidate, we walk away. No, and he was talking about Matt Gaetz. You didn't walk away from Matt Gaetz as a candidate. Motherfucker got into Congress. Motherfucker was getting into leadership. That's why you got rid of Matt Gaetz. He was going against you, Kevin. That's why. The fuck out of here. And also, which candidate are you talking about? The one in the White House? You talking about Roy Moore? You talking about Lauren Boebert? You talking about how many other fucking rapist Republicans have we had in the last even just 10 years, let alone going back further? Dude,
I'm telling you too, from a cynical realpolitik position, if I was a voter in Maine, and if he would, because I was waiting for that, I was gonna change my whole stance on him and been like, if he would have said this, as soon as he said this is all lies, and I was like, but I can tell this motherfucker is gonna. But I'm like, if he would have said, and that's why I'm staying in, I would have been like, okay, reserve judgment then, because in a pure cynical way, if I was a Maine voter, at least give me a story. Give me something. Yeah. Give me plausible deniability of why I should vote you. I voted for worse.
Right.
Than this.
Yeah, we have. We
give me plausible deniability. You're giving me nothing.
I mean, even with the FD's point, I keep bringing it back to FD, but FD's point of like in the very first video that he put out, he's like, he shouldn't be what y'all are putting clips of every day on Majority Report or Conklin, whatever. He should be your sneaky link. He should be you vote for him, you don't tell nobody. You don't even tell anybody this is happening really in Maine. You just be like, hey, there's also an interesting Senate race in Maine where like a progressive candidate might win over an establishment Republican who's been there for 30 years. Right. The end. And then let's highlight this candidate over here, Daria Liza. Let's highlight Kat Abou-Ghazala. Let's highlight Abdullah Sayed. Let's highlight people that we know confirmed don't have fucking sketchy pasts. And the fact that the establishment is already trying to connect. Well, Daria Liza had bad posts in the past. She had posts saying fuck Kamala Harris because of a fucking genocide. That is different than Graham Plattner on Reddit 15 years ago being like, well, maybe she should watch what she's wearing when she's around drunk guys. Like, those are very different sentiments. But they're both incendiary comments. Again, looking at everything in the same frame of these are just bad things. Let's both sides this so I can pretend to be a professional fucking journalist. It's fucking ridiculous.
I want to say, and in closing, because we only got a couple minutes left, but like I want to bring it back full circle to why like this is men, this is our responsibility to where there is what FD Signifier is saying, and a lot of leftist media is saying about like we shouldn't placate to this kind of stuff. And it's true. We should not be centering white men or straight men in these spaces that these are the people I need to be pandered to. Right. But I want to separate of that's how the world should work, and that's the world that we should be trying to build compared to if we're going to be in the elections game of how it is. Just understand what I'm saying. You have to divorce your mind of that and say, well, if we want to win the main Senate race, it's going to be a guy who looks and sounds like Graham Plattner, but there's going to be hard lines of he can't be a racist or a rapist or a misogynist or a homophobe or any of this shit. But like in my closet back here, he might have firearms. He might have coworker politics to where like he just wants to drink a 6-pack and get on Call of Duty. You know, it might be some shit that you find crass, but as long as he's not hitting our like non-negotiable red lines of, you know, homophobia, misogyny, shit like that, then we're going to have to make space for this person and be like, hey dog, cool. Like, come on in, because it's just going to look different.
Right.
It's going to, yes. When I enter, I'm a black man, and when I enter leftist spaces, queer and queer people and women look at me like, what the fuck are you doing here? Are you about to hate crime me? And that's fine. I don't feel a kind of way about it. It is what it is. But it's my job and it's our job to be like, no, we're not going to hate crime you. I might be into different stuff than you are, but we're all on the same squad. And if you when you need a body, I will be there for you.
That's especially as black folks. As black folks, I know I'm very white passing, but
I got you.
You know, like it is black socialism. Like that's what is needed for this country. It's black politics. It's black liberation. Black people fucking started all these goddamn movements because they were taken here forcibly from fucking Africa.
Mm-hmm.
It is the progressive, any kind of progress of civil rights in this country starts with black folks because of our history of slavery. I just found out where my fucking ancestors were owned recently. It was fucking weird to like know where your name comes from. I'm like, oh, that's a slave owner name. Interesting. It's very shocking, dude. It is, and again, yeah, might walk into a room and they think, oh shit, you're gonna hurt me, and you go, look, I'm not. We're also gonna have to break. I don't know if you've seen the movie Judas and the Black Messiah. I just watched it. Where it's about like Fred Hampton, very, not necessarily 100% accurate story, but Fred Hampton like going to break bread and like make comrades, white people who are very racist, but are more mad at their bosses,
right?
More mad at the establishment that keeps them fucking poor. So then they start building a coalition, and that's when fucking money gets scared. Right. And that's when they start getting fucking worried and fucking pulling at their collars because they know the guillotines are getting sharpened. It is important that, again, I think I've said this yesterday. I think it would be a bigger win, honestly, for the progressive movement if we are able to stick and move and he drops out, someone replaces him with the same platform and he win or they win over Susan Collins. Then you can't even get, even if this was like, if this was a fucking all made up, the Mossad made fake documents and hired an actress and blah, 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 then you can't even beat us then. You can't even beat us with your best fucking tactics. And of course, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I believe this.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
I'm just like for posterity when this gets clipped. Yeah. And we can go a little bit longer, by the way. So I'm going to finish this out if you want to stick around. But yeah, let's see what the rest of this is.
Sure. I do got to bounce up, but yeah, let's finish.
Okay.
And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are.
I'll put it on 1.5.
Please.
We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won. We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it. Not if it's me. And so we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics.
They're so manipulative, man. That's what narcissists do, man. They're like trying to control shit even when it's spun completely out of control. Still trying to manipulate. Still with every breath, I just understand this is just a guy who wanted to win a thing. He has no principles or conviction. He is willing. Think about what he's saying. I want you to understand what he's saying. He is willing to let his name be drugged through the mud still and to be called a rapist for the rest of his life and have to walk around Maine so he can control the outcome of a fucking Senate race. What a piece of garbage. He doesn't care. That shows me how much he cares about his wife. He doesn't care about her or her reputation. If that was me, I'd be thinking, God damn, now my wife's got to walk around town.
Yeah, it's Bill Clinton
and be like, he's married to this piece of shit. Mm-hmm. Nah, bro. Nah, fuck this.
Bill Clinton, I'm gonna fucking I didn't do it, but also I'm gonna kind of take a back seat. Like it's fucking ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous.
He's not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. And the decisions that come next must come from that. All we were asking for was healthcare, was to end the genocide,
Ugh.
to use our taxpayer dollars at home to uplift our communities instead of waging war overseas. We were asking for a fair system.
I mean, again, think about a conservative saying this. All I wanted to do was save America. All I wanted to do was make America great again. And blah, blah, blah. Like, it's the same kind of shit. It's the same. Just replace the words in your mind. It's the same. Again, dude, fucking rape culture, dude. It could be anywhere on the political spectrum. It's just here, and this is what it is.
We were asking for an end to the corruption, the end to the money in politics.
This doesn't need to be 11 minutes.
We were asking for real democracy, and we did it the right way, and we won. But now the ball is in the court of the Democratic establishment. My name might be on the ballot right now, but that ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. And on November 3rd, it needs to belong to the people of Maine. And the next Democratic senator for Maine needs to belong to the people of Maine. They need to reflect the will and the values of the people of this state.
Shout out Pep Talks raid. You know, we are going over. This is like breaking news.
Where's Pep? Bring Pep.
I know. Pep's exhausted from covering this for the past 3 days.
So wild.
But like, yeah, Natch, it's Planner. This is new. This is breaking. Like, this is his statement that he just put out. So we're finishing it up here.
I love this state. I love Maine, and I love Mainers in ways that I can't really describe.
Jeez, don't say that.
I'm immensely proud of what we have built.
Don't say I love people in the ways I can't describe, dumbass. But the what fucking allegations? Where is it comms people, you fuck? God damn it. Like, again, I'm not frustrated. Like, just like you failed the people. You failed the people, Plattner. You failed anything you're professing to care about, you fucked it up. Like you were saying, Lumen. You fucked it. He fucked it up. He fucked it up.
And I have the utmost faith that we will continue to build, and we will continue to move towards a better future. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank all of you. And keep fighting. We're going to win someday.
All right.
Loser, dude. What a loser.
Fucking Christ, dude.
What a fucking loser, bro. I mean, I got to dip out, but I'm going to leave y'all with the just to hammer home. If you're watching again, leftist spaces, we gotta eliminate. We gotta make sure a guy like this cannot even get close to power again. I honestly, however this turns out, and it's gross, there's two silver linings here. One, I think now hearing him talk and hearing the way that he has tried to justify is not the right word, but the way that he's tried to spin this, I think we just dodged Fetterman 2.0.
Yeah.
1. 2, he never aligned himself with the left. So thank God for that. And remind anybody who ever tries that this guy is not associated with DSA. He's not associated with socialism. He's not associated with communism. He is associated with the mainstream Democratic Party. And he decided to run the way that the Democratic Party will run in the future, and then everybody we will. Israel's a done project. That's done. We're gonna have Medicare for all. We're gonna have it is, or we're gonna have, all this country is just going to go into the dustbin of history. These things are going to happen. It's just the growing pains of the new world that's being built. But I would say to anybody who's not a cis straight man out there, and you consider yourself in this movement that's left to build a new world, it is not your job to make space for us. But it is your job to tell us to go get your people. Yeah. Go get your people and make them stop acting like this.
Yeah.
Because
fuck out of there.
We have to build a world where we have to build a world of the old school left of our grandfathers who were laborers and union men and bricklayers, and they took care of their families, and they were upright men who
all the shit he was bullshitting about, all the shit he was fucking spewing out of his mouth that I liked early on, that I was highlighting. Hey, I need somebody talking about positive masculinity. Right. I need somebody giving an off-ramp to the people who are watching Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz, who are watching fucking, I don't know who's watching the Daily Wire, but like, whatever. Off-ramp to the people that to bring up FD Signifier one last time, he mentions at the end of his latest video, going like, BreadTube's initial thrust was trying to get people away from the alt-right. Here's an alternative to that shit. It's what my channel is, where I'm like, here, I'm making album reactions, I'm making movie reviews, video game stuff, and I'm in those videos that you would click on, not thinking he's going to talk politics. I'm talking some politics because all art is political, and I'm going to fucking bring it back to the shit that fucking matters. In my Star Fox review that I just made of the new Star Fox game, which is great, by the way, you should get it. I mentioned like Sony discontinuing making physical discs.
That's a huge thing for young men.
It's fucking huge. Xbox firing like 5,000 fucking people, shuttering studios that just put out great games or just had games announced and then being like, actually, we're shuttering that fucking studio. This shit matters, and it matters that people are, again, it's stupid that people on the internet are talking into cameras like fucking cam girls 20 fucking years ago and giving political opinions. But this is the fucking landscape that we're in. So I'm gonna do whatever I can to fucking do it. And yes, I was wrong. I'm taking accountability. You were right the first time we talked about this. I think the first time we talked, maybe one-on-one, was about Plattner. And you were like, I don't know, man. He should have known about that tattoo. The post.
No, that wasn't my thing. The tattoo was the tattoo was fine because I'm like, young, dumb people with disposable income is what you are in the Marine Corps get dumb tattoos every day that don't know what they mean. How many people you know walking around with kanji on their neck don't know what fucking thing?
Oh, it says sunshine.
I get it. It's a skull. But okay, that's fine. But obviously, we found out he was lying about that.
Right.
What got me about Plattner was his story never made any fucking sense because he said, oh man, the horrors of war and the things I had to do in Afghanistan, it was awful. And then therefore I joined a fucking mercenary squad. I joined Blackwater. I'm like, this makes no sense. What are you talking about? That was my thing with him. But yeah, I got jumped though, man.
It's all right.
Catch you next time, bro.
We'll end it right here. I mean,
all right, cool.
Nick could clip it out and Jack can clip it out and make the Plattner response video of me and you talking about this. But like, I want to end here with, this is the importance of fucking independent media. You know, yes, some people got it wrong. Jordan Report, Kokolinsky, whatever. But that's why you need a diverse media diet. And you need to be watching FD. You need to be watching Olay. You need to be watching Leftist Mafia. Had a great discussion about this a couple weeks ago where half the panel was supportive and half the panel wasn't. And they were making arguments to each other. That's what this space is about. It's about where we all agree on the shared fucking vision, but we might have different ideas about tactics and how to get there. And sometimes some of us, like me, are going to have to eat crow and be like, I was fucking wrong about this guy. Fuck this guy. And you take a little, hey, you were right, tip of the hat. But like, we're not flaunting in each other's faces just to make
it is what it is.
And don't
we gotta do better.
Each other on fucking Twitter. That's where I'm like, then go fuck yourselves. If your whole thing is just like, I want you to read my Substack over this person's Substack or watch my podcast over their podcast, then you're just a fucking greedy, craven, whatever. Right. And you might as well be making fucking hip hop media or fucking video game media or movie things. Watch my channel over at Star Wars Theory. Watch Eckhart's Ladder over at Star Wars Theory, whatever it is. Like, it's just content to make content so that you can make money. And if that's all you're about, then be fucking upfront about it. Like I am, where I'm like, yeah, I want to talk about video games, movies, TV, and music because that's what I find interesting. I also find politics interesting. So I want to talk about that too in my videos and on this space. But do I know everything? No, I'm going to fucking have experts on. I'm going to talk to people like you who are in the Marine Corps, who know the fucking culture, and I can color my fuck. After we had that discussion, I brought him up less over the next few months because I'm like, I still like what he's saying, and I don't, whatever. It's this tattoo thing, but like, I trust your judgment, and to be like, let me highlight some of these other people more than keep bringing up Plattner over and over again. And we're talking to what, maybe like 10 people at a time. Right now, 27, but this is the importance of vetting too. I mean, obviously, they need to fucking vet and joining organizations like DSA. Where, Deter was talking about how they're fucking scattered and don't really want to be centralized, but it doesn't matter, DSA. Doesn't matter. Look at the fucking landscape in front of you. You have the fucking ball now, motherfuckers. And we're taking over the Democratic Party. You need fucking people to go on the Sunday shows. You need people to go on the fucking independent media and talk about how this shit works, how you vet candidates, which candidates you like and don't like. You caught the car, dog. You caught the fucking car.
Right.
And we got to fucking drive it now because Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are rotting. And so is Mitch McConnell. Like, it's our fucking time now. It's our time. So thank you, Lumen, for letting me hang out
welcome, brother. Absolutely. I will see you again very, very soon.
And we will see you again soon. Share this space, like this space. Tell people that we are here because we are fucking covering breaking news like you just saw. And have a good evening, folks. You know, as much as you can. Take care.